go and see that. Was it at the goal point? And let me tell you why I said, which also, apart from this, IU is very corrupt. Very, very corrupt.
It's a heavy allegation.
No,
you are on 4 major television.
Listen, I'm not, listen. You are talking to the governor of Rivers State. Yes, I'm talking to the governor of Rivers State. I mean, you see, I have told you, I am totally involved.
Because you're a lawyer also.
So,
when you say this kind of thing, you probably have evidence.
Listen, you have opportunity to challenge me. I will name. I said I would name. I told you I was going to speak. I'm not speaking today. We're not even going to that moral, or even some of the governors can tell you. Look, will he deny the fact that he did not collect $1 billion from Lagos?
From Lagos?
Yes.
Who in Lagos?
I would let him deny. I will tell him who gave him the money.
Lagos?
Yeah,
Lagos
not Lagos State government or whatever. I'm talking about the money was given to him in Lagos, yes.
For what purpose?
He met one of the presidential aspirants and told him that he's not sure these governors may want to sponsor the party. Let IU say no. I would even call some of the businessmen and how the money was arranged in Lagos. That money did not enter to the account of PDP. But we're not attacking IU on that basis. We're attacking IU. This is what we are talking about.
So when allegations,
look.
Oma with the press their neck to Abuja. 4 people tweeting in a room in the city of Abuja. Oh boy, yeah. Be for life.
This is a crowd tsunami! Crowd tsunami! Oh boy, Abuja choke! Abuja is a highly obedient. Is highly protest.
How do we improve the security and eliminate killing of one another, shedding blood of innocent citizens? That's what we must take to the office, not our religion. When the shortlisted names came, I look at the character, their background, and everything. Yes, somebody who is so brilliant, so committed, who are during the crisis of Borno, protected Christians. My intention is clear, not on religiosity. My intention is to develop this country, to bring prosperity, and have better qualification, better track record, better exposure, better vision than any of my mates. Why do we want to stay divided? I'm standing before you, and I have the right to claim that I am one of the best friends of the Christian community in this country. let's develop intellectual inclusiveness to build an understanding which
My grandchildren are foreigners. My children looked around and saw that Nigeria was in decline, so they decided to have their children abroad. Against my advice, if you do not restructure Nigeria and revive Nigeria, more and more young people will desert Nigeria.
I have my record of service. My father has his record of service. My grandfather has a record of service. We cannot be intimidated by somebody because you're president or you're a governor, and we cannot tell you that you're wrong. We've chosen different paths. And I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, if I'd gone into politics, at least given the people that have succeeded in becoming president in Nigeria, I could have been president. Or I could be governor. So that I choose not to go into politics does not make me a subordinate human being. And this is what we all have to learn as Nigerians. We take too much rubbish. And we're all too afraid, too much in our comfort zones. And by the time these guys finish with us, our children will not have a nation. And this is the real challenge that we face. How do we stand up? How do we retrieve our nation? How do we go back to that vision that we had? How do we give our children the opportunities that we have had? And even better. And this is the question that
change. I will keep talking every election season is simply because we have not changed the politicians. We keep re-electing them. So they can't change. We too refuse to change them. So nothing will change. Number two, that there is no money in the economy is one lie we get told every day. If there is no money, where do politicians get the money to do expensive elections? There is money. The revenue being captured in the statistics, whether MBS, CBN, or Ministry of Finance, is less than 20% of the actual revenue. So when you bring that transparency, you have more money. Thirdly, all of these projects, whether it's power, 4,000 megawatt, whatever, we have invested to the tune of 32,000 megawatts, but the money is in private pockets. So we need three things. You must bring character, no more money, you don't need money. Bring character, bring competence, and bring courage. Courage to say no to your friends and sponsors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
And the only way to do it is, if you're not in politics, you must hold those in politics to account. It's not a comfortable situation to be in, but believe me, when people are incompetent and they don't like you, you wear their dislike as a badge of honor. You can't be comfortable. You can't be normal in a dysfunctional environment.
Okay. All right.
So we must get outside our comfort zone, and that is only will change this country. And for the young people, do not fear. This is your country. This is your future. Take hold of it. Work for it. Build it. Don't let anyone tell you to run away because you have a degree. Go to England, go to America, go to France. This is your country. You're coming back here. So let's work to build one for you.
Have created more jobs than President Buhari, Vice President Oshibaju, Secretary to Government, Boss Mustafa, Chief of Staff, Professor Gambari, and Speaker Gwajabi Amila, and Senate President Lawal.
Hello. In an article published a year ago in The Guardian of London titled "Failed States: Why Nigeria's Fragile Democracy is Facing an Uncertain Future," it opened with this statement. A series of overlapping security, political, and economic crises has left Nigeria facing its worst instability since the end of the Biafran War in 1970. That was a year ago. The situation is worse today. It is Saturday, September 24th, 2022. Here are some stories making headline news across Nigerian newspapers today. Naira falls to 719 to the dollar and 880 to the pound sterling. ISWAP claims responsibility for the attack on the Nigerian police checkpoint in Edo State. Tinubu's campaigns announces 422-member presidential campaign council. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo's name was not there. PDP's Senator Chimeroke Namani's name was there. PDP crisis. Wike spills it all. The AS party to suspend him. Allegations of plots to rig 2023 elections up. 4 dead, 3 rescued as 3-story building collapses in Lagos. Flood. River Benue takes over more areas in Makurdi. These kinds of stories have not stopped 18 candidates from vying to be the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today, we start what we hope will be the first in a long series of conversations with candidates for the presidency of Nigeria in next year's election. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. This is the structure of what we want to accomplish today. In the next 240 minutes, we will bombard our visiting presidential candidate with 100 questions. They will range from questions about his life, why he wants to be the president of Nigeria, and how he plans to solve all the numerous problems facing Nigeria. I'll get the conversation started with my questions. About an hour into the conversation, we'll let our viewers to come in to ask their questions. Now, our first guest is the Social Democratic Party's presidential candidate, Prince Adewole Adebayo. He's a lawyer, a philanthropist, a farmer, a family man, and many more. Listen to the man.
Each of the 774 local governments, each of the 36 states and the FCT, each of the 6 zones and all over the country, and deliver victory for the Nigerian people. Victory. The alternative you have been looking for is here. That the excuse that you did not have a choice is now gone. And that don't listen to pundits. Pundits will eat their words in February. We will go to each of the 176,840 polling units, each of the 8,800 wards, each of the 774 local governments, each of the 36 states and the FCT, each of the 6 zones and all over the country, and deliver victory for the Nigerian people. Victory.
Prince Adebayo, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, it's nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have fun. We are going to introduce you to our viewers. Those who do not know you will get the opportunity to know you. That's the goal of this conversation. So for the next 4 hours, we'll try to get our people to get to meet you. And hopefully after this, we get other presidential candidates to join us. So let me start by asking you if, did you watch the speech given by President Muhammadu Buhari at the United Nations?
Yes, I saw the speech.
What do you make of that speech?
Well, the speech was supposed to be about the country, but it looked like it was a domestic book of lamentation being read in a diplomatic setting. And it's supposed to be a speech that Nigerians are familiar with. Because when you go on a diplomatic stage, you are supposed to set your speech to prioritize the national agenda, the national interest of your country. not to litigate your domestic situation. But the president is not one known for making inspiring speeches. So I think he just tried his best, like he struggles with most things. He showed up and tried his best.
Now, in the speech, he mentioned that that would be his last speech to the UN. And he told them that next year, somebody else will make that speech. And that person could be you.
It should be me, actually.
Now, if you had the opportunity next year to speak to the world body, the UN, what will you be talking about?
Well, next year, I will be informing them that one, we need the world to understand that we are not happy with people coming to steal our crude oil here. And these fantastic countries that believe in rule of law, that believe in accountability, probity, the welfare of the people, and who are running their system based on accountability and respect for public property, they should at least play their own part by paying us for the crude oil that has been taken to some member countries, knowing that this crude oil is stolen from Nigeria, and the way Switzerland, USA, some other countries have been cooperative with respect to the Bashar loot by returning some of the money to us. I would seek their help with following the same spirit so that we can audit and get these refineries and tank farms to return the billions of dollars of our crude oil that is stolen. I would also be able to inform them that Nigeria is not inferior to any of the member states when it comes to rule of law, because we will have demonstrated between when we are coming in May and around this time when the United Nations General Assembly will be meeting, we will be able to show to them that the country has begun a path towards having a state based on rule of law that does not depend on the whims and caprices of people in government. We will also be able to show that we have dealt decisive blow to agents of insecurity in our country, and we will also be seeking the cooperation of our partners to not come to the Sahel or Gulf of Guinea or anywhere around us to have sympathies for any terrorist or terrorist camp, and that they can always approach us for cooperation. We don't need to generate situations which will endanger our people. And we'll be able to show that Nigeria is one united country and that we have a resolution to deal with all our internal contradictions ourselves. And I will be able to have a scorecard of Nigerians, not just me, meeting with all other UN institutions. They will see that very few Nigerians will be coming there to demonstrate, to complain, to do any of these things. They will be able to domesticate our issues.
All right. For our audience, I want to make sure they know that we are going to let them in about 45 minutes. But before then, I want to ask you questions about your life, about what you plan to do as president, why you want to run for president, and the issues. There are so many issues in Nigeria. But I want to start by finding out from you. There are many ways to contribute to your country, Nigeria. You could contribute in several ways. It could be like Bill Gates, who some people could say had more impact on America and the world more than most presidents in America. So did you consider other ways to contribute to Nigeria? And did you abandon them to choose to run for president? Why?
Well, I have considered various ways to be of use to Nigeria, and I've been of use to Nigeria in all those ways I've considered. I've been of use to Nigeria in every way by obeying Nigerian laws, for example, as a citizen, by defending the country domestically and internationally, by employing Nigerians, by paying taxation to the country, by intervening in social services where there's gap, by way of philanthropy, by way of community service, by way of advocacy. I've spent thousands of hours on television cumulatively over the years, pointing to issues. I'm not quiet. I'm not a quiet Nigerian. I speak out. I've advised people in government, almost every government, including the one that is there now. So I make my contribution. And none of what I'm doing now has made me to stop what I was doing before.
Mhm.
So it's just that I realize it's not enough.
Now,
So,
sorry, we have to get as many questions as possible. Our time goes so fast, and we have our target of 100 questions. So let's look at this.
Okay.
The four top candidates. I know you don't agree with the polling and the figures, but the four top candidates for president today were former either elected governors or they were former governors. All the four. Did you ever consider at a point, maybe I should run for governor, and you decided no or yes, and why did you decide that you want to go straight for the presidency?
Because I'm not looking for a job. I'm just going to where the job is. So it's like a person who believes that I want to be a pediatrician to take care of young people. Then you say, why didn't you think of being an ophthalmologist? It's the guy wants has an interest. I look at Nigeria and I realize that the country is like a fish rotting the head. So you have to go to the head and get the head right. So if a plane, an airplane or aeroplane as Nigerians like to call it, if an aeroplane is floundering in the air, you go to the cockpit. Someone should not say, why don't you just start as a air hostess? Why don't you start by serving food on that plane? Why don't you? No, you go to the cockpit, and the cockpit of Nigeria is the state house, because by our constitution, there can only be one president. So we have an executive branch that is just one man, assisted by the vice president. That's the executive branch completed.
So I take it that you don't think that being the governor of Ondo State, for instance, is important.
It is important for those whose concerns are limited to Ondo State. So I can't from Ondo State go and deal with bandits in Zamfara State.
Okay. Fair enough. I heard you. But Ondo has issues too that are not resolved, and they are basically begging for who will help them there. I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that we can say is being governed very well. And if there's someone who has the skill, that person could go to the state. But I agree, you can do anything you want. You can start from the presidency. I don't have any problem with that. Let me play you the video of somebody who you are competing against and what he said about people like you, his competitors.
To bring prosperity and have better qualification, better track record, better exposure, better vision than any of my mates. Why do we want to stay divided? I'm standing before you, and I have the right to claim that I am one of the best friends of the Christian community in this country. Let's develop intellectual inclusiveness to build an understanding.
So he said he said that he's one of the best, better than any of his competitors, which includes you. What do you bring to what is it that Bola Tinubu does not have that you have? Why would people vote for you and not him?
Well, I think that to start with, I have the public interest at heart. I have a vision of a republic where the resources of the Nigerian public are used for the Nigerian people. I have an agility and ability to understand the concept of development. And if you look at the issue of probity and getting value for money and the ability to avoid wasted opportunities, if you look at anybody who has seen the scorecard of this gentleman, you will see that for every hour he has worked for the public, he has worked 23 hours for himself. So, and we need to create a political space whereby you have very rich government and poor politicians, not bankrupt government and wealthy politicians. And you also need to know that the modern cities of Nigeria, Nigeria needs modern cities, Nigeria needs a modern government, Nigeria needs someone who can know the difference between being in charge of patronages, being in charge of privileges, and someone who is actually rendering services to the people. So that is the concept of governance between me and that eminent gentleman is like day and night.
What about you and the former vice president Atiku Abubakar? What's the difference?
Well, I think we should just start with the same problem. Those who are in politics to become tycoons and control resources and make themselves like the godfather of politics and use the public money to finance themselves and recycle themselves that way. It's different from someone who believes that attracting talent to the public space and growing the wealth for the people, not growing the wealth for yourself. And also being able to have a vision of what the country should look like. For example, you will not see me thinking that all I can do in public life is to acquire money and run to live in another person's country because they've managed to make their own country attractive. And I go there and start living there. I have the vision to turn Newi to Dubai, not actually escape and go to Dubai and be holding meetings from there. So even that basic understanding to be clear.
Okay, let's look at someone like Omoyele Sowore. What's the difference between you and Sowore?
I'm gentler. I'm cooler. Kind of nice guy. So I think the difference between Sowore and me essentially would be that I know that a leader has to inspire the people and not rely on his own personal radicalism, because it's the difference between Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro knows that a radical situation requires waiting for the collective to be ready. And that's the difference. But one-man army go to Honduras and try to overthrow the government in Honduras. And that person says, let us consolidate on what we have and let's get our people ready for the next phase. So when we're going the same direction, only we have different temperament.
All right. So I see the picture you are painting. So when you discovered that you have this gift, you want to serve the country by running for president, how did you arrive at going to SDP as the vehicle that you are going to use to run for president?
I wanted to combine all the opposition parties together. And I spent about 2 years doing that because I saw the fiasco of 2019 with everybody, almost 100 people say I'm the best and all of that. So I thought the best thing to do would be to get everybody together under a platform. but I spent a lot of time on it. I'm sure you must have seen 14 political parties meeting, planning, issuing communique, working together. But in the end, I realized that INEC is not in the mood to register a new coalition or anything like that. And the politicians who are in these political parties are also not prepared to lose their position and all of that. So in the end, I looked at the party that has um, the widest spread, that is open to having young people come in and making changes. So we were able to successfully change the chairman without too much problem, from a 73-year-old man to a 52-year-old man at that time. We were able to make some changes, and the party has programs that are on the side that we believe in. It's a program that's on the left side of the aisle, and it complies with Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution, and it allows for dynamism, and it has a name recognition all over the country. And that's just basically, that is why I went there. It's not a party that you have to struggle to introduce to people, and it's not a party that is resistant to change, and it's not a party that believes in money bags. So I just thought this is a good party to start with. Others will join. The party hasn't reached its destination, but it's on the right track.
All right. So as we speak here, this is a video from what happened today in Abuja. I want you to watch.
Oh man, we the press their neck to Abuja. 4 people tweeting in a room in the city of Abuja. Oh boy, yeah. Maybe for life.
All right. So those are people who were today out in Abuja showing their support for your opponent, one of your opponents, Peter Obi, who is running for president. What do you think about his candidacy?
Well, I think it has a right to run for the office, and I'm happy that he's bringing his supporters out. Of course, maybe if they were a little more law-abiding, they probably will know that time for rally and all these things, maybe they should just wait a little, 1 week more. What does it cost you? But that's their choice. So I think that I've been listening to him. He's been changing his speech. He's coming closer to where the kind of speech that we have been making. So he's been repeating what we are saying. So it shows that he can learn. So he's a newcomer to alternative politics. He's been an establishment person for a long time. So it's early in the day, campaign has not started. But as even the shift he has made it within 1 week, 1 month, shows to me that he can learn alternative politics over time.
What are the shifts for those who do not know? What do you consider shifts that he made?
No, you could just listen to what he was saying before, then to repeating what we are saying. We discovered the issue of stolen crude. So he joined us in repeating what we have been talking about for the past 4 months. He will be talking about character, competence, and commitment, which was the speech I made at the MBA. He'll be talking about it now. He used to be one of those people, it was my turn. It's not my turn. It's the turn of the South. And all those things were the issues that he was canvassing when he was in the PDP, which wasn't too long ago. About 4 months ago, he was in PDP, and he was talking like them and going around the country. It's my turn, it's our turn. Now it's coming to some substantive issues. Of course, he's struggling with them, but at least he's making a good attempt to know the real issues that the country needs to know.
All right. So let's look at the issues. What are your top 2 issues when you look at Nigeria?
Well, top 2 issues are already my slogan. You have to get rid of poverty. There's no reason to wait 1 hour more. And you have to get rid of insecurity. So those are the top 2 issues. All other issues are subsumed under them. You must, as a country, we must finally divorce poverty for good. We have no excuse. In fact,
poverty, get rid of poverty. How do you do that? What is your timeline? Even in America, they've not
time
yet
that,
been able to get rid of poverty. How do you do that?
yeah, I think America, they are keeping the poverty they want to keep. It's a decision they've taken. They could get rid of the poverty even with the money they spend in Afghanistan alone. But they just decided that they wanted to create a system that has these human experiments that they are doing over there. So America could build houses for everybody, but they still keep the homeless on the street. It's part of trying to test their own philosophy. But for us, we have no excuse at all in the sense that we have the resources. We only have a ravenous um, horde of politicians who acquire money for 10 generations and in the process accumulate a lot of waste and missed opportunities. And if we just understand that the poverty is, luckily for us in our own side of the world, our poverty is not natural. It's not like we're in an arid desert in California where we have to wait for irrigation for water and all the rest of it. We are not, our land is not small, so we're not constrained, we're not struggling, we're not in Irrawaddy Delta where you have storm and typhoon all the time, but we're just in a Goldilocks location in the world, and everything works for us. So we only need accountability and commitment and compassionate leadership to be able to address that. And our poverty is in the area of food. For example, we can grow all the food we need plus, and we've done that for millennia. We can build all the houses we need. Jakande tried in Lagos. Sam Bakwe did that in old Imo State. So you can actually build houses and give to people to live in. Even Shagari tried to do Shagari Estate. So we can take care of that. We can provide public transportation that works. You saw how rapidly Jakande was able to introduce public transportation in Lagos. We could build schools for the children, and we can do primary health care. And once you do all of those things, which doesn't cost beyond what we are spending on bogus thing like subsidy, if we spend that kind of money on poverty eradication, poverty will go away.
So why do you think that other governments, since independence, they've not been able to solve this poverty problem, and that you have the solution to that?
One, they tried to solve it in the First Republic. You notice in the First Republic, it was reducing gradually. It was reducing, in fact, very rapidly. But after the Civil War, we've not had a government with his head properly screwed to his neck. So we had a government, if you look at half of Gawan's government, half of the time was spent on the Civil War. The other second half was meant to mop up all the emergencies created during the Civil War. Then the government that followed didn't settle down. Then we had a Obasanjo government, and they didn't attend to that issue of poverty. They did universal primary education, and then they rapidly handed over to civilian government of Shagari, and they didn't manage the oil slump very well. They got misguided by spending so much money on politics, giving most of their contract to politicians. They also faced Jakarta, faced Abuja, and faced so many other white elephant projects that they didn't finish, and the money there was sunk. So they had a problem. Then Buhari came, he couldn't settle down properly, he didn't even understand economics, he made everything worse by decreeing against everything. And then the Babangida years, we wasted a lot of time on transition. And the government that came prioritizing transition should have prioritized poverty alleviation. Because if you knew you were going to spend 8 years, don't give us the impression as if you're going to spend only 3 years, 2 years, 3 years. So we're all postponing our priorities. Everything by the year 2000. Everything by the year 2000. Water by the year 2000. We're not making investment. And we did the unthinkable. We drank the poison of currency devaluation. So we didn't address all of those. But the 90s should have gone away. In 1999, when this dispensation started, we have the most profligate and unserious governors, some of them are still running for president now, that they didn't address urban poverty. They only solved their own personal poverty. They were acquiring public properties. They were using the money to create political empires and all over the place, and created millionaire and billionaire politicians. Those are the reasons. It's not that poverty is stubborn. It's just that they don't address it. Even institutions that were working before that were naturally helping us with poverty, like for example, had Nigerian Railway Corporation, we had the National, we had NEPA, we had the housing corporation. They were keeping people employed and giving them staff school. They privatized all of them, and they did asset stripping, and we produced billionaires, and we didn't keep people in employment. And if you don't keep people in employment, then you have to give them intervention, and you cannot afford all the intervention. So the first thing you do is to make sure that you generate full employment. Whatever happens, your priority should be full employment. With full employment, then macroeconomic measures can work. You can now start to increase your tax base. You can try to increase investment in insurance and other things by making deductibles. You can now start funding co-pays and all of that. But they abandon the notion that it's the job of government to stimulate employment. They say it's not the job of government to employ people. So our institutions that were employing people, they privatized them. And the people they privatized to went away with the public investment, also underemployed people, and maximized the profit. So that is basically what happened. So we became a non-industrial economy without becoming a post-industrial economy.
All right, let's look at your second priority, which is insecurity in Nigeria. The government, the present government, they have done everything they said they would do. Buy more military equipment for the soldiers. They have invested money, borrowed more money to give the military, and it has not worked. What are you going to do differently that will solve the problem?
First, I will stop lying like them. I will stop lying. I will, because all these things they say they are doing is a lie. They are not. Go and talk to the soldiers. They are not even difficult to find. In the past, you will not find soldiers to talk to. Now they are ready to talk. So they're not getting, it's news to them. They're not getting equipment. They're not getting the platform. They're not getting the welfare money. They're not getting much of this. And the borrowing, you saw the record of the borrowing. There's enough in the news for you to know where the money went to. The money went to some political thing and all of that. So even the previous government that said borrowed money for security, it turned out that he used the money to do an election. The people there now are not even better. I think they are worse. So let's also understand that they haven't been fighting it. That's number one. Number two is that they become partakers in it. So they become partakers in the insecurity because it's now become an industry for which you can spend a lot of unaccountable money. And they've abandoned the armed forces. So the armed forces themselves are not able to fully engage. I noticed now in recent times that for the first time, they've acquired a small subset of drones, which they are undergoing training. I have seen that can take care of one or two sectors, but it's not going to give you the effective cover that you need. And if you talk to people in the Air Force, they are waiting. The fighter pilots are waiting for anybody to come and call them and give them the air power with which to go and nick the bandits. They're all there. They're all lamenting. The infantry, they can't even pay them their basic allowance. So they just do inflation of strength. So you deploy 800 people, you say you deploy 8,000 people and all sorts of nonsense. So it's all lies. It's not that insecurity is so complicated that I cannot be there with. It's that they have used this as an opportunity, like many other things that they are doing. Just they are using the IDP camp to make a fortune, award contract to contractors. Remember that there was a famous public official who had to lose his job because he spent so much money cutting grass in the IDP camp, grass that never existed. So this kind of spending is a bonanza for them. So the so-called insecurity is a bonanza to those who are in the government. And you see them these days that they are fighting over ransom money. Somebody was running away with some billions of ransom money. They had to go and intercept the guy somewhere and say, hey, dude, why are you going away with all this money? These are all the kind of things that they are doing among themselves. Nigerian army is extremely strong. This kind of security profile that we have is not the one that can intimidate the army at all.
So apart from not lying to Nigerians, what practical things will you do in day to day, like you get into office to change the situation? What will you do?
First, with respect to security,
yes,
you need to have a commander-in-chief who is reading security briefings. What is happening here is like what happened when Trump just came in. He saw that the US security system was complaining that we had a commander-in-chief who would not read security briefing properly. He will not pay attention. He will be distracted. So because they have their own open system, they're able to talk. In our own, is worse. We have a commander-in-chief who has no clue about what is going on. And I've shown to you that even by his own tweet, when Kuje prison was attacked, that he said, oh, he was shocked. He was surprised. How could this happen? But those who are there say, well, over 42 or 43 security reports have been sent to you on this matter. So if you say you're surprised, you are alone on this surprise issue. So that's number one. Number two is you have to have your operational orders and agree with your service chiefs so that the person who is coming knows your doctrine. There's always, remember when Obama became America's president, we went from the Bush doctrine to Obama doctrine. And there was a little time when there was no clarity regarding what was Obama doctrine. People wanted to know, what is Obama doctrine? So we need to have, you will have an Adebayo doctrine, which will be clear to the service chiefs. And a service chief can go, another person can be appointed, I can rejig the whole system. They will understand that based on my doctrine, this is why I'm making all the redeployment appointments. There's no Buhari doctrine. Buhari doctrine is be an ostrich, bury your head in the sand, and let God take out the rest. So that's the number two. Then those who are in the leadership and decision making in the four services, and those who are in the intelligence community, and those who are within subsets of the services, the Director of Military Intelligence, the NSA service, all of those people who will know this doctrine. And then in the manpower adjustment, they know that the reason why this person is being brought as air chief is because the president has priority on using helicopters this time around. And this gentleman here is a tactical helicopter expert. So I now know why they brought him to joint chief sector. So they can see, the colleagues can see, that a peer review can show you that is that. Then I will deal with the issue of strength, because with due respect, the military is under strength. So we need to do more recruitment. The reason why they don't want to do that is that recruitment competes with procurement. And procurement is where you make the most money. So people are, when I study the decision making and the appropriation, I see that it's like buying 20 typewriters and having 3 typists, and you're not increasing the number of typists that you have. So it's clear to you that you have a motive for buying more typewriters because you are just making money out of buying typewriters. Otherwise, why would you buy 20 typewriters and you haven't increased the number of typists? You haven't improved on that. So we need that. And if you look at the Nigerian Civil War, we saw our recruitment level went up because infantry is carrying the burden. Infantry does the heavy lifting. So then in the area of mapping the country and mapping the perimeter of the battle. The perimeter of the battle right now is being set by the bandits, and we need to set the perimeter of them. And a bit of diplomacy is required in that respect, because many of the formation that are able to come, the forces that are entering the country, there's no way they will not be feasible to our neighbors, and we should, at that point, be able to intercept them before they come. So a lot of regional advantages that we could have. Remember, during the 90s, we realized that we needed to extend our security perimeter all the way to Liberia and Sierra Leone. So we went through the framework of ECOWAS. And I was expecting that, knowing the spread of the threat, knowing that it's coming, they have to pass through Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad. I would imagine that some of our defense operations should be done in a regional form, and we have the opportunity as the natural leader of the region to be able to get them involved in a way that's legitimate. I've spoken to many people who are involved in regional security in their own country. They see Boko Haram as Nigeria's war. When we exchange, they say, what can we do to help you? And I realized that if we've taken it, there's a Defense and Security Council within the ECOWAS, which Nigeria can take over the operation there, and they can legitimately actually now start doing interception and other, even some basic engagement for us based on that approach, especially since we can fund it and where they have that treaty obligation. Those are the changes you need to make. And then we need to now address those things that have to do with basic injustice in Nigeria, because the security threats differ. The people who are doing Monday shutdown in the north, in the southeast, are not having the same concerns as the people who are doing the bombing in the northeast. So, and the bandits who are pillaging and stealing mineral resources and doing some inter-ethnic fighting in the northwest are not the same priority as those who are stealing cattle in the middle belt down to Benue and to Cross River, and then coming to part of the perimeter of Okigwe, that axis there, where it's part of the Casman's axis. It's not the same. So you have to deal with some issues that are political, and it can be done.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But yeah, let me find out from you how you are going to deal with a major issue, which is the financial situation of the country. I know that you question the statistics that are coming out, but we know that the country is broke. At least if you believe that politicians are stealing the money, but the money is still not there to do other things. That's why they are borrowing. How do you stop the bleeding?
First, they're not borrowing because they want to help. They are borrowing because they are in the habit of stealing, and the speed of stealing is higher than the speed of revenue generation. So they need to borrow. So it's just like an armed robber coming to someone's house. After taking all your money, he now says you should use your credit card to tell your bank that you need more money so that you can go with more money. That's all. So first, I have to deal with the issue of capturing the revenue. I find it insulting and unimaginative for you to underreport money that we're entitled to and try to force us to believe that we are broke. I believe that it is easier to stop the stealing of crude oil right now than to go and borrow money from somebody or go to the UN and talk about debt forgiveness. So it is easier for you to stop that. And I can keep saying the one that is so feasible and is so immediate and so automatic is this issue of big vessels with registered owners with well-known nationality flags coming to our territory to take crude. I will always be talking about that because you cannot be bleeding and at the same time be asking for blood transfusion. So we need to address that, and it can be addressed today.
How do you address it? How do you address it?
Okay, first, if when I'm in government, it stops because it's government doing it, and I won't do it. So that one. But until then, that's why I'm making noise. The day I'm sworn in, that's the end. It's not going to happen. And the one that's happened so far, we'll collect it back.
Are you saying that the president is part of the people stealing crude oil in Nigeria?
Part of the people or the leader of the people? How can it be part? He's the leader. He's the petroleum minister. He's lost under his watch. He's the only one today who can stop it without consulting any other person. Any other person needs his permission to take action. But he right now, for example, can tell FOC West, call the flag officer commanding and say, my friend, I don't know how many years you have spent in service. I'm going to remove your hide. Not only remove your uniform, I'm going to remove your hide. If you don't tell me every day how many vessels are in Nigeria international waters, the speed at which they are sailing, the direction they are coming to, and you must go and issue a warning to all seamen that before you enter Nigeria territorial waters, you are carrying container, you are doing anything, you must stop 3 times and wait for inspection before you enter. If you move, we will turbocharge you, you will lose your vessel. Clearly, we don't talk to IMO and say, we have a new maritime protocol in Nigeria. If you are coming to Nigeria territorial water, you must describe yourself. If you are a tanker, whatever you are, you must give us special pilot. So that way it stops. Because the Nigerian Navy can set up a pilotage. Because these vessels travel at 15 knots. When they want to run away as thieves, they go as far as 19 knots, but they can't go too far, faster than that. So a speedboat will catch up with them. You can go to Kavati helicopter. You can hire a helicopter. You can fly over there. You can even pour hot water on their head right from the helicopter. They are very slow. So the government is just allowing them. The government is insulting our intelligence. So if you are coming to Nigerian waters, you will be piloted. You come, we escort you, you take the crude, we escort you out. So if a small country, like, I don't want to disrespect them because our size hasn't been helping us, but if a country like Equatorial Guinea and thereabout, Sao Tome and Principe are able to stop the vessels from passing their water when they come inside their water and say, we want to inspect you, Nigeria can do far better than that. But the issue is that those people are coming here at the invitation and support and comfort of people who have authority in Nigeria. They have found a new way to make money without having to struggle with a Lamido Sanusi coming to make trouble. Because the other time, in the past, it was what they used to do. They would let NNPC sell the crude. They will sell some like this as well, but they were not doing as many as this. Then NNPC will sell the rest. Then they will share the money inside NNPC and everybody will keep quiet. But somebody can come and say, no, NNPC, you're under a meeting. So what they decided to do is to say, okay, it is lost. First, they were doing it quietly until I raised the issue and I kept talking about it, and until it became the subject of discussion. And then they said, oh, I was exaggerating. It's not 80%, it is 75%. Later, the chief of naval staff came and said that my statistics were wrong because I was adding other losses to the stealing. And those other losses are what amount to the 80%. But the reality is that they are wrong and they know. So it is, and I know that the Navy, chief of naval staff, will know that he will lose his job because he's the one who is most culpable, followed by customs, followed by NNPC. Now, Nigerian Air Force from Osupi Airport can do overflight and do warning, even with just simple warning, fly over a vessel that is entering Nigerian water and say, what the heck are you doing here? Just anything, even a helicopter gunship, anything. They will, a maritime captain will stop because the captain doesn't want to lose his life. He's just sailing to where they ask him to sail to. So this can be stopped today. But the fact that they haven't stopped it makes me to know that they are collecting the money. And by the way, don't we know where it is going? You go and see Tank Farm in Holland. You will see them there. Tank Farm designed to collect all these things. The companies that sell the legitimate ones, if you find out they're still involved in selling this one as well. So what are we now saying? So, and I want to have a brother who's in the oil sector. When it's your birthday, Rudolph, he's going to give you crude oil as your birthday gift. I want to see where you are going to sell it. Who is going to buy it from you? Nobody's going to buy it from you. So the people who buy it are the same. The final, and in any case, there is a molecular signature for Nigerian crude. So if you take crude from Kwaibo, mobile terminal, and you take from, say, you go to Escafos and you take, or you go anywhere and take, they don't look alike. They're not the same. You will know. I've spent many years as a lawyer to the petroleum industry to know that they're not the same. In fact, I know some of my clients that are so smart that they don't even go into the lab anymore. They just take and taste it and say, okay, this is Bonny Light. They know it. So let's not dwell too much on that. So, but it's very important that we should know that the government is bankrupting us. It's like an armed robber robbing a bank and telling people, sorry, we're out of cash. So, but you robbed the bank. So why are you saying we're out of cash? You made us out of cash, you can bring it back. So this is number one. Number two, because of the feasibility of crude theft, that we can see it. As I'm talking to you, they stole today. I'm not talking of yesterday. Today, they stole. So now, what are the infeasibles? Overflight money, money for consular services, money for corporate taxation. How do they steal money for corporate taxation? You give tax waivers. For example, you have an economic. Do you know that the tax waivers given within the economy sometimes is equal to the entire appropriation? Are you aware of that? So if you are appropriating 13 trillion, 15 trillion, and you are giving tax waiver of 16 trillion, what have you done? You have told the tax collector has told the other guy, don't pay the government, pay me later, pay me from the back. So these are the reasons why I have full confidence that all their false entries in the books will not intimidate me. And I can give you other illustrations that shows you their internal contradiction. Somebody was asking your best friend, Raji Fashola, why he couldn't complete certain roads. He said he needed 50 billion for one of the roads, he was given 200 million only. The other one, he needed 50 billion, he was given nothing. So he had to go and take a loan to cook for 7 billion. But so because the government, what? Is broke. But the government that is broke is not broke to the point where the accountant general can take 109 billion, one person. 109 billion is available for him to take. So imagine if that money was given to Fashola, then the government will not be broke and they will be to complete. So Fashola now went to borrow 7 billion, giving an impression that the government is broke. But he loves the country so well that he has to go and borrow money to do some work on the roads. But that same government that went to borrow managed to allow 109 billion to be stolen by one person in one transaction. There are other thefts. And the ICPC came out 2 days ago to say that stealing of public money is the greatest calamity facing us and is the cause of our fiscal cliff that we are in. So it's not just me talking, but I find it disingenuous and unintelligent for me to say, I'm going to save the economy, but I'm not going to stop the stealing. What? It makes no sense. It's like pouring water into the basket. It's better for you not to pour more water. Just cover the leakage in the basket first. Then you can now know how much water you actually need. So that's
So how do you stop the stealing going on? What are you going to do differently? I know that this government came in with the promise to deal with corruption. What are you going to do? We've been hearing it since the beginning of Nigeria, dealing with corruption. Why hasn't it worked?
Because the people who say they are going to stop the stealing are the ones stealing. Fela said authority stealing is worse than armed robbery. So, right from the beginning, when Buhari government came in and said they were going to stop stealing, when they come in, they were spending stolen money to tell you that story. They were using stolen money to hire aircraft to fly the man all over the place. They used stolen money to buy form for him to buy his presidential form. They used stolen money to buy dresses of different color, of different ethnicity in Nigeria for him. To his right, to his left, those people would not have been standing there except for their proficiency in stealing. Because that was what enabled them to contribute a lot of money to the campaign. And they were able to compete with PDP. So, and when they came in, they brought these people who are experts in this stealing into the government. So there's no logic and there's no magic. Beyond that, since it's authority stealing, you have to put people in authority who are addressing authority stealing, and they won't stop. They will stop stealing. For every crime that is committed on the street, for every bribe that is collected in an office, 10 times collected inside the villa. So if, as president, you elect me and I'm able to sit down and make the state house not to be a den of robbers, then those who are outside will have to account for who sent them. You know, Igbo people have a proverb that a young man whose father sent to go and steal, he will use his leg to break the door, because he knows that you are going to go and report me to my father. It's actually my father who sent me, so do your worst. So this is what is happening. It is not the duty of government to fight corruption on the street. That is for the police and the civil authority to do. The duty of a government is to fight corruption inside its own government. So if you, when I come as president, I'm not going to steal, I'd rather die, so that one's not possible. So the vice president is not going to steal, the ministers don't steal, permanent secretaries can't steal when the minister don't agree, because the minister has to sign everything. So if that doesn't happen, then you can now start addressing misdemeanor at the lower level. But the felony, the treason, the sabotage that is taking place inside State House does not allow you to talk about other people's misdemeanors. That is the problem. Now, the misdemeanor of people copying authority stealing is what you see mostly. But the real authority stealing is inside. And the solution is simple. You have to get the person to come in who is not going to steal.
So are you saying that you can find sufficient number of Nigerians who are not going to steal, that will be part of your government?
I'm talking to one of them now. I know many Nigerians who will not steal. So there are many. It's not as if there's an affliction of theft, kleptomania in the country. Is that those who are, you see, these people, let me tell you, they don't see it as stealing. They see it as empowerment, building war chest. So if you are a minister, you want to go and unseat the governor in your state. So every day your mind is on, let me accumulate. There is a culture. They don't see it as stealing. When Amechi sponsored Buhari, it gives other governors like, wow, it's an idea. I can stay in my state, bring money, and produce a president. So that is the issue. It's like that. Then when the governor takes money and installs some governors in other states, they copy all of this. So the whole organizing principle is that public money is meant for politics.
Now,
and the politicians have to now compete among themselves and share the money. And then from there, they can use like 2% to do charity on the street and buy food for people and gather people together and buy. That's their understanding. They don't see like, no. Public money is first. You must have accountability. You must, so that an accountant general will not sleep if he finds out that 2,000 naira is short in the calculation. So because you have a duty of accountability first, whether the money is big or small. Second, that the money should be appropriated according to the law, according to the appropriation law as provided in our constitution. Then that after that, it must be audited. So all these guardrails have to be there. But there is a general belief that government money is free money, and if you are there, it's your right to dispense.
Okay, let me just stop you there. Let me look at this with you and see what you think. People listening to you now might say, we've had this before. We've had people on the outside talking about what they are going to do when they get in there to fix the country. I'll play a video of someone who was part of government talking about what he is going to do when he gets into a higher position. And then talk about what he was able to accomplish, and then weigh it against your own position now. Let me play this. Sorry, I think I have too much videos. Okay, hold on a minute. I'll play. Okay, let's see again. Okay, there you go.
But I will try to be simple. Power generation is not rocket science. It's just generator. So just remember and imagine that your I better pass my neighbor in 1 million times its capacity, but in one place. So if you can make that size of 1 kilowatt, you can make a power turbine of 1,000 megawatts. That's that simple.
All right, I could have played you El Rufai when he was in the opposition, talking about security and what Jonathan should have done to solve the security problem. And he is now governor for almost 8 years. He couldn't solve it. So people listening to you talking about how to deal with these issues, how do you tell them? Because when you talk to Fashola, for instance, he now says, oh, I didn't know that this and this will prevent me from doing this. He was in government. He didn't even know. You are outside governance. So you've not been part of government. And you are talking about what you're going to do when you get in there. How do you convince people listening to you that there's something you have that is different from what these people who should know better and ended up not being able to do what they promised to do?
Okay, first, I'm not in their class. These are people looking for a job in government. They are not trying to lead the government. Fashola could have run for president and articulated his vision. Fashola was escorting somebody to government. So as he is there, his ideas are dying on his head. The only thing he has not done, which a confident, reasonable person should have done, is to have resigned. I just gave you an illustration of he not being given money to do his roads. He was keeping quiet. He was appropriated 50 billion. He was given 200 million, keeping quiet. So these people have developed the complex that to remain in government, at least they are being taken care of and they are happy, even though the work is not getting done. So these are not people who could promise anything, because this is the reason why you don't see me trying to follow anybody and say I'll become a minister. Because I know if you're not at the head, your ideas are just mere suggestions and you will not be able to go further. Some, like Nasir El-Rufai, on the other hand, they have memorized pro, con, and they just talk on anything. There's no consistency. They are more like, if I'm in the opposition, let me just say anything that will get me into power. If I'm in power, let me give all the excuses. That's not my case. My case is just to come here and tell you why I'm jumping from my private life to the presidency, and the visions of what I'm going to do, and my understanding of why they have not been able to do it. And the reason is that they have not had a vision at the top. It's usually a conspiracy that the person who is going to go and become president has no ideas of his own, has no vision of his own. The Nigerian elite form gangs all across, and they are competing with one another on who is going to take over the resources of the country. And if they see that you like somebody, they do a research and say a profile, they just put somebody there who's just the head. At the end of the day, that person has no vision of his own, has no idea of his own. In my own case, each of these things that I'm saying are not mere promises. They are insider information of what is going on now. I'm even contradicting the false information they are bringing from inside to show you that I know the real situation better than them. So I'm not going to be surprised when I get there. So there are many things that I'm talking about that the president of Nigeria, who is there now, is hearing for the first time that is happening under his watch. So it's different. I'm not a career politician looking for how to take position. Or in my adult life, many elections have been held. I've not been coming desperately trying to belong there and making arguments on their behalf. All that they were doing was not any carefully crafted program. It was just statements and speeches they needed to say to discredit the government there so that they could come in. It's different from my own. I only talk about them when people refer to their failure as a sign that the situation is hopeless. And I will show to you that the situation is not hopeless. The reason why they have not done anything is because, one, they don't want to do anything. Two, they don't have the setup to do anything because they don't have a visioner there. All the things that Fashola was talking about, power generation is not rocket science. It's true. Power generation is not rocket science. But Fashola is not involved in power generation. He's involved in regime sustenance. Because they just came in there, they are propping up their leadership that is wobbly. They are trying to hold on because their own, his real boss is hoping that, if we crash out of this non-performing government now, we've blown out our chances of coming to government after them. So let's just keep quiet. Let's allow Nigerians to suffer for 8 years, and they are going to hand over to us, and then we're going to be fully in charge and do our own thing. So, and that is what is leading them there. I'm different from them completely.
All right, so we are going to let our viewers join us and ask you questions. I still have a lot of questions about education, about healthcare, but as we go along, I will put them across to you. But let's get other people involved in this conversation. So I will let them in. They will ask their questions, you answer, and then I will let new people join us so that other people will have an opportunity to talk to you. All right, so everybody, if you come in and I call your name, please just make it one question. If we have an opportunity for you to come back a second time, we will do that. And for those in the studio, if you want to be able to ask questions, if you want me to bring you up, turn on your camera so that I can bring you up. All right, let's start with Kwankwaso Idahosa Ovie. Welcome to the show. And
thank you.
Yeah, so we have the presidential candidate of the SDP, Prince Adewole. What's your question for him?
Yeah, thank you for gracing our screen with your present, Mr. Incoming President, if I'm allowed to say that. Yes, my question is centered around sports, track and field to be precise, and for no other reason, because it's the mother of all sports. About 2 months ago, the lights of the world was upon, as in shining Nigerian again. Your smile and tears of joy pretty much in every little girls in Nigeria or anywhere you can find Nigeria. Thanks to the exploits of Tobi Amusan, the girl from Ijebu-Ode, not just becoming the first Nigerian to become a world champion, but she became the first woman in history of that sport to be the fastest person over 100-meter hurdles. It's a night that we be around us for a long time. But that is not just what our story is about. The beauty of our story is that she was discovered in a school in Ijebu-Ode, Our Ladies of Apostles secondary school, if I'm to be precise. That's where she was discovered, not in the streets or the unfortunate things that we are seeing in every cities in our country, IDPs. That's not where she was discovered. 2 days ago, she was in that school and she donated ₦1 million to that school. My question is, there is a correlation between school at that level and sports. At a time in the history of our country that we have never heard the term depression among kids. That is because there's a deliberate attempt to take sport out of our schools, just like as it's been done to our history, not to teach histories in our schools. So my question is, what is your sport policy in that line of school and sport goes hand in hand? What are you going to do different than what we've been seeing to put our kids back to school? Because kids They don't just want to go to school to learn, but they also decided to go and make friends and compete and stay agile and not be depressed all day as it is today. So what are you going to do different in that regard?
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let me just say that please make your question short as much as possible so that we'll get more questions answered. We're expecting him to answer 100 questions today. We are far from that. We've gone over an hour. So, all right, Prince, do you want to get 3 people and then you answer the 3 questions, or one by one? How do you prefer?
One by one, so that I can be quick about it. The sports policy has to reflect the Federation of Nigeria. Sport is a concurrent subject. So local government, states, and federal. In fact, it's also concurrent between government and the private person. So sports is like education. Anyone can do it. At the federal government level, there are 2 things we can do. Within institutions that we run, like the federal government colleges, we make sports mandatory. We also hire sports teachers. We also provide sporting equipment. Then we also build and maintain federal stadiums and sporting facilities across. Then our sporting federations, we let them have a youth program so that it is not them waiting for people to be discovered overseas, and then you try to get Nigerians who are playing basketball in America to come and help you with the Olympics. You make sure that the Basketball Federation also has a youth program at that level. Then we encourage the state to say that if you have a student in your school, state school, he will get his federal scholarship as a sports person. So that will encourage the state level, because we cannot go and run state schools. They belong to the states. And you will notice that in the past, the majority of our sporting champions came from state sectors and run by state. Bender Insurance, owned by Bender State. And what is now Edo and Delta, used to contribute about 60% of our sporting champions because of Obemodia's investment in Oakwood Stadium and other things that they did in old Bender State. And that tradition is still there. And you will notice that BCC Lions of Boko and all those people, they were all not federal agencies. They're not under federal government, just to make sure that we create a big curriculum that is good, and we sponsor our athletes when they are going international. But at the domestic level, we can only encourage, just as I've said. And because I don't have enough time, and I know when Rudolph is frowning his face, it means that more questions. And they owe me 100 questions. I'm not going to leave here until I collect all my 100 questions. So that is the plan.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo. Thank you so much. We prefer this a short answer so that we can get as many questions as possible. Ovie, can you give room for new people to join us while we continue? When we have more space, you can then come back. All right. Maxwell, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and good evening to our guest. I have listened to Peter Obi, I have listened to Showore, and I am listening to you now, Dr. Prince. You know that in developing a nation, the foundation matters. And I know what I passed through when I served in the Nigerian army for 18 years. I took part in some of the ECOMOG and United Peace, keeping operations. I would like to ask you, sir, if you become the president of Nigeria, do you believe in the 1999 Constitution? And what are you going to do? Do you believe it is a people's constitution? And what are you going to do in respect to that 1999 Constitution? Thank you.
Okay, my answer is short. Constitutions tend to lie. I'm a constitutional lawyer. Constitutions start with a lie. We the people. Even the American Constitution says we the people. The majority of the people in America at that time were slaves. Majority were women, and they were not participating. So women, blacks, and those without property. So they should have said, with the rich men of America. So a constitution can lie. It is the political leadership, the statesmen, that will now cash the check against the constitution and making sure that that constitution becomes true. In our own, in 1999 constitution, it says we the people. It should have said we the military. That's what it should have said. However, it is incumbent on those sworn in at Eagle Square who said we are going to fulfill this constitution to make it to be closer to the people. And in any case, 1999, we've had many amendments done by elected officials. Unfortunately, they haven't amended the areas that concern the people. They've amended the area that concern politicians. How quickly you can do election petition. If somebody falls sick, who will take over for him? They did all those things that matter to the elite. So I believe that the first duty I have as president is to know that all the lies told inside the constitution, it is my duty to make sure it is true for the people. So since the constitution says we the people, I'll make sure that my government is on the side of the people. And I think of the people first in everything I'm doing. But additional thing I can do is to encourage Nigerians in many areas where the constitution has weakness. For example, our exclusive list is too big and it excludes almost all our talents. So most items on the exclusive list, I will encourage National Assembly to work with the other state assemblies to put them in the concurrent list. That way, issues like policing, law and order, industrialization, management of resources, all those things will go to the concurrent list so that there can be room for creativity and room for growth. Those are the things that I can do regarding the Constitution. But the greatest calamity facing the Constitution is not because it is not perfect. That one is there, it's true. It's because it is even more perfect than those who are operating it. They are not even keeping to it as imperfect as it is. So from me, you will get faithful adherence to the Constitution and also an attempt to bridge the gap between what it says and what it does. And lastly, I will encourage every means, lawful means, by which you can amend it to make it closer to the people's constitution.
All right. Thank you so much for that answer. Let's go to Jude. Jude, you are next.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, our guest, Mr. Prince Adewole. My question is this, because personally, any presidential candidate that will let us know how exactly he's going to fight corruption, and not just fighting corruption and stopping it in Nigeria and nailing it to the ball, but also how is he going to go after those who everybody, even the whole world, knows that they have stolen our money, including their families. What is going to do for them to recover all those money, and the kind of punishment that will be meted to those people and their entire family who have been beneficiaries of the stealing of their parents in politics. Now, if you become a president of Nigeria, how are you going to go after these people that are stealing our money, including Obasanjo, them, Babangida, them? They are talking about Abacha loot being returned. It's because Abacha is dead. Abacha wasn't the only person at that time that stole Nigerian money. Many of them are still alive today, and nothing is being recovered from them. What are you going to do to recover those money and to make sure they are severely punished? Because in a system where evil is not requited accordingly, the people will continue to do evil. And that is the case of Nigeria. That is why Nigeria is where it is today. There's no way we can fight corruption without bringing to justice all those people who have stolen our money, thereby putting millions of Nigeria today suffering. They can't even feed. Look at the roads. Look at everything. Look at the road in Lagos. They say that they're saying what is it? Alias Jagabandi Tinubu built Lagos. Look at the roads. People cannot pass. Billions are lost every day in Lagos as a result of traffic holdup. It's just that we're in a rotten society. All this, no statistics is being taken. Do you know if you take statistics of how much you lost, how much Nigerian loses every day on road, on a traffic jam alone? It goes, I'm sure it will be more than 10 billion naira every day. How are we going to stop all this corruption? Because all of this is because of corruption and wickedness of our leaders. They must be brought to book. Tell us how you're going to do it.
Thank you, George. All right, Prince Adewale, your answer.
Thank you. One thing I'm sure you agree with me is that a person who is stealing currently will not have the time, the liver, the moral to talk of the stealing of the past if the person is stealing now. So the first thing to do is to make sure that our government is devoid of stealing. That is to say, I am not going to steal, my family will not steal, my vice president will not steal, people in government will not steal. And that is why I am coming out, the first action I will take is to declare my assets, even before I start campaigning at all. I'm arranging with my party and with my vice president. We come out, we declare our assets. So you will have a copy. Rudolph Okonkwo will have a copy. You circulate to everybody, EFCC, police, everybody has a copy. Historians will have a copy. So that you can now know when we come in whether our life is getting better, faster than the life of other Nigerians, and all of that. So you start with yourself. Because you cannot be a thief and say you want to catch the thief of the past. That doesn't work. Second is that the person will make our Attorney General will tell you the priorities we have in government. I don't believe that it is the duty of a politician to be pursuing another person on the street. As President of Nigeria, my job is to make sure that those who serve under me and right from my government to the last person don't commit crimes and don't steal money. It is now left for the rule of law to be in the hand of the Attorney General, the head of police, the head of the judiciary, to deal with anybody, including you, who can say, I know somebody who stole money contrary to the law. They deal with it. I don't want corruption fighting to become a political manifesto. I don't want corruption fighting to be, I set up EFCC, is covering up for people in government and attacking the enemies of opponents of government. He is selecting. No. We will give Nigeria an independent Attorney General. We will give Nigeria independent police service. They will take care of the rule of law. In America, it is not Biden that said, go and follow Trump to Mar-a-Lago and go and search his house. No. It is Attorney General and the FBI, those who are professionally independent, who make such decisions. And it will start with our government. I will not make the same mistake Obasanjo made, whereby he had a bulldog, which he put a collar around the neck, and he can say stop, he can say go. That is why it's not working. In our time, it will be different. We'll just, from the day we are sworn in, that's the day police is free from government. That's the day EFCC, anybody is free from government. And before I go to the past, to go and arrest anybody in the past, they must have started with my family members, started with the people inside my government. So when a minister knows that they can sit down in cabinet and the police constable can write a letter and say, Honorable Minister, come and report at Changisha police station. Then, and he has to go. Then I can now start. So when somebody else in the past is now naturally being referred to for one thing or the other, they can't call me and say, help me out. When I'm not helping my family members and I'm not helping people inside my government who make mistakes. But I cannot set out now and say that I'm going to come as a presidential thief catcher. No, I'm going to come as the president who doesn't steal, and nobody in his government can steal. They will fire them and send them to the police. However, you have independent police. The way we used to have when MD Yusuf was IG of police. Those days, when the police would write a report against a serving government official and take it to them and get them arrested. That's what we need.
All right, thank you. Let me just say, for those who are driving, I don't think you need to drive while you are on. We are not responsible for anything. But just so you know, we are here for a long time. So even if you have to get home and join us, we wait for you, okay? He's willing to take questions from as many people as possible. I'm also seeing some questions on the comment section. We will get to some of them when we have the chance. Alaro, you're next.
Thank you for having me. And Your Excellency, I commend you for running and taking the responsibility to lead the country. But first and foremost, you're welcome, sir. First and foremost, like you said yourself, running by itself does not make you competent enough to lead just on its own merits. And secondly, you made a comment and said Peter Obi of the Labour Party has basically copy-pasted everything you are proposing, and which I beg to differ, but based on that comment, Peter Obi's manifesto is basically based on the SDGs. If you do believe that he has copy-pasted your ideas, my question to you then is give us your original version of how you intend to implement the SDGs, if they are truly your ideas. And if not, then exactly what is your plan on how to exactly pull the country together besides just getting stolen funds and implementing these funds, which could take your entire 4 years to get it anyway? That's my question to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Number one, it doesn't take you 4 years to get stolen money. And you don't need to say that's all you do. When it comes to stolen crude, even today, if the government of today ask me to help them recover it, I can be running for president, still recover it without breaking a sweat. It's not that complex. It's not like me going from tank farm to tank farm. The records are there. So maritime movement is a recordable movement. So let's leave that aside. It's very easy. So I will just assign the smallest person in my government to pursue that and give us briefing from time to time. They will get it. It's clear. Stealing crude oil is like going to Oba Benin's palace and you steal the trumpet. Anywhere you blow it, they know you are blowing something that belongs to the Oba Benin. They will catch you. So that's that. So now, with respect to the Labour Party candidate, I was asked questions regarding my assessment of him. And I said that his verbiage, his speeches have morphed in the last 2 months, and that I welcome the morphing. Because when you are in politics and you stand for a set of principles and your competition is repeating them, is a validation, it's a compliment that they believe in what you are saying. So, and that's a good thing. I'm more satisfied with him than those who are not even listening at all to change the conversation, who are just repeating the same old thing. Now, sustainable development goals. They are things Nigeria as a country has signed on to. So it is not a manifesto issue because we've signed on to this. We are going to have to comply with them. So my party has its manifesto. Because campaign has not started, I'm not going to be able to go into the integrity of them. But I can send them, if there's a way to upload the document here, I can, or I can send them to, or you can go to SDB. I don't want to give assignment. I can send them to Rudolph, and he knows how to put it on his website. Since he's more famous than me, people will go there and easily find it on his website. But what I want you to understand is that a politician doesn't have a manifesto. It's a political party that has a manifesto. As president, I have plans and programs from the manifesto of my party. And basically, the summary of it is that we are going to do social investment. And from the social investment, we are going to invest in education, in healthcare, in housing, in food supply and sustainability, in works, in employment, those things that can eradicate poverty. We're going to invest in that. Secondly, we're going to invest in the institutional ability of the government to guarantee public safety so that we deal with terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes and other economic sabotage crimes that have great impact on the economy. Secondly, the second part of that second one is that the part B is that we give social security, economic security, and other securitization for the people. So because you have to create instruments that guarantee to people that you can't be homeless in Nigeria. If you have a job, you can't lose your job anyhow. If you lose your job for any cyclical reasons, you can also get another job. And if you don't have another job, you can be on a training program so that people can live without fear. That is the major thing. In Nigeria, the greatest anxiety comes from uncertainty. There are too many uncertainties in the country. So those are the problems. That's why people are extremely prayerful, are highly spiritual, and many are even going quite psychologically disturbed from these uncertainties. So those are the programs that we are bringing. But to do that, you have to come in with a number of efficiencies. You have to have competencies to understand the issue, to analyze data. And that's why you see some of the other candidates are getting it wrong. They put data out that's not correct. They do computation that doesn't match. They try to develop programs that have already been implemented and concluded without providing the effect, but they're repeating because they're not aware of programs that have been done already and concluded that don't work. So, and then they are not able to go into detail when you question on the technicality of how to get it done. Because what to do is more obvious than how to do it. And lastly, we need to understand that character is very important. And character means that you have the integrity to say what you are going to do and to do those things that you say. And you must be able to show that character in the manner in which you are running your campaign now. So if you are collecting money from subsidy collectors, collecting money from people who are fleecing the system, I can almost predict that you will not be able to make any changes. And that is the story of Buhari. And that is the story of many people who are running the race now. They are raising their money. They are doing everything loud and big from the same people whom they say they are going to remove the carpet under their feet. Those people will not let that happen. Lastly, people who are lying now, who are giving false biodata, false information, who are also violating campaign laws, you can know from the beginning that they are in the habit of not obeying the law. And if in these simple matters, they are already disobeying the law, you can be sure that when they are in power, they will disobey most laws. Those are the differences we're making. The contrast we're making between us and others.
All right, thank you so much. Let me plead with the people who are here so that we go to someone in Nigeria who may have issues with keeping the data going. And Tim, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
You're in Nigeria, am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I give you the chance. Ask your question, please.
Okay, good evening, sir. Please, my first question to Prince is we would like to know some of your credentials and the duties you have held in Nigeria and the other services that you have rendered to the public. So that is my question. We'd like to know, my first question is, we'd like to know what are your services that you have rendered to the public and what do we expect from you? Because Nigeria is very big to rule, and you know we have a lot of people with different mindsets and different thoughts. So first of all, we'd like to know what are your public services and get to know more about what you have for us.
All right, thank you, Tim. Let me just, before you answer, Prince, let me mention that there are some questions on the comment sections that we covered during the first hour of the interview. So, but I will get a chance to maybe bring up some of the questions that we're posting now. But go ahead.
Okay, my credentials, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer trained at IFE, trained at Nigerian Law School.
For you, okay? He's
Gone
willing
to
to
Dubai in Nigeria. I'm also a lawyer in the United States, gone to Dubai in California and New York. I'm a chartered arbitrator. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I've practiced law in the US, in Nigeria. I'm involved in litigation in the United Kingdom many years, in Australia, in Europe, in Singapore, in many places. Now, secondly, I am an investor in agriculture. I'm one of the large farmers in Nigeria, both long-term cropping, like oil palm plantation, other crops. I'm also involved in animal farming, fishery, poultry, piggery, whatever, anything that has to do with animal farming. I'm also a forester. I invest in forest, I plant forest, things like that. I'm also an investor in pharmaceutical research. I have many people in my employment who are into pharmaceutical research. I've helped with development of drugs and other cures for diseases and maintenance of diseases. I am also, of course, I practice law. I have practiced law, render services to the government. I've rendered services against the government when they are wrong. I've litigated against governments all over the world, including the Reserve Bank of Australia and many governments in the world. I'm involved in investment. I'm an investment lawyer in New York. I've gone around the world. I've been a board advisor to many institutions, including the chambers of commerce in the US and other international concerns. I've been involved in finance. I've done projects in many places. I'm into development in real estate, built whole islands, built ongoing projects. I'm also involved in media. I set up the Kaftan TV in Nigeria, set up Kaftan Post, and involved in motion picture industry. I'm also involved in cryptocurrency. I'm also involved in blockchain technology support. So all across like that, and I employ a lot of people in these sectors, and so on and so forth. And I also have built roads in Nigeria using my own private money, building roads. I have done electrification, and one sector I'm very good at is new technology for energy generation, green technology, because I believe I'm probably the most net zero kind of person in Nigeria. I personally, 14 years ago, 15 years ago now, I took my law firm out of national grid based on green technology. My establishment, any establishment you see that I run, you go there, you will see that we run on green technology. I generate over 1.5 megawatt of electricity by my own design, my own operation, my own implementation, not hiring contractors to do it. And I've trained over 2,000 Nigerians in the, green technology. People who never knew anything about it. In fact, I took a lot of young people who are home crying about federal government fighting with ASU. I've trained them, and you can see video of them. They are now very good at green technology. They've learned that. I've been employing a lot of people over time, and I think I've trained over 6,000 graduates with my resources, both home and abroad. I've trained many doctors. So I've done a lot of these services, and I've saved the Nigerian government a lot of money from people trying to cheat them, people giving them problems. In one particular case, is still I saved Nigeria over 2 trillion from people internationally who try to cheat the Nigerian government. The government did not know. I had to use my own and cooperate with the British government to try to help Nigeria out of that situation. So I've done so many things, and there is no president who will say I've not advised them one way or the other. I'm always there, and I speak in public. I speak the truth in public. However difficult the subject is, I will come out and speak. And I've been doing that over. I can go to AIT channels and take tapes of me speaking in 2004, 2003, speaking like 15 years ago, 16 years ago, to see whether what I'm saying now is different from what I was saying 16 years ago and not the rest of it. So basically, I understand my country. I'm not just a critic. I get involved and I do my best to give advice. And I found out that the problem is that the people who are at the top are not supposed to be there. People who are actually advising or suggesting from outside are supposed to be the people there. So Nigeria is a situation where they put Maradona, Pele, Ronaldo on the spectator stand, and then they take a bunch of pregnant women and grandmothers and say, let them go and represent Nigeria in football. That's exactly what is happening to us. So it is better for those Pele's, Ronaldo's, not to get frustrated. You just go to the field and collect the ball and play it. And that's where I am today. That I'm 50 years old. I've been contributing to Nigeria I became an employer at the age of 22. I've been employing people, doing this, solving problems. If you go to many places, you'll see me doing filling potholes, doing solar lights, doing all sorts of community projects, doing housing. So I just thought to myself, how can I be at the end trying to cover bleeding and allow someone to be stabbing the victim? I try to put plaster, they stab another place. So I rather go there and just show to people that these problems can be solved. And what brought me out particularly is the feeling that it doesn't matter how long people have been in government in Nigeria, whether they've been governor, they've been president, vice president, they become president, they've been ministers. Basic problems, they will still say, it's too hard. We tried our best. So it made me to know that all these years, they're not learning anything. And secondly, I used to assume that the people who were ruling Nigeria were trying their best, but it was beyond them. So if you give them advice, they will take it. I found out that it's not true. One, they are not interested. Every problem that you cry about is a business for somebody. So they continue to perpetuate that business. So if you have problem of rising price of petrol, it is because some people are using to make subsidy and they won't stop it. If you have problems with food, it's some people want to be importing food and be given special license, so they won't let it stop. If you are having problem of foreign exchange, some people have created a racket where the arbitrage is 60% of the visual value. So they are making millions of dollars just by knowing the CBN governor, knowing directors there. So they're not going to address the issue. Well, if it's security, they're not going to let it go because they spend money every day in the name of that insecurity. So to them, it's additional income. So I thought that it's best for the patriots to gather together and take over the government and show Nigerians that it is possible and it is reasonable and it is doable to have a functioning government rendering services and keeping people safe and prosperous.
All right. Thank you so much. Tim, thank you so much. You can give space for somebody else to join us. Omoria, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and good afternoon to our guest, Prince Adewole. I've not really known much about you before today. I think, thank you, Dr. Rufus, once again for giving me opportunity to hear these people-oriented, ideas. I don't know if you have asked him question on the people fuel subsidy. Have you already dealt with that so that I can change my question?
No. Well, yeah, a little bit. You can frame it. That's okay.
Okay, I will come to that if I have opportunity, since you already dealt with that. Yes. Please, from what I've heard from you, from the little I've heard from you, I've been fighting on the side of the people since I was 13, 14. And if I see your kind, I can easily identify one. Please, I'd actually also see you as somebody that has gone to London to seek clarification to be a president in Nigeria. I don't think you are the kind that will go to Abuja, to Ota, to the cabals, to the owners, quote and unquote, the owners of Nigeria. I don't think you belong to that clique. So if you are not one of those, and I want to see you have something in common with my beloved friend and the comrade Omoyole Sowore, who has been fighting tooth and nail, even with everything, with his life at stake, his family at stake, for a better Nigeria. And yet, Nigerians don't know what he's doing for them. They see him as a noise maker. What I'm saying, my question is, can you look for a way to collaborate with people like that so that the power can actually belong to the people instead of going to seek the power to rule Nigeria for the cabal? Thank you very much. That's my question.
All right. Thank you, Omori. Prince.
It's a good idea, and I'm talking with progressive-minded candidates. There's no day that passes that I won't speak with Sowore these days, and I speak with other progressive-minded candidates so that we can at least give the people an alternative. But it's left to the Nigerian people, because after all, if you are fighting for the people, as long as they are free people, in the end, it is the people themselves who put the last trigger in the ballot box. It is difficult. It is easy in military time to say I'm fighting for the masses. That's what my cousin Ganiba Emi did all his life, fighting for the masses. But in a democracy, you can only point out to the people what is wrong and what is right, and encourage them to go on the right side. But on election day, a sovereign people will have to decide their own fate. So nobody is a victim who is allowed to vote, because you now can free yourself. So what we are trying to do is to remove the excuse that people used to have, that there is no alternative. Nobody is serious enough. These people are just noisemakers. They can't compete. They cannot. They will just talk on Dr. Damage's show. They go and talk on Money Show, and they won't have agents at the polling unit. They won't have anything. So we are trying to remove all of those now by making sure that we run as a proper political party. The Social Democratic Party has agents everywhere. Anywhere you are in Nigeria, 176,840 polling units. We have people there, and we have a lot of people, not just one person or two persons. So you cannot say we are not present. You cannot say we don't have the competence. We only have the conscience. We have both the conscience and the competence. You can ask us any issue. You can reduce it to any metric. We can explain it to you. So once it's clear, and we are going to do the hard work and get the message to every corner. So you cannot say, oh, I didn't know when I was going against my own future. If I knew you were there, I would have voted for you. So we are removing all of that, and we'll see that the Nigerian people will pick it up.
All right. Thank you. James, you're next. You have to mute yourself, James.
Thank you so much. Yes, I want to draw the gentleman's attention to two items. I've met him on another platform before, and he spoke well. The first is this. He seemed to be distancing himself from punishing those, taking the bull by the horn to punish those who are offending the nation right now. In governance is immutable. But you inherit the government from the person who is handing it over to you, both the assets and the liabilities. Crime has no expiry date. Whosoever has offended the nation now should be held to account as long as the person is alive. Crime has no expiry date. This is the reason why Major General Yakubu Gowon in 1970 promulgated the Armed Robbery and Firearms Special Provision Decree number 46. When the Civil War ended, there was robbery bonanza all over the country. He did not say that, no, these are Civil War matters. This is my administration, I'm just starting now. He did not do that. Instead, they punished everybody who violated the provisions of that decree. So please, I know you are not responsible for this offense, but it is your responsibility to call these people to order in whichever way you think appropriate. Now, the question I have is this. I've listened to you, I think twice or thrice now, and I can see that your utterances are spiced with socialist ideas, which I have nothing against. I'm a lucky Nigerian and also a frustrated Nigerian. I received free education at all levels, from primary school to postgraduate level. What is your education policy? If I may ask, is free education at all levels possible? If yes, how do you hope to go about it? And if no, why? I'm asking this because when Awolowo was preaching free education policy, people told him he's a liar, it's not possible. And the man proved them catastrophically wrong. He succeeded in executing these policies. I do not know what your plans are. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Number one, let me make a clarification. I am not saying that I'm issuing amnesty to anybody who committed offenses before I come into power. In fact, anybody who committed offenses before I was born or committed offenses in terms of Lugard, the offense does not expire. But the difference I am saying is that it's not the role of a politician, including a president, to say, I am going to prosecute another person. The system we are running, we are making crime fighting to become politicized. I am saying that our government will set up will make rule of law independent of the administration, so that whoever is in charge, the Attorney General, will be somebody who is independent and impartial. And you will see in America today, the Attorney General is investigating, the Justice Department is investigating many of the crimes committed under Trump. It's also investigating the son of the vice president, of the president. So that kind of system is what we need, where if they knock on your door, you will not say, oh, it's because I didn't join SDP. That's why SDP investigating me. There will have been a system set in place that everybody in Nigeria will know that under this Adebayo presidency, the law takes its course and is independent of the president himself. And that system is there. And when they look at the Attorney General, they will say, yes, we know why it shows this person as Attorney General, because he wants the rule of law. With respect to Gawan was the person who was there at the beginning of the Civil War to the end. And the firearms tribunal law decree that he set up was set up based on things that occurred while he was there. But in the end, we discovered that it was better off to have dealt with armed robbery through the usual court system. But the idea is that the government of the day must always emphasize that nobody can get away with past crime or current crime. And that is what I'm going to do. With respect to education, free education is not even enough. Free education is for the past. We must guarantee free and qualitative education. So it's not enough to say tuition is free, come inside. We must be able to say, we'll give you a sound education from beginning to the end, to the first degree. And if you have talent to postgraduate, we can fund it. But we cannot fund it simultaneously and sustain a very expensive lifestyle of the people in government. What is militating against government financing education in Nigeria? It's not lack of funds. It's that when Awolowo was doing it, it was Titi Sholaru, Onabamiro, and Najasin that wrote the paper. And Awolowo himself, being an economist, being the person who has the big commerce, opposed it in the first meeting because they came with the free education without attaching the cost to it. When they came back and attached the cost to it, Awolowo also did not pass it. He said they did not attach the revenue source to it. And what they did was they attached revenue source number one, which is called capitation tax, what Yoruba call wori, that every adult will pay a tax of a certain amount. Secondly, they sequester a portion of the Produce Commodities Board income to fund this education. And when they saw that the funding was there, then they went for it. And in our own, I know where the funding is going to come from. The funding is going to come from the money being stolen every year from subsidy. The money is going to be funded from all the waivers that they are giving to their friends, because we are losing a lot of money through these waivers. Thirdly, the money is going to come from the existing money that we are collecting to the Education Trust Fund now, that politicians are diverting everywhere. That fund will be put in a trust. So those are the things that are going to fund education. But you will see that it's quality education. And I'm not going to stop private schools. I'm going to leave private schools. Why? Because I want to do an experiment. I want to see how many people will be left in private schools after 4 years of our running our own public school very well. I have a feeling that not on a target that majority of the students who are in private schools will run away from private schools, because why will you be paying so much money for an inferior education when you can get a high quality education at public cost?
All right, thank you. Kolata, you're next.
Yeah, Prince Adewale, great Ife. So
great.
My question is, look, on Adeola's show, you said you were going to hire like 30 million people in your first 4 years, if that is correct. So I would like to get specifics from you, because your revenue generation plan stems on oil theft, stopping leakages and all whatnot. That requires some time to implement, right? And you also have an environment of extremely high interest rates right now, driven globally, something we cannot control. And in the short term, we still need to borrow to be able to cover recurring expenditure and all whatnot. So with all that environment and with on a socialist platform, how do you intend to achieve that 30 million jobs? Because a lot has to deal with private sector, and we have all these big rocks items like high interest rate, the cost of doing business, lack of infrastructure. So how can you fulfill that promise given our realistic economic issues that we face?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, great Ife once again. Now, let me tell you, I have a serious problem with your question. And I'm happy you came from Ife, so we're used to fight each other from campus. Now, let me tell you, number one, what I said is different from what you are saying. I'm going to create 30 million jobs. Does not mean I'm going to hire 30 million jobs into government. No. And I've already started. What I found out when I went to America to meet my clients and friends, I discovered that over the years, I must have created more than all these jobs going to different countries, following American businesses to different countries on one project or the other. So I came up with this idea that if I go back to the chamber and get these member states and they come and invest in Nigeria, FDI of their own, under a well-regulated regime, they will create these jobs. These are not jobs that the government will create. These are jobs you can create immediately now. Just like Apple is creating jobs in China by allowing Chinese to do part of their, or many parts of their production. The Chinese government doesn't have to put money on the ground. It is Apple as a corporation going there to set up their factory with their technology and everything and train people. So they get the job. The only thing Chinese government will do is collect taxation. And I've done franchise agreements all over the world. And I've seen that if, for example, let me give you a common example. If British Airways brings its aircraft to Nigeria, Nigeria is not investing in purchasing the aircraft, leasing it, insuring it. When British Airways hires people within Nigeria as ticketing agents and all that, the government is not paying for it. I'm giving that example. That one's one of the worst examples you can give because the value added is not much and you are bleeding foreign exchange in paying for that foreign service. But imagine if we turn it around and we have vast lands, and I bring my clients who are in the chamber, and they come and do agriculture. For example, in Plateau State, ornament companies that supply flowers all over the world know that from Shendam to Lantang South, Lantang North, all the way to that bed, to where you get to, say, around Taraba, go towards Gembu, you will see that right now is there. You can plant ornamental flowers, roses, and all of them that can generate up to $5 billion. You are not doing anything. It is not your seedling. It is not your investment. You are only letting them come in and do. Same thing with companies that produce tea. You can come and do that. Then you look at Indian companies that have expertise in ginger. Then they come to Southern Kaduna. So in agriculture alone, without investing government money, without worrying yourself about interest rate and anything, this is direct investment. These people want to come to Nigeria. And I gave an example. I brought a company from Europe who was going to come to Nigeria to say, okay, you know what we're going to do for you, Nigeria? All these years you'll be struggling to generate power. You've never been able to generate 12,000 megawatts. Okay, we are going to generate for you 20,000 megawatts at no cost to you using the water services. So go and find out from Philippines, from Thailand, from Singapore, from these countries. Many of them, major jobs created is not government expenditure. It's by attracting investors. And you only need to do a free regime. I don't have time for it in Rudolph Kingdom. You don't have enough time to expatiate all of it. The second part that I want to let you know is that interest rate in Nigeria is not where the problem lies. The problem lies in three things. They have a serious problem of fiscal imbalance, which is deliberate. It's like the person who's at the gate in a nice club collecting money from 5 people and giving one inside the till and allowing 4 to come in with kickback. So they will say that nightclub is not doing well, but everybody will be inside the nightclub, but the nightclub owner will run at a loss. That's what is happening on the fiscal side. Second side of this fiscal side is that they have a procurement value problem. They inflate contracts. So many of these put pressure on the fiscal side. Now, let's go to the monetary side, where the central bank is. The central bank is funding the deficit. And by funding the deficit to the government, they are creating an environment in which other productive sectors of the economy don't have access to money. So now, on the top of that, is that some of the money that are taken from the fiscal side, maybe somebody is a government contractor and somebody who is in government who just outrightly takes the money. And on the people who have access to money on the monetary side, use all that money to put pressure on the dollar, because they'll use the money to buy houses in Dubai, to buy houses in London, to travel business class everywhere, and also to store value, because they want to escape from the economy they've created for us by now buying dollar and burying the dollar, or using the dollar to pay for political expenses and all of that. So that is where the problem lies. So if you look at our interest rate is south of inflation rate. So interest rate cannot be the problem, because our interest rate, if you look at the current interest rate in the bank now, are 14%, go to 19%, but inflation is higher than that. So nobody can tell me that it is the interest rate that is driving the process. The interest rate itself is slower than the inflation rate. So it is the hit in the economy. But all of that will not affect my 30 million jobs. Rather, my 30 million jobs will help reverse, because when you get 30 million people employed, you will take checkout from at least 18 million out of them. Maybe some of them, the job they are going to get will be in the low bracket and they won't pay much in taxation. But from the middle to the top, you get additional money to the kitty. And all that, it does not require you to worry about, one, the money we want to recover from sale from the lost resources. There are 2 levels to it. The day we come in, that leakage stops. So that leakage that stops because you need the permission of the president Minister of Petroleum Affairs, DSS, Navy, Port Authority to steal crude. Without their permission, you are in trouble. You can't do it. So when we come in, that permission will be withdrawn. So from that day, the stealing will stop. Now, going back to recover the one that has been stolen, like I said it before, it is not even a serious matter. It is just one department in the Ministry of Justice, one department, one unit in the Ministry of Finance, and one unit in our foreign mission in the country where, for example, the Dutch are one of the most guilty of the lot. So, and the Dutch people are people of conscience. If we go to the Dutch and say, hey guys, you are a Christian nation, you are a fantastic people, you have even closed all your prisons. Most of your prisons have been closed. Your people like to ride bicycles. They're very honest people, and you make nice cheese. But please, how can you be receiving stolen crude from Nigeria? See the record, see the record, see the record. The Dutch will investigate and give you your crude money back. They will call these companies. The same thing with the Swiss. So it's not that difficult. It's not, I don't have to leave my work and run to go and do it. No. It is a very simple thing and it will be done. So don't assume that the 30 million jobs are even enough, because the 30 million jobs that I'm creating is going to be taken by people who have underemployment right now. So many of the people who are, I believe half of the job will go to those who are underemployed now. So the net gain of that job will be around 14 to 15 million. So I still need for the program of my medium-term expenditure framework to kick in for about 18 months before my own government jobs will start to come out. And those government jobs will be long-term job or framework of 15 to 25 years. But this is an emergency job, and I was not talking in the air. I went to Washington, D.C. I met with the Chambers of Commerce, and there are 2,000 companies have signed on that, okay, they are going to do that. And if we do it the way it should be done, we should be able, in the area of agriculture, in the area of, for example, I can consider myself one of the topmost experts when it comes to alternative energy. So I know these companies, I'm their lawyer. So these ones can easily be done and the demand is there. Even in your village, there are people with demand for alternative energy. If you want to put solar panel on their roof and you give them a payment plan, they will pay for it. Then we go into infrastructure. Right now in my hometown, you can take a ride there. I'm doing blocking potholes, using young people and creating jobs for them by blocking potholes. And I spoke to the engineer today. He said, because I had a 4-year plan, he says, sir, you're doing it 4 years. I only need 2 dry seasons. You come to your hometown, you will not see any pothole anywhere. Ditto for darkness. You cannot come to Ondo in 2 years from now and say it's dark at night. It's not going to happen because we are deploying solar panel and solar light all over this. At least you will see that. So then you look at area where I'm quite strong from time, which is in the area of education. If you hire more teachers, that's the easiest way to create jobs. There are people finishing from teaching schools now, they cannot get teaching job because the state governments are doing a lot of wastage and they lack executive capacity to pay their teaching forces. So because they cannot pay their teaching forces in all these schools, there are some schools in states in Nigeria that need up to 30,000 teachers, but they cannot pay the existing ones. So as a result, they're not hiring new ones. So all of those things will be dealt with under a national program on teacher intervention. The same thing with nurses. The same thing with, if you look at our nursing schools, I've profiled them, about 92 of them are under capacity. When I went to Delta State, I had a meeting with the head of their nursing school, and I was asking specific questions on therapy, on all those things. Right now, if you have an uncle or grandfather who has a stroke, there's no nurse therapist. And if you train 10,000 of them in Nigeria, they will be lapped up immediately. So not talk of people, children with disability, speech therapists, you don't have them. So these are areas you can create job on the training for people. I did that in the entertainment industry, taking young people and training them in camera handling. There are so many fields you can take them. Out of tree planting, so many things you can do. So I don't think it's difficult to generate employment if the government decides that that's the focus. Yeah.
All right, Prince. Thank you so much. That was a
I'll
long.
join again. I have some follow-up questions on arbitrage and attracting FDI and all whatnot. What your policy will be for the dual exchange rate? But I'll join back for
All
other
right.
people to talk. Yeah.
Rudolph is the enemy. If you can give him more time.
No. He's a friend of the show, but we want to get
Okay.
as many people involved in this conversation. Thank you, Kublata. All right, so please, Prince, can you make the question a little bit shorter so that we get there? So many people.
Okay. I just gave credit to the man from Ife. I'm sorry about that.
All right. Who is next? Okay, forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, thank you for coming over, and thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. I really appreciate the work you have done. You know, from hearing your accomplishments, it appears you have created a lot of jobs in so many places, and including Nigeria, which is our home. So for me, security is very important, and from what I gather, our leaders don't tend to talk about that. And I may be surprised that you the Dutch Christian nation and their benevolent. These are colonizers that reaped a lot of resources from our countries, and most of the time, most of these funds never return back to the country. In short, 80% never come back to Nigeria again. So my question is about security. Nigeria belongs to a class of nations. If we become strong and secure, our influence is magnified. That is why on the continent, Africa is very important, and we are the most populous Black nation on earth. And generally, Black nations are terribly, terribly underdefended compared to any other group in this world. Any other group, just name it. And the question is, one Nigerian soldier has to defend 2,000 citizens. Something that even the US, the ratio is about 1 US soldier to 150 citizens. What are you doing to restore the security level or posture of Nigeria to an international standard? I'm not asking for anything. This is spectacular. Just by number alone, we need to get it up to an international standard where you have one soldier defending about 150 people. Right now, our soldiers are doing an impossible task, and we call them strong. It's very patronizing, really. It's impossible. They can't do that job. No nation does this. It's only Black nations that do this. We use 0.1% of our population to defend the country. What do you say? I take it that you have been to so many countries, like Egypt. Now, Egypt has got 1.2 million soldiers in their military. Yet, Nigeria has got 140,000. Egypt's population is half the population of Nigeria, an African nation. The only difference is that it's Black. Ghana, 15,000 soldiers for 30 million people. What is happening to our Black people? Why is it that our nations are highly underdefended? Is it because our governments are caretaker governments, are waiting for us to be recolonized? Why are we not manning our security like other people do? And what are you going to do about that when you get into office? Because anybody that doesn't want to do anything about that, I consider them sellouts. That's simple. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a national defense policy that every country must have. And when it comes to defense policies, comparative numbers don't tell the whole story. Let me start with the United States. Right now, this year, the last recruitment record shows that the US is short by 30,000 troops, US Army. That they want to hire, they can't find to hire 30,000 by their own records. But when it comes to ratio, the same thing they do to us when it comes to policing. Nigeria is under police. On the ratio, the number of policemen to the citizen is less than the United Nations recommended standard. The same thing with the Army. Then you can see the same thing with the Air Force. And when it comes to doctor, they will say the ratio of doctors to the population. So you can take this
with all due respect, the US has 2 million soldiers. Nigeria has 140,000. And US population is 300 million, while Nigeria is 200 million. We should be in the excess of 1 million.
I heard you.
And that is with the country with very advanced military technology.
I heard you the first time. What I'm letting you know is that the defense profile the security profile of each country is different. And that even the US, whose number is multiple our own, is still considering itself short by 30,000. I'm talking of US Army, but their last reporting. But the one I'm letting you know is that there are numbers that people use on the surface to make comparison, but I go below the numbers. For example, if you look at the US, they maintain a lot of military bases all over the world. So these millions you are talking about, many of them are in South Korea, they are in Afghanistan, they are in the Middle Belt, some of them are in the Nigerian Republic, some of them are in other regions of the world where the US has interest. Now, if you look at Egypt, Egypt is an ally of the US, an active ally, the kind of relationship which Balewa wanted to have with the British when they had the Anglo-Nigerian Pact, and Nigeria rejected it, that we wanted an autonomous defense policy. We don't want to be an open ally. We also went and sided with the non-ally movement and said we are not going to ally with any major power. But Egypt, if you look at Egypt defense budget, not all of the money, majority of the money is not coming from within Egypt. It's coming from US military assistance to Egypt. After the Camp David Accord, where Egypt recognized Israel and is playing a major regional role for the US there, some of the job that the Egyptian military is doing is the kind of job that the British used to do with the Suez Canal and the Americans used to come and do in North Africa. So they've given some of this work out. So if Nigeria decides to take a more aggressive defense attitude, which is something we'll discuss in camera as a country, and if we also decide, for example, to sign in on the US Gulf of Guinea program, it may happen that we can expand our army rapidly. We may also be able to have hardware sent to us. If you look at Pakistan, for example, it's another country that should be of same size with us. Because Pakistan is playing a major role. During the Cold War, it was on the side of the British and the Americans against India, that was on the other side. It's also playing a major role in the war frontier, war on terror, which America is doing all the way, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, in all that Caspian Sea area. So because
I don't understand. Sorry. With all due respect, Algeria has 700,000 soldiers. There are 40-something million people.
I can also address Algeria for you.
Sri Lanka does the same thing.
I can also address Algeria.
How about Sri Lanka? How about Singapore?
Okay, forefather.
Name them. Just name any country. How can you people just accept that we should be so weak as a people? I don't understand it.
Forefathers, you have to let the guests speak, please.
In Algeria, if you look at after the problem that Charles de Gaulle had in Algeria with Bembela and all the rest of them, and there was the war, they asked the French to leave Algeria. Subsequent governments in Algeria, same thing with Tunisia, decided to have cooperation with France. What I'm letting you know is that if Nigeria, and it's our decision to make as a sovereign nation, if Nigeria has two pathways to self-defense, one pathway is to have a pathway in which we have an independent army, an army that can decide and go to form ECOMOG and go and fight in Liberia and Sierra Leone, notwithstanding the sentiment of the French and the attitude of the British. We can also reverse ourselves and have a more internationalist or cooperative military, in which case our military will be better funded, will have access to platforms, but we will be playing the role which American allies play. And I don't think that is the philosophy of Nigeria. What I can do is to take the approach we took during the Nigerian Civil War. The approach we took during the Nigerian Civil War was that we expanded our army to meet the requirement of war demand. We also, I've told many stories about what Gawan tried to do with Awolowo when we couldn't pay for the milk that the Russians supplied to us through Egypt. We couldn't pay for it. We had fiscal challenges paying for it. I have given an example of the argument between Gawan and Clement Song as to whether we can fund this operation. Now, if you also look at U.S. defense budget, and if you look at the U.S., for every dollar that the American taxpayer gives to the U.S. government, at least 40 cents goes to the defense sector. I have a feeling that we can take a different approach to our defense, which is what we can do as follows.
Every money will pay for itself because of the security that will be restored into the country. Foreign direct investment will improve. Nigerians will return home and pour a lot of resources into the country. The security will pay for itself. Even ShopRite understands that principle. That's why they hire security guards. It's not because they want to be generous. They hire them because they understand that they are going to get profit from it. If you leave our nation weak, basically you are saying our security, our survival should be dependent on foreign powers.
You are the one saying so, not me. Let me explain something to you. Number one, you have to know the difference between defense, national defense, and internal security. Internal security, you can do that with the police. Defense is you playing your role on the international stage. That's defense. So the U.S. Army, the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Marine, they are not the one manning the streets of Chicago. Their own is to ensure that homeland America is safe. That's number one. So right from Hawaii, you will see the U.S. Navy, you see U.S. Marine, you see the U.S. Air Force. Then you will see the U.S. Army from Hawaii all the way to the hinterland of America, all the way to all their overseas territories, including Philippines and everywhere. So that's different from what the FBI is doing, what the Secret Service is doing, or what the different police departments, about 5,500 of them, are doing inside America. Just don't let us mix the two together. What I believe that we can strengthen the police, we can hire more policemen, we can train them, we can equip them, and they can provide internal security for the country. But when you are taking a foreign policy, when you're taking a foreign defense policy, for the defense policy, I'm of the view we should do what we did in the late 70s. We set up DICON, the Defense Industries Corporation. We try to follow the approach of India. If you want to know the best way to handle it, look at India. India is self-dependent. They buy a few things from Russia, and they try to buy a few platforms for the US, but they are independent. You cannot compare India to Pakistan. Pakistan is essentially run on US foreign donations. So if you look at 80%, even I've monitored a year in which about 90% of Pakistani spending on defense is US donation. So you don't want to do that because we have many ideological reasons why we can't do that. So we follow India. I think that India model is very good for us.
All these countries you mentioned outstrip us. All these countries you mentioned outstrip us. We are like babies compared to the level of defense readiness that they have. We should be changing it.
Defense readiness is based on your geostrategic calculation. For example, India has on one side Russia, on the other side Pakistan. We don't have it. We have on our side baby countries that look up to us as regional power. That's number one. Our geostrategic challenges.
Sorry, we were colonized and enslaved, and you are telling us we don't have problems.
All right, fathers, I have to remove you. I don't want
know
to do
if you are listening to me or you are repeating memorized arguments. What I'm saying to you is this: we were colonized the way USA itself was colonized. Britain was colonized by Romans. Colonization is not what we are talking about. We are saying now in 2022, what should be our defense policy? And I gave you strategic options. And that argument was what our forefathers had to deal with in 1963. Balewa was of the view that for a country like Nigeria, we needed to have the Anglo-Nigerian Pact, where our defense policy is just to follow the British. and be following them. They will support us. They will train us. They will give us their old ships to use. They will give us platform and all of that. The majority of Nigerians said, no, we must go and revoke the Anglo-Nigerian Pact. And there were riots all over Nigeria. And they said, okay, so we didn't follow that. So we ended up following the principle that Nkrumah and co. itemized that. You remember that we had the Casablanca group and the Morovia group. I don't want to go into all of that. So we have taken a defense policy, which we have been using so far. What is happening to us today is that in the last 12 years, we have had a problem of both regional insecurity in that we are not maintaining a strong perimeter. So people can come from Libya, come from Mali, come from different places and come to the northern part of the country and start kidnapping people and do banditry. We will need to deal with that, and we have the internal capacity to deal with that. Secondly, we have internal security challenges that are making the police to look like their toys. So if you look at around the country, right from the end of the Civil War, we're having this internal security operation. Remember the time of Mantasine, we had the same thing with army having to come in. Remember the Jukun War, with the other northern Nigeria, the army had to come there and quieten the Jukuns. Remember the Wete, Operation Wete? People like Jeremiah Husseini, he was a captain at that time, had to be sent to Ibadan and to go and quieten the Wete. So we have been using the army more for what police can do. Only Chagari tried to reverse it when he had a very strong IG of police, and they brought the police force and they tried to, Adewusi was the IG of police at that time. He tried to strengthen internal security, but when the army took over, army thought that that was not a good direction to go, and they reversed the police and strengthened the army. So what I think I would do when we come in is that, one, I will make the police stronger, to have ability to SWAT, to have the ability to be mobile and to move around. I will take them back to Goza Hill and give them serious training, and I will make sure I give them even basic medium-sized artillery that they can use to deal with issues. Now, for our defense, what I'm going to do is we need to triple the size of the army. But tripling the size of the army, the navy, and all of that also requires them to give them platform. For example, go and do audit of the barracks. Our barracks now are in almost 100% capacity in the barracks. For the police, it's almost like 800% capacity right now. So you see many policemen living all around, scattered. They can't go to work on time because they are far away. The police barracks are few. So those are the investments we are going to make. And those investments will be made in our administration. But I don't subscribe to the notion that we should mirror Egypt or we should mirror Pakistan, because it will create a defense dependency that will not make us to be able to represent Black people in the world. And I think we are a former Black nation. We should follow India model.
Prince, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you. Forefathers, you can hang around. If we have more time along the way, you can come back and do your follow-up questions. But let me get to Prince. We have not talked much about health, and I see that Dr. Fred is here. I will get him to start off on that because there are some questions too on the comments about health policies that you have. Dr. Fred, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prince Adewole. Thank you for giving us your time. Please, my question is very simple, okay? I'm a practicing doctor in this country, right? And in the past 2 years, I think I've lost count of the number of colleagues that we've lost to the developed countries, okay? A lot of doctors are leaving, nurses, and even medlab scientists. So my question is very simple. I want to know what you intend to do to stop the mass exodus of doctors and healthcare workers to developed countries. How do you intend to improve our healthcare sector in this country? Because we have a lot of challenges, and if we start going through the different problems that we encounter, it's really going to take a lot of our time. But I noticed that we don't have working Ministry of Health. They are not really doing anything. They are just sitting on salaries. They are not really effective. A lot of people have lost faith in the health sector, and that's why we have a lot of quacks filling in the spaces that these departing healthcare workers are leaving. So I'd like to know what you intend to do to curb this problem that we are currently experiencing. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll be very brief about it because it's very concrete. One, there are 3 factors affecting the medical personnel sector, because when we're talking about medical care, your question actually deals with the medical personnel. It doesn't deal with the other aspect, the infrastructure of it, the
Oh yes,
of it.
no, it all contributes to it. The infrastructure
Yes,
is really
I want to approach it from the medical personnel point of view. There are 3 problems there. One is the purchasing power component. That one, the doctors share with the macroeconomy generally. You can be a doctor and live in poverty. It is possible in Nigeria that you can be a doctor
very
and
possible
live in poverty because your pay does not
reflect.
Give you a basic middle class. So you are supposed to be an upper middle class professional, but you cannot live even a lower middle class life. So that is a general problem of how we have mismanaged the economy. So if we improve purchasing power parity across pay, including doctors' pay, we will be able to address that. Second, being a doctor, you've taken the Hippocratic Oath. So there are many things you can't do. It's not an ordinary profession. As a result of that, if you give a doctor a job, you are supposed to give the doctor an accommodation, also give the doctor transportation, and give the doctor allowance for training and all of that. Now, the argument they are making, and they're making at 3 levels, because remember that health is concurrent. So a local government can hire health workers, but a local government cannot hire soldiers. So defense is not concurrent. A state government can hire doctors, but a state government cannot hire police because policing is not concurrent as it is today. So doctors fate depends on which employer is hiring them. So even though the doctor is complaining, a doctor who is working in National Hospital will complain less than a doctor who is working in Igalamela local government. So the employer's capacity affect that. Second thing is that the general working condition, even if we did something about the pay, some will leave because of basic insult to their profession. If, for example, you don't have even the sanitary supplies, you don't have basic electricity to examine, you are clerking a patient, and before you know it, there's power failure. Your MRI doesn't work because the power is not stable. Or in some places, you don't even have the MRI. Then you refer a patient to a lab. The lab doesn't work, and things like that. And then you want to admit a patient, there's no bed. So what should be an inpatient because an outpatient, and in the middle of the night they run into some crisis, and they start either they don't have transport to come and all of that have delay.
I understand that, sir.
Yeah. Then the last part.
Okay. Sorry.
Then the last part. I'm just telling you. Then the last part is the training of doctors. The training of doctors is unfair in the sense that first we don't have enough opportunity. I have like 4 or 5 medical students that are my wards today, prospective medical students who have done well, but they cannot enter because there's no space. I sent one to Afebalala University about 2 weeks ago. They said, well, the last place has been taken. Maybe you can take lab science. That one said, no, I'm not doing it. So we are not creating enough investment to expand for the training of doctors. Then when we have trained some doctors, we don't invest in further training. In those days, if you work for the government, they will train you as a student. When you start working, they will train you up to the West African College of Surgeon. They will train you up to your specialization. So all of that is not there. Then we do a collaboration. So what I'm going to address is as follows. For the federal government hospitals, we will create a special fund for managing the training of doctors so that you can come to medical school without owing any debt. You come for medical care, medical training. Second, we will have to give doctor a salary scale that does not increase money, because there's a problem when you increase money, the other people, nurses, lab scientists, security guard, everybody will say we work in the same hospital. So we want to give doctors certain things that consume their money. We give them an alternative. So if every doctor is given accommodation, is given transportation, is given allowances when they are on duty, on call, they are given certain allowances. Then we will be able to reduce. But one thing we cannot do, which I cannot guarantee you, I cannot guarantee you that for as long as there's a foreign exchange disparity, the doctors are not going to go. Because if you keep paying doctors, let's say you put double the salary of doctors, and Naira goes from 710 that it is now to 1,200 to the dollar, the money earned by your colleague in 1 month in Saudi Arabia is going to be more than your annual salary as a doctor. And if you study what happened to Pakistan in the 70s, that they lost many of their doctors to London, to the British healthcare system. What we can do is to deal with attrition. And one of the ways to deal with attrition is you are going to lose some doctors anyway. So after you have made life easy for the doctors here, you are still going to lose some doctors because of differential in the foreign exchange. So you need to have a replacement plan so that the doctors you lose, you can actually replace them more rapidly than we are doing now, because some people must go no matter what. The first wave of doctors left in the 70s, and the second wave left in the 80s when we devalue our currency, when we introduced currency devaluation. And then this one that we have now is a floodgate. And to address that floodgate, you need to take all of these measures. But remember that if we take all of these measures, more than 35% of our current spending will go to the health sector. And all of this cannot go into salaries of doctors because we still have to build the hospital. So it's a long-term plan, but it must, and I can only do this at the federal level. I cannot inherit all the doctors in all the 36 states.
Yes, I understand that, sir. But we are policy. Because another thing that we are also experiencing is that a lot of people lose faith in our health insurance schemes in this country. People prefer and access doctors, or where they should access doctors, they go to quacks, they go to pharmacies, and they are consulted, and they're taking when they run into problems, let's say they undermine the job of the doctor. So I think your policies should go a long way to solve most of these problems.
One of the ways to solve the problem is this. You see, there is a link between health insurance and employment. It is difficult to maintain health insurance in a system of mass unemployment. You see, my policy plan for our party is that at least half of people will access medical care by virtue of being workers and by virtue of being students. That is where you get the entry point. And any health insurance you give to workers is not a loss, because usually if you do the econometrics and do the actuarial aspect of it, you will see that there's no way a worker who is contributing to health insurance, aggregate of them actuarially cannot consume. Every insurance fund is always having assets to invest. And when you have health insurance and you have counterpart funding for it, you have long-term money. If you do the actuarial analysis, usually the money is 11 years ahead of the need. For that reason, you can invest in one hospital, you can invest in medical research and all of that. Then the other 50% that are not getting it through jobs, some of them are too old. They can't work. They are elderly people and they need special care. Then some are people who generally have some disability, they cannot be employed. They have mental problem, they have other serious problem. Now, then the last intervention will be certain corporate taxation that you levy employers. Because they are doing well, you levy employers. And in our own case, we can take a chunk, for example, of, say, a partial load recovery, because that is a fund that is there. When they used to have excess crude, that's part of what they will do. And if we stop the stealing now, we will immediately have excess crude. But we don't have excess crude now because they're losing revenue. When you take that, you now have a block fund that you can use to set up health management organizations. and fund them. So when you fund the health management organizations, they will now be able to sell health insurance for those who are not in government employment and they are not in school. So that's the only way. No country gets it completely right. It's a year-on-year, period-by-period analytics that you do. And then you create these certain reserves with which you can, for example, there was when COVID came, the healthcare system in the UK was under strain and was running at a heavy loss. And if you look at some of the care trusts, they ran out of money. But the government was able to give them temporary relief, believing that over a period of 7 years, some of these healthcare trusts will start to gain liquidity. You keep rolling it because people are going to be born every day, people are going to be sick every day. But my intervention is that if you can have a retention policy, you will not lose your doctors. Some doctors are going to go after they've used Nigerians to learn how to do certain treatment, to do all of that, and they are becoming specialists. They may go. But the rate of replacement is what is important. And the initial investment, for example, if you're a doctor, 2 years post-call, 3 years post-call, you are likely going nowhere because most of the people who want to hire you, they want you to have a little more experience. And if you go there, you're going to use your money to train yourself. So those ones will stay. But it is, so I will give, in a health sector seminar, maybe I will do a meeting with the NMA and the Resident Doctor Association. We can have 3 hours because these plans require me to show you the figures and to show you the graph that I have. I will show to you that even the histogram of my medical worker retention plan will show to you that we have the actuary and econometric numbers to justify doctor retention. But doctors, they are going to go somehow, but it won't be in large numbers.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I'll be in the background, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fred. All right, let me just pause now and look at the guests we have. Des, I think you've been here for a while, and please, you are next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Prince Adewole, for coming here with us. So my question kind of goes in 2 phases. The first is like a yes or no question, which is, would you say that you are a fair and just man? I want you to answer that before I go on, please.
I would say yes. I hope my neighbors don't disagree, but I'll say yes.
Okay, now, if you're a fair and just man, according to the federal character of Nigerian Constitution, which was created in 1979, it basically says the federal character should seek to ensure an appointment to public services to fairly, underline that word, to fairly reflect the linguistic, the ethnicity, and the religious and the geographic diversity of our country. Now, coming to that constitution, you have a section of the country that feel that there has been highly marginalized, for so long, since 1999. And they have fought war, they have fought Biafran war and died millions of people died in that part of the country. And after the war, they said, no victor, no vanquish, and which brought about the federal character. And now we have that part of the country have a candidate, which in the name of P2B, which a lot of people believe in, a lot of people queuing into. And when you're going to that constitution, and that part of the country feel like this man should be good, and a lot of people agree with them for the ruling of the country that would make the country better. My question goes, how do you feel like you're gonna unify the country, when it comes to that part of the section of the country, how do you unify them and tell them that you want to rule them? Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Prince.
thank you. First, I don't want to rule anybody. I just want to serve everybody. That's number one. So it's the law that rules in the country, not an individual. So we under the rule of law, then I will serve and render my own service. This is what I think. There's no one man. Even by your statement, there's no one man. Because your statement itself, with due respect, is not fair. I have my friend and brother, Yumebu Kachiku. I have Iwanyanwu. There are many candidates from the Southeast. It's only one person. So that's number one. Number two, the federal character is for employment and appointment, not for elections. Under our constitution, you have to be popular. That is the proper. I'm a lawyer and I'm a constitutionalist. You have to win elections. What I believe in is that someone from the southeast of Nigeria, someone from any part of the country, is long overdue to run for president. So if I see someone from the southeast running for president, I don't feel like, why is he running? I believe he has the right to run. And the fact that he's from the southeast should confer no disadvantage at all. The fact that he's from the southeast should confer no advantage at all. And I believe that if such a person comes out, as some have come out now, people from my hometown, members of my family, will support them. And members of that person's family too, if I make my case, they will support me. And talking about Nigerian civil war, I don't know of, and I say with due respect, I know many families there. Talking about Nigerian civil war, I don't know of any family that had lost more people than my own family when it comes to Nigerian civil war. Almost like 60%, or let me say half of the eligible boys died in the war. So I know the impact of the war, and I know the implication of the war, and I know what we are trying to achieve after the war. And you know that it was after the war that we had Alex Ekweme as vice president. It was after the war that we produced many Senate presidents from the Southeast. And I believe that if someone from the Southeast comes out now and plays the national politics and assures Nigerians that he's running as a Nigerian, that person has a fair chance of giving a competitive edge. But I don't believe that Nigeria has practiced it, whereby you just say you ban every other person from running and only a particular person can run. It's not so. Everybody will come out and run. And this argument that it is the turn of, that it is fair to give it to somebody from the Southeast will be part of the argument. But it will not be the only argument. Because if it's the turn of Ondo people, and Ondo people bring out an armed robber, Nigerians are not obligated to vote for that armed robber. If it's the turn of Ondo people and they bring a person who is not competent, who cannot answer the question, who is a liar, and who is disgraceful, they're not obligated to just give it to the person. So I believe that I'm satisfied with where we are now, which is that somebody from the Southeast, and I also look forward to some people from the Middle Belt, other places coming out. I believe that it has reached a stage where anybody from any part of Nigeria can come out now and be a major candidate and get support from different parts of the country. And people should be careful not to spoil that person's chance by saying that give it to the person because it's from a particular place. There must be other qualities that a person has that are so good that you follow the person. And that's what I believe. And I believe that running now, I have a believe that the problem facing my country require that we must not miss the opportunity to have a competent commander-in-chief who will keep us safe, have a competent chief executive that will harness all our resources together, have a competent head of state that will unify the entire country, and people will not bother too much where it comes from. They will look at the power of his ideas, they will look at that person, they can be sure that this person is going to create a united country, a progressive country, and an accountable government. So I will encourage anyone from Southeast to run. I will encourage people from South to run. I'll encourage somebody from Southwest, North, anywhere to come and run. But the factor that if someone is from Southeast, I believe that if he turns up, he already has certain sympathy on the basis that he's from an area that has not produced a president in recent times. So but that cannot be the only criteria they are going to use. But it's an advantage. So if the equities are equal, if I'm highly competent and I show it, and someone from the Southeast is equally competent, some in the population will say, okay, this person from the Southeast is highly competent. This other person is also highly competent. But this other person is coming from area that has not produced before. On that basis, I will vote for that person. But if the other person, in the course of the campaign, shows that he's a liar, he's not competent, he's a dodgy character, the fact that it comes from a particular place will not count. So I think we should keep that conversation open.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
He didn't actually answer my question, Rudolph.
Okay. I'm sorry.
What is the question? Let me understand. What is the question?
Okay. All right. He wants to take it.
Okay. The question is, because I first asked you, is if you're a fair person, you said yes, you're a fair and just person.
My own opinion, yes.
And yeah, so now, and I'm taking it in a, holistically, and I'm saying that you're now saying that people from the South there's no competent person that you see from the Southeast. And you coming out as a presidential candidate, and not.
I know there are 3 people running from there.
You said that if you know that you're capable, and you see like you can come out because you know you're capable. That's what you're saying. And even if you see someone capable, and you mentioned some names that are capable, and you can support them, even though they're capable of leading the country. And I said, if you're a fair and just person, do you think is right? Because I know you've mentioned Peter Obi's name being like he's copied your manifesto and all that stuff. And you said that you like him and all that stuff. And you're seeing someone that you know that is capable, that can lead the country. And we're coming to a fair and just nature right now. And you feel like you're a fair and just human being. Is it fair to come out as a presidential candidate when you know that the federal character says that you have to be inclusive? When you're saying that it's not political, we're talking about, it never said it's an employment base. It says public office. That is what the Constitution says. And when you're talking about public office, you're talking about presidential, governorship, everything. That's what it says.
Let me answer that. Sorry to interrupt you. He says appointment. Yeah. So, but let's continue. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. So now public office appointment, it goes in a different, ways. And now if you're just a fair person, how do you unify? I'm talking about unifying the part of the country, because you're saying that because you're the best candidate. Are they gonna see it like that? Because now they see someone else that they know that he can do the job that you can do. So now how do you tell them, how do you unify them that they should key into what you're doing?
Let me address that. Number one, let's concede to the Southeast. I have Umadi, whom I interact with Umadi of Abga very well. We talk regularly. So, and if I was a judge, I think he's more competent than some people you are mentioning now. He's more ethical. He has served as a chief judge of a state. He has served as a judge. He's a very competent person, highly knowledgeable. So Philip Umahdi is there, former chief judge of Anambra State. He's running as the ABGA candidate. So if I'm looking for a youth, I have Dumebi Kachiku. So then I have Nwanyanwu. So what do I do? So even the Southeast hasn't got a candidate. They got several candidates. So how do you know before the campaign starts which of the 3 or 4 candidates from the Southeast is better than the other? Will you shut off in justice and fairness, shut down Umahdi of ABGA and say you don't want to listen to him? A man who is a well-known lawyer, he became a judge of impeccable character, he became the chief judge of Anambra State without a query, without any problem, and he retired as a chief judge. Are you saying he's not a man of integrity? Have you listened to his presentation? He talks like a genius. So why are you not talking about him? So why are you not talking of Nwanyanwu, who's another lawyer, who's a bold, courageous person, who speaks boldly in public, who has no skeleton in his cupboard, who answers every question honestly, and who is very popular across the country as a person that has been defending everybody's right. So he is even a chief of Ondo. My own family gave him a chieftaincy title in Ondo Kingdom. So why would I not consider him? So why would I not consider people like IG Abba now, some other people? But even among those who are out now, how can you force feed me to? So I'm listening to everybody. The same way I'm talking to Showore, same way I'm talking to Dumebi, same way I'm talking to Peter. The other time, Governor Peter Obi and I were together for 3 hours. We couldn't go anywhere. 2 of us sitting alone together. Nobody was with us. We were just discussing. No interpreter, nobody in between us. And I'm listening to him. Same way, Umahdi, I'm sure this night he will call me. We talk at night. We talk all the time. So what I'm letting you know is that nobody can use where I come from as the only calling card, because you won't be the only one coming from there. Secondly, the job we are trying to get is a job that you can only know at the end of a campaign what a person stands for, not before the campaign opens at all. You already make up your mind that that particular person. What if you discover something in October? What if you discover that they are lying by November? What are you going to do? So let us allow everybody to come out and contest. But if the mood of the nation is going towards Southeast, if that's where the priority of the nation is going, then I will consider Umahdi as of today. I'd rather take Umahdi than take another person. Then number 2 will be Kachiku before I take another person. Number 2. And if I'm considering that the person has to be youthful, then I will take Kachiku because I listen to him. I know he has a fire. He wants to make a change. He's a very passionate person, and he does not owe anything to the system. So there are many things you can use, but let us not blackmail one another over this issue. Because 2015, when they say only one man, that man is the savior, the entire North that has geniuses all collapsed and brought one man, and the man happens to be, with due respect, a caricature of the promise. So we shouldn't make that kind of mistake now. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me go to Ambassador Tokumbo to ask a question. I could see that it looks like there's no. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. All right. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you are.
No, I am. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Damages, and thank you for what you do. Thank you for bringing Prince Adewole Adebayo this evening. My questions is going to be a kind of departure from all that we've been talking about, and I'm going kind of international. And my question actually is going to be very direct. Prince Adebayo, in your view, is Nigeria prepared to profitably participate in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement under the auspices of the African Union? That's number one. I'm asking that question given the policies of the federal government and the state of our real sector, that is the manufacturing sector. And I know when you're talking about free trade agreement, you're talking about manufactured goods. My second question, Prince Adebayo, is how can Nigeria, under your presidency, make ECOWAS, all ECOWAS regional economic integration programs, impact on the lives, clearly and positively impact on the lives of everyday Nigerians? How will they feel that we are hosting this international organization of which Nigeria is a major contributor, major financial contributor? How will they feel that the money Nigeria is investing in ECOWAS is worth it for them on a daily basis? Those are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We come into a difficult juncture in our governance process. There is a delink between our domestic priorities, our national interests, which when you want to know your national interests, you look inwards. You don't look outwards. But at the beginning of our foreign policy, because of the nationalist movement across the world, our national interests in the country look outwards. So the priority will be freedom for Southern Africa, helping all the Black people in the world. I want us to lay that foundation to know that that was where we got it wrong. At that time, that our internal needs to secure our people, to create employment for our people, to retain our wealth 7 times before we give it out to anybody, to make sure that if we give aid to anybody, we get 3 times that in return. They were not in our priorities in those days. We were just champion of the world and like that, champion of Black people in the world. That was stage 1. Stage 2 was the failure to train our foreign policy desk people to have a link with our priority back home when they are now attending trade summits. You remember that when we had WTO, it was Jubila Anyila who went to represent Nigeria at that time. And that was a military time. And you will see that it was just a Navy man. And you will see that there's not, and the amount of support, technical support, we didn't even have trade officers at that time who could take checkmate one by one. If you look at now, back to the present generation, if you look at the Africa trade, free trade thing, actually, it is as if Nigeria was blindfolded and signed it. Because what we have to offer is the market.
Exactly.
And ideally, no country, you see where America plays its card with NAFTA and what they have now to replace NAFTA. Nobody goes, and the role America plays in WTO and the way China is behaving under the WTO system. No country with a large market like this, with a weakened industrial base, with weakened infrastructure, is going to just go and sign holus bolus what we sign. So I know that when you come to government, you are supposed to say, we will comply with all international agreement. And under the international law, we have what we call pacta sunt servanda. Agreement must be respected. But I think that we need a modification of that to ensure that their protocol is revisited, because it can favor Morocco, South Africa, Egypt, even if you're not careful, it might even favor Ethiopia. And if you look at the open air, just use an example of the open air policy that we did. You will see that even tiny countries are able to have gigantic airlines, even though they don't have population to support it, because they are coming here. So we need to address that. So I won't let that happen. There are many protocols after that treaty. There are many protocols from which we can use to modify some of these obligations. Because if we go into it, we will just become a large consumer of products, not even of our country members, because not even our treaty members. Some of the countries are going to become entrepot for Chinese products, entrepot for European products, and they will just become the market that buys it. And even the little problem we're having with companies coming here to set up half-hearted factories, they will all go away, because they will look at the cost of production, they will look at regulatory costs, and they will go and set up in Ghana, set up nearby and send the goods to us. So the flow of goods from here across to Cotonou Lomé, as it's going this way, will come the opposite way. It will almost mirror what we're expressing with rice importation and all of that. Because many of these our neighbors have very big ports, small population, and 80% of or 90% of what they are receiving is the end consumer is on our side. With regards to ECOWAS, everything is about, if you look at the headquarters agreement that we have with ECOWAS, that is enough framework for us to first ensure employment for our people and see that the same thing Ethiopia is enjoying under African Union, the same thing America is enjoying under the UN headquarters treaty, the same thing you find in Brussels for EU. So we have failed to enforce the headquarters agreement correctly. That's number one. Number two, we're about more than half of the population. So we're more than half of the ECOWAS parliament. So we're not using that parliament to reflect our number. I can imagine a country that must produce about half of the population of the parliament. I cannot use that parliament. That's one of the reasons why one of the weakest institutions in ECOWAS is the parliament, because they know that's what Nigeria has a numerical advantage. Third issue is, if you look at the community levy regime is enough opportunity for Nigeria to dictate the priority of ECOWAS. Because if we withdraw that community levy, then there's nobody. Maybe they have to go to EU to go and collect money. So it is because the people who are in our foreign desk, we have the weakest Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And they are weak in many ways. But for somebody who is running for president, when it comes to diplomatic issues, you are not allowed to criticize your country. But I know where the pitfalls are with respect to consular management, with respect to trade management, even with respect to defense and other management, even with respect to dealing with reciprocity. If we use the principle of reciprocity, many of these injustices that we are suffering in international organization, we also suffer the same thing with, I don't know if you remember the late Professor Adewole. We suffer the same thing in Commonwealth headquarters. We suffer the same. So it is like that. It's just because we have that problem of managing, even in the UN system, we are not able to catch up because of lag in information, cadre building, recruitment, announcement, and all of that. We are not able to even meet some of our quota in the UN. Even when we do UN operations, we are not able to make our recoveries back. The same thing happens to us in the Hajj operation. We are one of the few countries that spend more money for Hajj, and we don't participate in the procurement of Hajj and other benefits that goes with it. So we will look in-house with experts to deal with it. But this is our odyssey so far, and that's the weakness we have.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that a lot of people are sending their questions on the comments section. Please, can you share them with me again so that I'll try to pass them across while we run through the people who are here already. Buddy, I think you are next. Your question.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. You're welcome. The question for the Prince, one will be on policy and one will be on politics. The first one on policy will dwell on education. With the state of our education, what do you think we can do? And then the state of our polytechnic education. Is it really necessary? Should we face it out and come up with something new? That's on policy. The second one on education, on politics. I think I saw you on TVC about like 5 days ago. Yeah. What's your take on the big tent? You know, they have idea what they call political big tent, being coordinated by Professor Tome and the likes. And they have the third force. And in your words, you said some people are not welcome in the third force. Whoever has anything to do with PDP and whoever has anything to do with APC, that they're not welcome. And I notice, if you see the biggest promoter of the big tent, they are the backers of Obi. And Obi is from Abga to PDP. Are you saying Obi is not welcome in the third force? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's deal with education. Education is important, but it's not as complicated because it's just a structured meeting between the learner and the teacher in a learning environment. And if you look at how our education started, it started from missionaries meeting in church houses under a tree and things like that. And they produced the best minds of the age. For us, we could compete very well. And our first attempt at public tertiary education was Jabat Tech, 1938. Then we went and we're lucky in 1952, we got the University College Ibadan. So if you look at the system of training, it means that you must focus on the mind of the teacher. You must be willing to teach. And to be able to teach, you must have dignity of labor and you must have community respect. Secondly, you must have the learner knowing that learning is an escape route from poverty. It's an escape route from underdevelopment. And the atmosphere we have now is the opposite of it. There's no dignity in being a teacher, with due respect, except your own internal human dignity. But there's no systemic support for your human dignity or for your economic dignity. Then the person who is being taught is also seeing many certificated failures ahead of him. That the person who graduated, who was the best student in my school 5 years ago, is in our neighborhood begging for food and walking about. So there's no inspiration there. So this is what government is killing the people in terms of their psyche. And that is why I've been very vocal with respect to ASU, very vocal with respect to the Educational Trust Fund, and the need to restore all of that back. If you do that, many people will go to teaching and we will recover. When it comes to technical education, we cannot have less polytechnics. In fact, we should even have monotechnics. We should have more of that because the 19th century was for the training of philosophers and thinkers. This present generation is for the training of visionaries and doers. And passing skill set to people and being able to solve practical, pragmatic problems in this post-industrial age is very important. And I think that we should expand the polytechnics. We should know that the idea of replacement of colonialists, which was the first priority we had when we started our universities, the first generation university, was to give us manpower to replace the district officers, the tax officers, and all of that. The civil service is now full. We actually need to train people now who actually have real life skill to create value on the street. I'm not saying we should not continue to train some people to replace those who are aging away or the attrition in the public services, but you actually now cannot say that all these universities is to train people to replace people in the civil service. No. So that is what we need to do with respect to that. And I've already started that by going to meet the historical black colleges in the US, trying to work out agreements by which you can have exchanges, you could have virtual study, you could have some linkages, both at the faculty level and at the curriculum and the student level. Now, with respect to the big tent, there's no tent that can be bigger than the one I tried to build for the past 2 years. I believe that the 14 political parties should have formed one party. And I don't think, with due respect, with all humility, you can say that there has been somebody who invested more in this season than me. If you look at my on my 50th birthday earlier this year, 14 political parties put advertisement in various newspapers congratulating me and thanking me for my attempt to create that big tent. The only difference I have with some of my colleagues there is that Nigerians want a change. They don't want PDP and APC. And it's not because they don't like the broom or they don't like the umbrella. They all use brooms at home and they have umbrella when it rains. They are not happy with these people because of their past behavior. And I said that if you are creating an alternative, you cannot go to them and sell them as alternative to the Nigerian people. Because you will not be responsible. You'll just be escorting a PDP man or an APC man to the villa. And once he comes in, you are not responsible for how he behaves, because he's going to behave true to type. Secondly, you are robbing the people, the alternative, because Nigeria is not so unlucky that you cannot go to the other side who have not been in government before and find an alternative person who has a track record of when the going was good in PDP, he didn't join them. He was criticizing them and saying, you guys are not good. When the going was starting to be good, before it crashed completely in APC, he was not part of them and was criticizing them that it will not work. So those are the people who are entitled now to, and who you can trust to lead you on an alternative path. But the fact that somebody stay inside PDP or APC, struggled to be the candidate, believe everything they believe, did everything they did, and didn't succeed there, and now realize that he can crash out and come to the big tent. He is welcome from the back. He can now come and join and then learn the principle and do everything. And you now know that, okay, he has changed his way. He's now part of the new thing. But not that he will come and head it, because I know where it's going to lead to. Look at the campaign that they are promoting. The structure, the way it was in PDP, it is structured the way it is now. The Director General, when they were in PDP, is still the Director General of the campaign now. When they were to choose their vice president, they couldn't find anybody in the alternative big tent. They went back to the same PDP to take a die-in-the-wool PDP core person and brought. So you are now going to escort to the villa PDP man number 1, PDP man number 2. And the person who is the DG of their campaign, they're not going to throw him out. He's PDP man number 3. So our colleagues are doing exactly what they did in 2015. It's not their first time. We've always had that argument. It's not because of my brother Peter or anybody. No, I've always argued against them right from many years of our relationship that why do you people go on television and talk of alternative? When it's election time, you will go and step down and work with the system. So the same people supported Buhari in 2015. So this is not the first time that they are doing it. That's what I am saying. And that's why I disagree. I'm not saying that anybody cannot change their mind. Even the most guilty, the most rabid PDP person can change his mind. But when you change your mind, we put you in a quarantine. We start watching you, whether you're only changing because of temporary mishap that happened to you, or you have now changed your ways. And I keep saying it, I'm not perfect. And the reason why I keep going to church regularly is that I know that God has a special place in his heart for sinners, because the sinner will come and confess and he will say, I did wrong. Now I want to do what is right. God will forgive. The people God cannot help are hypocrites, because they will not change their mind. They will say, everything's okay with me, whereas nothing is okay with them. So if there is a PDP man who comes out and says, I was part of PDP, we were bad people, we mismanaged resources, we didn't take care of the people, we were stealing security votes, we were rigging elections, we were bribing people, we ruined the economy. Now I've realized that this is not a good way. I now join my brothers on this side. Let us do what is right. I have not heard of that. I'm only hearing people covering story up. So, but everybody has chosen their path now. I'm just recommending. If they didn't talk about big tent again, they just follow what they are doing, I'm okay with them. If they are talking of the big tent, that tent cannot have both refugees and perpetrators of crime at the same time. No. I want a clean break. I don't want Nigerians to ask me on the street, how are we suffering? And I say, I don't know, it is that man. No. I want to be able to say the third way. And it's not about personal ambition. Many of them, when we were building up the movement, I called them, you are talking well, you make sense. Why don't you come and run? If you are running, I can step down for you. That's why nobody can ask me any question now. because I went to people and I said, we must give Nigerians an alternative. This 2023 must be the year we make a clean break. So you, if you want to run, don't worry about not having money. Don't worry about this. We'll work with you. They said, okay, they're not sure. They're not sure. So I said, I'm running because I'm not going to escort anybody. If I am responsible for a government, let my name, let my family be responsible for it. But I'm not going to be like those people who escorted Buhari, because I was warning them. Same thing I was talking in 2015. When they were saying, say Buhari, I said, say what? Do you know what you're talking about? You will not even see this man immediately gets in there. He will not change his way. And you don't know anything about it. You're just following the easy way of trying to join them to escort a big man to power. I will never do it. I will run.
All right.
We win. We are responsible. We don't win. We come back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. We've done 4 hours. But I will let the people who are here to also ask their questions. But let me go through some questions that I saw in the comment section. There was a question about the Constitution. I know you touched on it, but I want to play a video of the founding chairman of your party when he was talking recently. So we go from there. That is Olufalaye was talking about his vision of Nigeria and his concerns. Just a little bit of the video.
Grandchildren are foreigners. My children looked on and saw that Nigeria was in decline, so they decided to have their children abroad. Against my advice, if you do not restructure Nigeria and revive Nigeria, more and more young people will desert Nigeria.
So he's been on this. He's been talking about the need to restructure Nigeria and that the constitution as it states, you agree to, it's fraudulent. It's not constitution that will work. People want to know, how will you swear to protect and defend our constitution? And then when you get in there, you make a change. So that's one question. The other question is something to do with seaports. Somebody wanted to know, what plans do you have to have seaports beyond the ones in Lagos, make the other ones functional? There was a question about the team you have in place. I know we touched this when I was talking to you initially, to implement all these things you're talking about, because you're not going to do it alone. Do you have that team in place? Someone was talking about SDP as a proxy for APC, that SDP is basically set up there to help APC. Along that line, somebody also mentioned that you have not mentioned Bola Tinubu's name throughout this conversation. Are you afraid of him? Is there any reason why you don't mention his name? So you can take on these questions and then we go to the people who are here.
Okay, let's go back. Let me take the last two because they won't contribute much to the conversation. I don't need to mention the name of anybody, except if you mention their name. My job is to promote my candidature. You can see clearly that I don't agree with APC. I don't agree with their candidate. Their candidate is not taking Nigeria anywhere. They themselves know. They just want to reward the person who helped them last time. They want to reward him now. So it's like they paid back time for themselves. So it has nothing to do with me. And my party is the nightmare of APC because we are competing with them in areas where they say it's their stronghold. So I think Nigerians should just ignore anybody who has that notion that we are assisting them. We can't assist them. If we want to assist them, we'll join them and help them. Why should we assist them? So that doesn't make any sense at all. It's not possible. So now, with respect to Nigerian Constitution, Lincoln took an oath of office to enforce, protect, and comply with the U.S. Constitution. But he still passed the 14th Amendment, abolishing slavery. So that he passed the 13th, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment as well. So I believe that we don't have any excuse not to restructure our Constitution to make it work. But until that Constitution is amended, my oath of office is that I must comply with it. And there are enough good things inside it comply with, that will eradicate poverty, that will create security for the country, while still trying to improve the constitution. But I believe that that constitution was wrongly, it has been wrongly structured, such a way that the best potential of the country is not coming out. And the federal government is overloaded with things that are not within proximity. And it's also creating tension for those who are talented below, who have the talent to develop their own resources, to develop the environment, to keep people safe. You can imagine a governor groaning that his people are being killed, and he has ideas of what to do about it. And because policing is not within his powers, now he's frustrated. It's across the country. Governor Safara is complaining, Governor Katsina is complaining, Governor Vondo is complaining, Anambra is complaining, everybody's complaining. So I think we need to shift that structure. There's no excuse that we have. But the fact that you want to change the constitution does not mean that you will not respect it while it's still valid, or any component of it that is valid. So is there any question I missed there?
Yeah. There's one, I think, the team. Do you have a team in place that
Okay,
will
the team.
go?
You see, there are 5,000 or a little more appointments that I have to make as president in order to be able to run a clean presidency. As I sit today, I have over 60,000 clean Nigerians, well vetted. So I don't need to set up a major panel that will spend 19 months or 9 months. No, I know where they are. I've encountered them. I know many of them. So Nigeria is not short of people. What has been happening is that they are constrained to choose their people from among those who contributed to their campaign, those who donated money. So those who are not smart enough to take any job, they will bring people to come and stand in for them. So when you say somebody is Minister of Trade, he's actually not Minister of Trade. He's the person that somebody brought and they just put in trade. So if you say Minister of Finance, is representing somebody who doesn't really live in Abuja at all. So that's the kind of system that they set up. Ours is different. I have Nigerians home and abroad. If I had to make 200,000 appointments, I will not be short of people. But in any case, the principal appointment that the president has to make, by the time you get to 6,000, the government is already formed. And then you can now start to use the existing civil servants to correct them and to do recruitment over time. So I don't think there's a shortage of manpower there at all. This country has talented people, honest people, courageous people, and clean people. We're not.
Okay, we are going to go back to the guests who are here, our audience
There was
members.
one last question, I think, because it was also a 5.
Yeah, there's a question about I saw one question about LGBT plus policy for Nigeria. Do you have any policy around that? That's one question that someone wanted to know. There's another one I forgot. Yeah. Do you have any policy about that?
Yeah, definitely can't be secretary of government at this rate if you are forgetting these questions.
No. I'm just trying. I'm worried about the. I'm not looking for a job to begin with.
No, I'm not looking for. I'm looking for you. So I'm not going to secretary of government because you're not giving the question.
I'm not ready to come back. Yeah, go ahead.
You see,
Seaport. I think you did. Yeah, seaports. That was the question. The seaports.
Yeah, seaport.
Yeah.
Seaport is infrastructure. Between Badagry and Rio de Rey, we need at least 120 ports. So Nigeria is like a country that doesn't have ports at all. We even need inland ports in Onitsha, in Baro, in New Busa, in Ida, because there used to be a port in Ida. People won't believe that. During the time of GB Olivant, UAC, and UTC, there used to be a port in Ida, linking Ida with Aganebode before you come to Fuga. So imagine in the First Republic in colonial time that people in those states and what's the present day Kogi state didn't need to come to Lagos to clear their goods. How can a country be so sclerotic to allow everybody? If you are in Onitsha, you have to come to. If you are in Newu, you have to come to Papa. It makes no sense at all. In fact, there should be port wants to dredge up to Makurdi or to Barrow, we should have inland ports. If you look at many ports along the Mississippi in America, they are very huge ports, bordering Mississippi, Colorado, and all of that. So it's not negotiable. But these ports are not going to be government-built ports. No. And let me tell you what is happening. What is killing the port development in Nigeria is that over the years, they concession these ports to certain cronies and capitalists. These crony capitalists are just rent seekers. So many of them are importers. Some used to import ice fish in the past. Some import sugar. Some import cement. Now they are producing some of it. So they concession these ports to them to give them structural advantages over others. So if you are a cement manufacturer or you are an importer of a major component that we don't produce, you have to be queuing up at somebody's port. That's one. Secondly, they are giving port services contracts to many people. Even one of them is one of my competitors now. He's been making a lot of money over the years from port services. So they don't want you to create an open system whereby you can build ports in Escafos, you can build ports. Look at the Sapele port. It used to operate. Look at the port in Cocoa. It used to operate. So I don't see any reason why we don't have ports all the way. So about 120 ports. In my own port development plan, about 120 ports. Some of the ports are Entreports. Remember there was a company. Anyway, you're not a TV. You're not going to charge me money. There was a company called Ladol that a private person set up, and they set up a port for air services. It can be done. I don't see any reason why companies, in fact, I'm going to mandate, as part of the mandate for major oil companies, that port development must be part of what they must pursue. We need to have all these ports so that we can export, we can import, and we can have a well-developed linkages. Because not only will we have all the ports, we must do the coastal rail line. I have a cargo corridor so that we can do cabotage both on land and on water. Because we must be able to do that. That's the only way out. So these are Baba ports and all these other ports, they are even old. Some of them need expansion. Some of them need to be shut down and rebuilt. But you need to build the others first before you do that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. So talking about my question goes to hospitality. Precisely, I'm talking about tourism. So if we want to do hotel and tourism and the likes, one of the ways that the UAE, what we fondly call today Dubai, one of the ways they do it, when they started their tourism, they float Emirates Airlines because it was hard for other countries to even take their aircraft to those countries. So they float their own airline to bring people their best aircraft, and they make it much, much cheaper to attract people to come. And today, it pays them a lot. That's a serious Muslim country, but they make places like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they make it open for everybody. And people from Britain, America, they invested precisely Britain, they invested a lot. So my take is that what will you do when it comes to the aviation industry? When I'm talking about the aviation industry, I'm not talking about you bringing the national carrier for us to have aircraft. I'm talking about doing the A check, B check, C check, and D check. You know, when we do all those things here, it's going to help us, because if you bring aircraft in and you don't do the checks in Nigeria, it's still loose, where you charge people by naira and you go take this aircraft out for checks in foreign currency. That's why the airlines in Nigerians are dying. So what will be your take on that aspect, and how will you go about it?
Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Aviation is a combination of infrastructure, because the way you have seaports, you have to have airports. It's also a technical thing, because flying, avionics, and aircraft management is technical and is a world standard thing. So you cannot be an exception. Thirdly, it's a business. So, and it's not as if we've not tried this route before. We fail in infrastructure maintenance. We fail in discipline required for technical compliance. So a lot of our aircraft were seized overseas because of not doing basic maintenance, because of lack of honesty and integrity
Give me the knife.
in managing this affairs. Third one is that as a business, it has to make sense. You cannot continue to subsidize it. So you have to run it as a business, which means that all the business judgment rules have to apply. All the accountability has to apply. So, and what we suffer was sabotage because people were making money from getting the aircraft stranded overseas, litigation here and there. People who work Nigerian Airways were pushing tickets to their family members. There was breach of contract. You could be sitting in a business class seat, and they will kick you out and put one minister or director there and claim that they oversold the ticket, all sorts of things. So what do I do? First, start with building modern airports and building runways that make technical specification. Building relief airways. For example, I think in Nigeria, we should be able to have about 109 new airports as relief airport for small and mid-sized jets. It's very important to us to be able to do that. Now, we need to have at least 36 standard airports. Every state capital vicinity should be able to have a standard full-length 4-kilometer runway. And we can have that at the cost we're having the one they're building now. I always give illustration. My clients warn me because I'm a lawyer, but I brought an airline, aviation company, aviation infrastructure company to Nigeria, and they built an airport in Nigeria. I know what they had to go through. At the end of the day, they ran away because people were just trying to pad the contract to the point where their conscience could not take it. The amount of money that could build like 7 airports is being piled into one airport, and they are trying to force them to give kickback and all of that. After a while, they just call me one day, we are done, we're not coming anymore. They went back to Virginia. So, just letting you know that. So, we can, so that anybody says, how are you going to have the money to build all these airports? The money is there because they are overpadding the cost of building these ones. Second, we must deal with the issue of BASA, the bilateral air service agreements, because the BASA alone will fund all our investment in aviation. Because we have a population that likes to travel, and we have a large population anyway, and the aggregate. And every country has to sign BASA with us for 2 things: for coming to land and pick passengers in our airports. Second, for overflight, given the size of our country, given our location. And so if we have very good navigational equipment, they'll be flying over us and we're making money from there. All that BASA money, go and find out from them. They just share the money, they don't account for it. Go and find out from people in National Assembly, Aviation Committee. Ask them how much was collected for BASA last year, this month. They don't know it. So that is a pool of funds that can be there. Third leg, we must have a national carrier. There's nothing you can do about that. It's not negotiable. You must have a national carrier. In fact, we ought to be like America, that has not a single national carrier, but has about 3 or 4 national carriers. So we need to have national carrier. No country can afford to be bleeding the amount of money we are bleeding in aviation without letting some of the money come back. Now, aviation is a sub-infrastructure under tourism. Same thing if you have marine services, boats, or they're also useful for aviation, for tourism. if you have good rail system, they're also good for tourism because many people who travel to Canada, they just go by train to see the countryside. The same thing with South Africa, the same thing with India, the same thing with China. So countries that are mid-sized, big, you need a strong rail system connecting your airport to the seaport, to other part of the hinterland, to your tourist attraction. So if you have a train ride to Obudu, people will appreciate it. If you fly to Obudu, people will appreciate it. If you can do a boat ride to Calabar, and from there you drive to Obudu, people will appreciate it. So you need to have internal infrastructure for tourism to work. People stopping at your airport, and immediately after, they can't even get out of the airport. So you fly from London to Lagos, 5 hours, 6 hours. Then to go from Ikeja to Lekki, it's taking you 5 hours. No tourists will like that nonsense. They're not going to do it. So we need to continue from where the aviation helps the tourism. Then the fourth component, you need safety for tourism to work. People are not going to fly in with Emirates into Abu Dhabi if they are going to be immediately kidnapped on the highway. However cheap the flight is, they're not going to take it. However beautiful the country is, they're not going to take it. That is why, as beautiful as Mexico is, countries that are not as beautiful as Mexico, like Jamaica, other places, they are having tourists going there because you are more likely to be kidnapped in the street of Mexico than to be kidnapped in some of these other Latin countries. So that safety must also be there. Then the last component is that the people of the country must know how to render services. Services must work. So people travel to Gambia, Cocoa Beach, all those places, and you will see that Gambia has no infrastructure, doesn't have much of aviation, has no airline. Air Gambia hasn't flown for a long time. The airport is rickety. With due respect, when I go back there, I hope they won't chase me away. But the airport is a bit rickety. But when you manage to get to Cocoa Beach, even if you take tuk-tuk to get there, you will see that they are congenial, they welcome you, they serve you well, and all of that. So all of this package is what we need to put together for aviation. But you must have a humble government that is servicing the people first. It is very difficult to have a country where the government does not service the citizen. And that government says it wants to create a tourism industry to service outsiders. If a Nigerian is stuck in one place, he cannot call 911 and expect police to come and help him. So do you expect the police now to listen to tourists? It doesn't work. I've been to the Gambia and some other countries, Cape Verde, with people all the way from New York. Sometimes they say they want to go to Africa. Some are Afrocentric. And you will see that in certain tourist places, you will see Gambian soldiers coming to guard tourists and all of that. And I used to ask them, why are you guarding tourists? You give me the impression I see your country is not safe. They say, well, we cannot afford one single kidnap, because these tourists will not come. So there are many reasons. And then once you create that infrastructure, you cannot have teams, year of return for Badagry and all those other places that have historical places for slavery. You cannot have topography for those who want to come to Gembu, Obudu Hills, and all of those. Some people want to look at Zuma Rock. I was surprised when somebody was telling me overseas that everything he wants in Nigeria is Zuma Rock. I said, oh, you can come and carry the rock now. Because we pass the rock, we don't even stop. He said he loves Zuma Rock. So I believe that people will come, same thing with Dari Hill, same thing with Ogu Hills and all those places. Some will come for water sports. We have a lot of water surfaces all over Nigeria. Some will come for biking. You can take bike and go to Jakusko in Yobe State. It's as if you are in the Arabian desert. You have beautiful sand dunes all over those places. So many reasons. Some will come and do kayak on Lake Chad, but you have to get rid of Boko Haram and all of that. So tourism is a package. And then some will come for Oshobo, Ofala Festival, and so all those thematic things, Arugungu Festival. So, but you must have that basic infrastructure working. But it starts with the government that can actually answer a call when you call the government office. Go and pick any government and call the office.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
I think you spoke my mind very well. You sound like 100% an aviator. I think you cover nearly everything, but you don't cover the first word that comes out of your mouth. You didn't cover that aspect. You said aviation is infrastructure.
Yes.
Do you know in Nigeria we only have one aviation school in Zaria, Kaduna, and that aviation
Yes.
school is almost coma-side.
There's a private
The
one.
aircraft.
There's a private one in Illinois. There's one in Illinois because I check
Yeah.
on.
I've been to Ilorin and
Yes.
I schooled in
But that one
Zaria.
can only give you single engine starter pack. But what I'm letting you understand, there's supposed to be another one in Enugu. When the whole new was designed, there's supposed to be one in Enugu. Because if you look at the topography of Enugu, it's a good place for you to learn vertical landing, S landing, and all those maneuvers. Because of the way Enugu Airport is situated at LMA, you can train a lot of people there. But one thing what we can do is there are 4 angles to aviation infrastructure. One are the training facilities. You will see that between inside Atlanta alone, not talk of Florida, where is their past time. The first time I learned how to fly, it was in Hawaii. First time I learned how to fly at all. I just went as a tourist, and then after a while, I had a German friend who knew how to fly. Then he said, why don't you learn how to fly? And then because I stayed a little bit in Hawaii, I started learning how to fly. So if you have all of these things, many people who didn't want to have a career in aviation can just develop interest because of the availability of the facility. That is one angle to it. Second angle is that when you are bringing aircraft into Nigeria, you need to be able to do your basic checks. But an economy in which people are struggling with fueling, kerosene, one of the easiest things to get, aviation kerosene, they are having struggle. Some airlines have to go to Ghana to go and refuel and come back here. So if we are failing at that basic level, it means that we have a lot of work to do. But luckily, aviation pays for itself. So if they are not stealing the money, if you are not using FAN, NCA, NAMA to NCAT, as patronage for those who are supporting your politics, if you allow it to be run very well, then you will see. Because remember that when the British Overseas Corporation, when they divided it after independence, and we got our own, which became Nigeria Airways, which has the code name Whiskey Tango. Everybody in the world, if you want to go to aviation school, you must learn Whiskey Tango, because that was the call sign of Nigeria Airways. And they were training pilots like Captain Ore and all those people. We were meeting international standards. Ethiopia was looking up to Nigeria because Nigeria was making that investment. So we must make that combined investment now.
That's why I am asking. You spoke everything more of the tourism, which you cover very well. You talk about Barca, and I feel the impact of Barca very well because Nigeria can do better with Barca. You can see what airline like Askia is doing in Togo. They make a lot of money on Barca, and everything that they make in Togo is all about Nigeria. Everything landed in Togo and to come to Nigeria, but that aspect you spoke very well. But what I'm saying is that I'm talking about infrastructure, because if you tell me about NCAT in Kaduna, there is nothing there. You understand?
Infrastructure for training is there. Infrastructure for maintenance is there. Infrastructure for navigation is there. So do you know that, as I talk to you today, do you know that people who have private jet or any other equipment that they like, that they really want to protect, they hire private guard in our airport? Are you aware that if you are paid on parking charges, but you still have to hire somebody to stand by your plane and be watching it? Otherwise, when you come back, somebody will go to your aileron, remove something from your aileron, go to your wings, remove something. Do you know that? I have had clients of mine coming to Nigeria and having that serious problem. So we are going back to the fundamental of it. But to make all those investments, you have to straddle the entire, from training to aviation safety equipment to basic maintenance, to be able to do basic oiling, turnaround, to be able to change your tire, do a fitting with your landing gear, and up to doing C check, D check. There are companies that I know in Canada, in Australia, in Austria, and other places that I know personally, that if you just allow them to come and at their own cost, set up C check and D check hangars, they will do it. It's just that.
But you cannot be. You cannot like. I'm talking about the biggest private. Sorry,
I'm
this
sorry.
is my last question.
Yeah, because we have other people who have not had the chance.
And we only have 4 hours left. We have done halfway now. Only have 4 hours.
We are done 4 hours. That's a commitment to. Okay, go ahead, Paul. Finish up.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that because when you talk about all these things, if we don't first of all put the maintenance, the biggest private maintenance company right now in Nigeria is ExecuJet, which I believe you know from the way you sound. And you know ExecuJet is coming all the way from South Africa. So for you to do normal A check in Nigeria for a technician, not a B1 or a B2 now, for a technician to do normal A check on a Boeing 700, I'm not talking classic of 500, 700, 800. You need to still find yourself in Addis Ababa, or you go to US, or you go to UK, and it costs a lot of foreign exchange. So it's unfortunate. So we have to start from there. So that's why I'm asking you again, how can we upgrade NCAT?
We can do that. Not only are we going to upgrade NCAT, I mentioned Enugu. We need to open a new corridor in Makurdi. At a time when the Air Force, we are supposed to share it. And that's in aviation, you share civil aviation, you share military aviation. Where we started falling off the wagon was one, we started mismanaging our civil. Then because of the coup and rumors of coup, especially that FASA coup, from that moment, there was a government disinvestment in Air Force. So you will see that the hangar that's supposed to be in Makurdi, that's supposed to serve it, is no longer there. Remember that in Port Harcourt, we have two airports, one for the Air Force and one for the civil. We need to continue along that line so that you do manpower training. There are major investments. For example, we're fighting war now. A major part of our war is air cover. And I had a meeting with retired Air Vice Marshal. I selected my team and I said I wanted only fighter pilots. I had a session with fighter pilots and I discovered that, in fact, we're even lucky because we don't have air cover anywhere. So in me trying to manage air cover for Nigeria, I would give a lot of facilities. I do a lot of, for example, for military checks, for example, it's dangerous to have your aircraft taken to another territory for checks, especially A to C is just not correct. So we'll make all that investment. Luckily for us, we have Nigerian manpower in many of those places. We'll do it for rotary equipment, helicopter, and all the rest of them. We'll also do it for face wings. We'll also do it for others. So we'll do it in that category and we'll place it in different parts. We will do all of that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have done 4 hours. That's our commitment, and I think we have done 100 questions. But because we have some people who are still here, we give them the chance to ask their questions. Chukwudi, let me start with you. I know you've been here for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I've been here for 4 hours. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for providing the theater, and Prince Adewole for performing the surgery. Now it's for us to nurse the patient to recovery. Let me state that there is no country that is united. Nigeria needs a manager, not a uniter. Just as you cannot unite Umuleri with Aguleri, and you cannot unite Ife with Modakeke, you cannot unite Islam with Christianity. We need someone who can manage all these entities to coexist. I disagree with government sponsoring pilgrimages for any religion. You are correct in your defense stance. The police is for internal policing. The army is for external policing. If we had a good, effective, and efficient police force, there will be no Boko Haram. I also disagree with the idea of police barracks. Police personnel should live in the community, where they serve as eyes for the government and the community to fish out errant elements. Also, I find it curious in your use of an armed robber from Olu. The last time I remember, Oyenusi and Aneni were not from Olu. I think you could have, unless you have somebody in mind, you could have used a better example. And
no, I said I used not Olu, I used Ondo as well. That if it's the turn of Ondo, where I come from, Nigerian will not take an armed robber from Ondo as well.
Okay, okay. We have armed robbers everywhere, so I know. I'm just so my question is, why wouldn't Fashola resign instead of everybody making excuses for him? I have resigned from positions. If he's there and he's not given a free hand to perform, he should resign. And I have my own ideas when I run for the presidency. I won't divulge it now since I'm not a candidate. But I like your broad knowledge on different subjects. And if I become president and you're still available, I'll make you a prime minister. Thank you.
All right, Prince, before you answer, proudly Bia has to leave and she wants to maybe throw in her question. So let her just ask you the question and then you can answer them together. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Damages, and hello to our viewers and hello to our honorable guest. Sorry I joined in late, but
we can't hear you anymore.
As a patriotic Nigerian, so can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes,
As a patriotic Nigerian, I will invest my time on anything that will move that country to a better place. And as a woman or as a lady, I am concerned and I am an honorable part of Nigerian person. So my question for you is, I've heard everything few things you've said. I didn't hear anything about the things that would help improve the situations of women in Nigeria, the standard of abuse against women in Nigeria, both professionally, politically, even in business. Women are being subdued, possibly or ironically locked away in the kitchen by our traditions. So what are you going to do different from other politicians to include women like myself so that I can come home to feel safe in Nigeria as a woman, that it is okay to engage in politics without being told off that I'm being too ambitious or I'm trying to be like a man? That is one question for you, sir. And another question is, what is your opinion about a Muslim ticket? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, proudly, Bia. The idea here is that you respond to the question asked. You are the first person to ask me about women, and so I will answer it. So I have to answer to the question. The whole purpose of social investment that the Social Democratic Party is having is to be able to address those things that give women concern. When you are talking of insecurity, those who worry about it the most, even in wartime, any time of unrest, is women. It's either they worry for their own safety, if they worry for their own virtue, they worry about losing their husband or children in war. So once you create public safety, women are the first beneficiary of public safety because they are the ones who do the least violence and they are the majority of the victims. Same thing with poverty. Women suffer because they have to feed the children, they have to stay at home, they know the price of goods and services first before the men folk. know it. So this is going to address the concern of women. If you listen to prayers of women in the churches and the mosques, it's mostly about these two issues. Issue of how do we feed the family, how do we get a job, issue of how do we keep safe, the person who travels, is he going to come back, things like that. When I go around the country, I know for every kilometer that I travel, my mother does 2 hours of prayers. So I know the concern of women with respect to that. Now, with respect to politics, if the politics is critical, the politics is clean, women will join. And in my party, we had 2 female presidential aspirants. And even the person who came second to me is a fairly young lady, a fantastic person who is a patriot who loves the country, Khadija Okunolamidi. And she's central to my campaign now. Same thing with the other lady, Dorothy Akonova Nuhu. So she is also there. So if you make politics to be about principle, to be about ethics, to be about ideas, women will do well. In the SDP, there's zero thuggery. We don't have things that can chase women away, and we welcome women, and we have a lot of women on our National Working Committee, and we have women. Even our Lagos State chairperson is a lady, and we have women in many places. So we don't have. If we carry that into the general politics, if you support an idea of an SDP government, you have more of that happening. And even when Abiola ran in 1993, a woman also ran with him, Sarah Jibril. So the SDP has a long history of having women running for offices. So, but I think rather than just pandering to women and all of that, to have a women-friendly policy in terms of access to education, in terms of access to inheritance, in terms of access to professional licenses, access to capital to do business, and generally avoiding cheating. Anywhere you avoid cheating, women will do well. And that's why all over the world, in societies that are fair, that have rule of law, the women get as high as possible. And that's our target.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
He didn't answer any of my question.
The Muslim tickets, please. That
He
is
didn't
very
answer
important.
my question, Dr. Damages. I wanted to know why Fashola should not resign if he cannot be given a free hand. Yeah.
When a woman speaks after you, we have to answer the woman first. That's the problem.
I understand, but
Muslim tickets, and then I
Now,
go
let me deal with
and give
Muslim
space.
ticket. You see, Muslim ticket is an unfortunate distraction. Why? They did it deliberately to change the topic. Any rational person knows that you cannot do Christian, Muslim. Just because it's a period of diversity. They just did it so that you'll be complaining about that. You won't complain about the fraud they have done. You won't complain about the corruption they have done. So they're giving you a new topic. So in any case, they are not going to come to power. So their problem will not affect us in future. So that one is gone. Now dealing with why people will not. These people love themselves more than they love the country. They want to remain in power, in government. Once they come in, remember my brother El-Rufai called himself an accidental public servant, that he didn't want to enter public service, that he just entered by accident. But he has spent 30 years in that accident. So it's a continuous accident. So Fashola said he was tired. He's done enough. But when he was given opportunity to leave, he didn't leave. First time, it was a failure. Couldn't generate any electricity. Became Minister of Darkness. Now, he couldn't complete any roads. Became Minister of Potholes. But he still brought himself back. He should have used 2019 as an escape and run away. He still came back. And right now, he's lamenting, opening the book of lamentation in the media that they are not releasing money to him, but he will not resign. And I can bet you, if we have the misfortune of letting them come back, he will still sneak back with them. All these people, they're not serving, they don't have a mission in government other than to be in government. But if you have a mission in government, immediately that mission is not being fulfilled, you will leave. But they don't have a mission other than to belong. That's their problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Victory, make it quick, please. Just one question.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. Thank you, Prince, for gracing the show. I really appreciate your presence here today. My question is, you've spoken well about so many topics here today. Do you honestly believe that the way Nigeria is at the moment is a workable country? When I say that, I mean, would you not say it would be better for us to go to some sort of a regional government where everybody is allowed to develop at their own pace? Because I don't see the reason why anyone from the north should be telling me, an intellectual, what to do. That I should go and seek permission from someone to do what I need to do to better my community and environment. So that's my question to you.
Thank you. Now there are intellectuals in the north too, and there are buffoons in the south. So God has equally shared these things. But what I can let you know is this: in Nigeria, the way it is now, is workable with a lot of hard work. But it is improvable. It is, if we improve on it and restructure it, it will be much easier to work with. If there is a reason why you cannot amend the constitution and you cannot make changes, a good leadership will still make lemon or lemonade out of the lemon. It will not steal money. In this present constitution, you can avoid stealing money. You can avoid corruption if you want to. You can spend public money well and efficiently. You can avoid nepotism and bias. You can love every Nigerian the way you want. You can do all of that, and the country will be making progress. But the country will make more progress if we restructure it and allow problems that occur at community level to be dealt with at community level, so that we don't aggregate problem. It's like a neighborhood where everybody generates refuse in their house. Instead of dealing with the refuse in their house, they throw the refuse into the street and wait for somebody to come and pack the refuse. And that person comes once in a month. That's what's happening to the Nigerian federal government. Problems arise from various communities. A goat is missing. Somebody stole a goat here. Federal government police has to come and help you with that goat, stealing of the goat. Somebody found a mineral in your community. They want to exploit it. They don't have to talk to you. They have to go to federal government to come and deal with it. You have drainage problem. You can't deal with it. You have to wait for federal government to deal with it. Any road that can contain a trailer, another trailer, is called federal road. All of that. If somebody is overspeeding in my hometown, I need road safety, federal government road safety. Come on, tell him to set speed limit for me in my hometown. So it makes no sense. So we need to make amendments. And everybody, I've gone around the country, from Zamfara to Cross River, from Bayelsa to Borno, from Katsina down to Akwa Ibom. Everybody agrees that the country needs restructuring. They agree. So I have a dual approach to it, that first, you need both. You need honest civil servants, honest public servants, honest politicians. You also need to amend your things. Nigeria is like a country, it's like a vehicle that has weak tires and a bad driver. A good driver driving with incomplete wheels will not have a smooth driving. But if you also change the wheels completely and you bring a bad driver to drive it, the vehicle with its brand new wheels will crash into the river. So we need to do both. Improve the quality of the leadership, the quality of the people who have access to public service. We need to litigate and have 1,000 of these sessions to look for the person's weaknesses mentally, morally, ethically, and then at the same time, as a collective, to look at our federation and say that the federation is not doing well. Let me give you one test. How can you have a level of government? They have a legislature that passes laws, but they don't have police to enforce the law. Does it make sense to you? You have Imo State House of Assembly, they can pass law, including they can pass law on homicide by death sentence. You have Ondo State House of Assembly that can pass laws, including law on life imprisonment, on murder, but they don't have police to enforce it. Is that a government? It's not a government.
Okay,
You
Prince.
have local government that can pass
Prince.
laws. Yes.
Let me stop you there, because you said something I'm interested in exploring
Okay.
more. You said that Nigeria is like a vehicle that has bad tires and bad driver. That's different from what your competitor said before he joined the campaign, which was that Nigeria was like a vehicle that had an engine that was knocked. So do you think that Nigeria is in that shape, that is just to change the tires and a driver that will know what to do? Or is the problem more than that? Because I like this analogy.
I think Nigeria is just a country, a car that lacks maintenance. So they won't replace the wheels. The engine is sound. Because the engine are the people. They are there. They are determined. The engine of the country is the people in the country. They are not brain damaged. They are okay. It's just the wheels are not maintained. One tire is not gauged. One tire is broken. They're not the same size. So all you need to do is to fix that. But you need a good driver. And that's very important. So passengers inside the vehicle, when a good driver is driving it, they will not feel it as much as when a bad driver. What Buhari has done for us is that he's a driver without a license. He can't see well. He can't hear well. His neck is stiff. You cannot look. Then you now realize that this vehicle is not moving. So all the fault of the vehicle will now be accentuated by that driver. So 2023, we have two options. If you change the driver alone, it can help you drive it a little more smoothly, but the fundamental problem of wheel balancing, of alignment, of poor tire will still show later. So it's better for you to have a driver who is a good driver, who also knows that the vehicle needs refurbishment and maintenance.
So I take it that you disagree with people who feel that there shouldn't be any new driver, that the vehicle should be fixed first before the driving.
You see, the problem is this: you are in the bush. So you are not in the mechanic workshop. So if you stay in the bush and say you want to fix the vehicle, hyenas will come and eat you and the driver there. So it's better to tell the driver who's taking us now that as you are taking us from 2023, we will not wait until 2027 before we fix this. So you drive us on 2023, because the stop-on driver we have now will not stop at a place where we could fix the vehicle. And so we are going to change him at the next bus stop. But between now and that next bus stop, you must don't drive to the next bus stop. Once you take over the vehicle, drive us to a mechanic workshop. But you need a driver to drive.
Okay, I know there are, Okija has not had a chance to ask a question. I will get to him and James. But one more analogy with this driver and the vehicle. Some people are saying, let us leave the car. Stop, let us leave the vehicle. We don't want to remain in this vehicle. We want to find our own way. What do you say to them?
The problem is this. For them, the reason why they are saying so is that they are saying that this vehicle is a trailer. The engine is okay. And that engine, that tractor at the top is my own. It's my contribution. I take my thing. Another person will say, I'm the one who supply the tires. And the tires are clean. They're not the problem. So I'll carry my tire and go. Another person said, the engine was brought by me. So I will remove my engine. When you remove all of this, it's no longer a vehicle. So that's his problem. So it's no longer a vehicle. Because you cannot ride your engine without tires. You cannot ride your tractor without the trailer. So I am saying, fix the vehicle first. Then you can now see, even in the First Republic, where we had highly intelligent people. I don't know whether Nigerians know how intelligent Nnamdi Azikiwe was. I don't know any country in Africa that has a replacement. Even Mandela will consider himself inferior to Azikiwe. So you had Azikiwe, you had Awolowo, you had Ahmadu Bello, you had Balewa, you had Mike Okpara, you had so many of them. I cannot count. Aminu Kano. All of them went to London, Lancaster House. In their clear eyes, they realized that breaking the country into pieces was not correct. They also respected the fact that we have diversity and level of readiness. In fact, the northern region, when we were in parliament, said, my brothers and sisters, you look more ready than us. Get your own regional independence. We will wait a little bit. They understood one another very well. And they were also cooperating and talking to each other and learning how to improve according to what you are doing right. Where you make mistake, they won't make that same mistake. Where you do something correctly, they do it correctly. At the end of the day, we had a good republic. But there was a contradiction in it. If the republic was good, we will not have military coup, we will not have all those TV riots, we will not have wet here in that not Southwest. There was something they didn't get right too. So those who came after them overcorrected and thought that the diversity was the problem. So force everybody into one format. The diversity wasn't the problem. The problem was the antagonism that the politics brought, because the politics of the center was what caused the problem of the First Republic. Nobody had any problem with anybody about how they ran the region, but they didn't manage the politics of the center because of the ratio of the House of Representatives. So what we need to do now is to look at it like utilitarians and say, all these businesses of state are contained in the schedule to our constitution. Go to this legislative list. Don't go into history to confuse everybody, blame anybody. Look at the legislative list and ask yourself in all honesty, can you say that if somebody comes to my farm to steal yam, I need the federal government to help me arrest the person? You don't. So you must allow local government to have ability to do some policing. You need to allow the state to do some policing. And then for federal crimes, allow. In America, FBI will not arrest you for a state offense. It makes no sense. And they won't take you to a federal penitentiary for a state offense. So we need to go back and do that right. Then go look at Uganda here, that is close to us. If you find oil in Bayoro, you go to the king of Bayoro and the Bayoro community and get a license from there. If you find in the kingdom of Buganda, you go to Buganda and find it there. But the Uganda Federation as a whole will still collect its own taxes from it. So those are all the things we need to tinker with, and we'll be fine. And our system will be more efficient. But I don't want anybody in my name as president of Nigeria to get to Ozubulu and say, stop, you're over speeding on my street. In the name of the Federal Republic, I arrest you. What sense does it make? What would the Ozubulu local government, what would they be doing there? So that's what I'm saying. So a housewife is fighting with another housewife in Okija. The mother will reach Abuja because the police is federal. It doesn't make any sense at all. So those are all the things we need to take care of. And if we do that, we'll be fine.
All right. Thank you. Rounding up, Okija, your question.
Good evening, all of you, everybody. Prince Adewole, thank you very much for taking out your time to, answer our questions. First of all, I must commend you. You know the issues. I'm gonna say this more than any other presidential candidate that has ever emerged in Nigeria since I was born. You know the issues, and when I was last, I saw a video clip of you in Adola shows, and Dr. Damage was asking you a question, and I was like, with all due respect, I don't mean any, respect at all, disrespect at all. I was like, is this guy on drugs? like what he was asking you. But listening to you today, I'm more. I've gotten acquainted with your core, what you do. So I really appreciate you. But the issue I have with your candidacy, I mean, like for governorship, that's one of the issues I have with Showore. For governorship, I prefer, like it's okay if you can get someone who from the private sector into the executive, but for presidency, for Nigeria, we need someone who has had, has had an executive experience in Nigeria. I mean, maybe in governorship or governorship, local government who has had some experience dealing with issues. Nigeria is complicated right now to be handed over to someone who was from private sector, to just to be to the presidency. And I listened to what you said about the third party, people from PDP and like from other parties coming to join, and then you also said that you go to church. So I'm happy to engage you in that area by saying that there are people like somebody like you go to church, so you must know about this. Somebody like Joseph, he was in a contaminated environment, and also about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were in a contaminated environment, but they were not contaminated by that environment. So you're not, saying that people that everyone that comes from PDP must be like PDP. No, there are some people, they are there, there, but they are not, they are inside. They are not like those people. So I want to say that, they're my men, because I'm in IT, so that's why I want to ask this question. But first of all, okay, before I ask the question, I want to tell you, I've Googled you and see some of the things you've done. I think, like one of the things I want you to do, not when you are president, you want start doing maybe after this, even if you win or if you don't win, do this. There are people in Nigeria who have, like ability, they want to help, but they don't know how to help. Like some of the things you've done, get those people and train them to help other people. Not people who are just looking for, people who already they have things to give. Maybe they have money, and they want to help people, but they don't know. Just bring them, train them. This is what you have to do to help people. Okay, so my question is IT. I work in the IT sector, and my company is a technology firm, and we hire almost every of our developers, like QA, engineers. They are from the Indians. And then we also have to, like open a company in India whereby, we have all developers. We have people that, engage in developing and software engineering. What are you? Yeah, I don't know. No one has ever talked about this, the IT sector, because, this is the new, talking about war, talking about, and everything revolve around IT right now. So, it's not a place whereby you need a lot of infrastructure, to invest in a lot of infrastructure to help people build big building. What the people who have a computer and internet, that's it. So what are you going to do to be able, because we see what Indian Institute of Technology, what they are doing, they are raising people in the tech field. Look at the CEO of Microsoft, Indian, CEO of Google, Indian. So what are we going to do to be able to bring all these talents, engage the hype, train them so that they'll be able to engage with the world. They'll be able to compete with other people and then make money. While in Nigeria, they don't have to move out, because that's an area whereby you can stay anywhere you are and just be making money, just like make good money, not just basic salary.
Okay,
so
now
if you can spend a lot of time talk about this, because this is very important.
Okay, I don't spend a lot of time, but I will deal with it. But let me just dispense one thing. One, you can come from the private sector and do well as president of Nigeria. More so, the public sector have a bad record of failure. So if you want to make a change, which is what people are saying, it's not me saying it, then you need to change who you put there. You cannot say you want to change. Then you go to people who have experience in bad thing you want to change. It doesn't work that way. Secondly, I'm not saying that anybody who has been a member of PDP cannot be a good person and cannot be part of the future. But I'm saying that those who have a record with them, who have been in their leadership, who have imbibed certain of their principles, are not supposed to lead the new way. But if you're an ordinary member of PDP and you are not happy with what they're doing, but you are not in position, Yeah, you're welcome. But those who have been part of the bad decisions and who 4 years ago, 8 years ago, were saying PDP is the way and defending all their errors, we don't trust them now. That's what I'm saying. Now, dealing with IT. That IT is a triangulation, and you have to get the triangulation right. Software, hardware, and general education. And it's a long-term investment you have to make if you are following the Indian track. First, it starts with teaching children mathematics. You have to get it right, especially binary mathematics. So if you fail in your teaching of mathematics, there's no way to go. So we need to go back to mathematics education. And that's very important. After that is that in the software line, it's cheaper. Hardware is hard because first, most things are patented, so you'll be accused of espionage. But when it comes to software, coding, you cannot stop me from coding. And if I keep coding, if I write a better program than you will come and let me make that improvement. So one area, if I want to do investment, is that I will divide into 3. I will do foundational mathematics. I'll make sure that mathematics teachers get some extra pay. There's also extra time for children who want to do mathematics so that they can spend one extra time in school. During holiday, you create clinics for people to do mathematics. That is very important because you need to get that, especially binary mathematics, you have to get it right. Now, once you do that, then the next is coding. And at the tail end of secondary education, the element of preliminary coding should be introduced so that these children learn coding. So once you get coding right, then 2 pathways are available. One pathway is that we have universities for technical education. We have one at Mina, Federal University of Technology, Mina. We have Federal University of Technology, Owerri. We have one at Akure, and we have some other ones. And then we have some traditional universities that have a very strong computer science and computer engineering curricula. You need to make sure that they stick to this curricula because in many cases, you have students who are in computer engineering and they don't have a lab. And they will finish and memorize assembler language, compiler language, and all of it. Do you know, I went to a school and they were still learning compiler language, assembler language. I said, for God's sake, are you trying to join Xerox or what? So we need to upgrade to that. Then we need to do additional things. We need to do placements. Because what India is enjoying today is a 30-year program where they have competitive admission to their technology school. So when you finish, they will set up the exam. You will see that if you score 96%, you know you can't make it. You already failed. If you do an exam to enter these schools and you score 96%, you yourself know you cannot be admitted. Because if they are choosing the first 1,000, the last person, the 1,000 person, will score like 98% or 99%. So that is very competitive. And then they develop a diaspora system whereby they send them to go out and they go and learn, they stay on the job. Because our people, part of the training we need to give them is to let them stay because our people just join engineering work, join IT work just for the money, not for the career. So many of the Indians you see today, when they were in California, and they were meeting many Nigerians. I mean, Nigerians who went to MIT, who were the best students there, who went to Stanford, were the best students there. But when they joined these corporations, they just earned their salary. They didn't stay long to try to develop a career because unlike India, we did not have a domestic plan for their reabsorption. So they just thought, but the Indians had a domestic plan for their reabsorption. Second, or the third point, you have to make sure that the digital entry point is affordable. If you look at India today, access to bandwidth is cheaper. And there are dedicated centers for bandwidth access in a community, however remote it is in a village. You have bandwidth access, you will go there and you can do the work. Then the fourth leg was that they learned on time to buy into outsourcing. And that outsourcing, two waves of outsourcing has passed, and Nigeria is not participating in it. And as a lawyer in New York, I have done many outsourcing agreements. I go to India regularly, Kerala, many parts of India, where you will find this outsourcing. And this outsourcing is what they are using to run railway services in London. This outsourcing is what they use to run the NHS. This outsourcing is what they use for many services. So when you have this outsourcing environment, you will be able to now have a new generation of people who enter from, for example, taking calls, customer service calls, from doing 2 or 3 step complex of things, from doing logistics management, from doing payroll. So those are the entry points you enter from. And once you enter from there, you can now start doing advanced coding that will lead to messaging, money transfer, middleware creation, and things like that. We need to have, there is an agency in Nigeria that is dealing with that. It's called NITIDA. But I can guarantee you, the government of Nigeria will look for the most available idiot and put it there. Because the money of NITIDA, they are using it to service First Lady, using it to sponsor governor somewhere. So that money was, so when you make a telephone call in Nigeria, a portion of it goes to that NITIDA. When any of the telecom companies makes any profit, a portion of it goes to that NITIDA. So NITIDA sometimes has like $1 billion, $2 billion. They have a lot of money there, which they could use to support IT education. They are not. So those are the things we are going to attend to, and you will see that we will make a lot of headway. Luckily enough for us, even though they are disaggregated, we have an aggregate of manpower that can be at entry point. And there is no software program that have been involved in expensive one, the one for some defense operations, the one for analytics, that when the Indians do the analysis, that when a Nigerian interfaces with them, the Nigerians tend to do it better. I don't know how they manage it, but I've done more than 30 programs that from New York we take to India to do. When a Nigerian in any of these companies is to review, they do it far better than the Indians. It's just that there's a national policy on the harvesting of ICT. Nigeria doesn't have any. And the one we have, whether with NOTAP, whether with NITDA, whether with the Ministry of Science and Tech, it's all lip service. Because those who are in government now are not able to know the cutting edge gateways for new wealth. So they focus on oil, they focus on taxation, but they don't know that an investment, for example, in America, and I'll conclude with this, Americans always complain that Mexicans and Latinos are coming to steal their jobs. But the people who take American jobs the most are Chinese, because they don't come, they stay in their country, and the job goes to meet them. The second who took the job the most are Indians. They don't come, they stay. So if you look at the EB-5 program, if you look at all the employment visas, they limit it for Indians. And when the American government started limiting it for Indians, then the American company started shifting the job to go and meet them there. So we can create that infrastructure here. And we have, our people are very smart. So once we modify their education, and I've been doing a lot of training for people in ICT. I've trained thousands of Nigerians on ICT. And if they want to volunteer, they can come and explain to you how I expose it to them. And for many years, I've been servicing ICT companies. I know even for avionics, even for automation of vehicles, autotronics, I've done a lot of programming. Even in Germany, as strong as Germans are, many of their programming is now done outside because of comparative cost advantage. So those are the things we can do, and we will do them.
All right, thank you so much, Prince. Let me just say that Okija just see how Okija threw me under the bus because of you. and he described you as someone who that nobody has ever been this smart about the issues in Nigerian history.
It's true.
And coming from Okija is, if you know Okija is.
I know Okija very well. I think it's in Ihiala. Correct?
Okay, all right. He's from here. So we have to round up. We are 15 minutes away from 5 hours. So we agreed to do. So what we're going to do is we take 2 more or 3 more follow-up questions from everybody here had a chance to say something. So James, make it short, please. No preaching now. Just a question. We can't hear you, James. You have to unmute yourself.
On that.
Okay.
Yes, he has spoken well. There's no doubt about that. And he's in a good position to prove Shakespeare wrong. Because Shakespeare said there's no art to find the man's construction in the face. Should he, if he's elected president of the republic, I think he's afraid with the problems of the country. So he's in a good position to prove Shakespeare wrong. So there's one thing I want to draw his attention to. Should he become president of the republic, the welfare of Nigerians abroad. They are going through hellfire. There's no doubt about that. I want to cite some examples. No, please. When during the apartheid era, Nigeria was not trading with South Africa. At the end of apartheid, trade relationship was established. The first consignment of crude oil from Nigeria to South Africa was diverted to Cayman Island by private people. This was meant for the government of South Africa. Here in the Gambia, on July 22nd, 1994, Yahya Jammeh toppled Jawara's government. When a commission of inquiry was set up, they discovered that Buhari's military government gave this country 18 million barrels of crude oil free of charge for developmental purposes. Till this day, it's unaccounted for. During Yahya Jammeh's government also, there was a crude oil deal. So the Nigerian government, they are not helping African states, they are only trading favors with other African heads of states. So this is what is there. Despite this unquantifiable magnanimity, they treat us like shit out of envy, not that Nigerians are bad. It's not only Nigerians who are bad all over the world. They treat us like shit out of envy. This is the problem we're going through. Here in the Gambia, they had a cause to take a man to court, and the magistrate was misbehaving. So I had to write the, what's it called, Minister of Justice of the country, reporting this woman. The minister did not even acknowledge the letter, let alone doing anything. I wrote the Inspector General of Police, and nothing happened. And to make matters worse, when you go to the Nigerian embassy anywhere in the world, the first question is, how can we be sure you are a Nigerian? Oh, I have a Nigerian passport. They said, no, anybody can own a Nigerian passport. They are not willing to help you unless your tribesman is there. So these are problems we are going through, and it's unquantifiable. I was passing through Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, I can't remember the year. I was asked to stand outside the queue because I'm a Nigerian. I refused, and it caused commotion. A senior immigration officer had to call me to his office to resolve the matter. The same thing at Entebbe Airport on the shores of Lake Victoria. I was flying to Johannesburg. They had to take me out for special questioning just because I'm a Nigerian and committed no offense. So it's not your responsibility as head of state to address that, but the office responsible.
It is.
No, what I mean is that you will not go and do it, but the office responsible for that, there should be a responsible person there. Because the woman who is there now in Nigeria, she seems not to know what she's doing. They're a bunch of idiots. So I thank you very much. And I sincerely wish you well in your endeavor. Unfortunately, I will not vote because I'm not in Nigeria. But I'll talk to my people at home to think about doffing their heart for you. Thank you so much for coming. And we sincerely wish you well in your endeavors. And we hope that Buhari will not be the last president of Nigeria.
It won't be.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much, James.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Kwankwaso.
Yeah. They said how you in this politics, party politics we playing, how you win, we go a long way to determine how you will govern. Now, if you're looking at your main competitors, at this stage of the game, it's all about numbers. How do you convert your permutation to digits? When you look into your core room, your engine room, what is the number looking like? Do you think you have enough to face somebody like Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, who has been training, giving and taking, cutting deals across the country for the past almost 30 years, looking for that seat? Or do you have enough number to go against Bola Tinubu of the APC, who is a known fact that he has done well for himself by building a lot of political heavyweight across the country, if I should put that way, including the party that you are contesting on that on. It is a known secret out there that is being one of the number one financier of the SDP. If you look at what transpired a couple of months ago, where he single-handedly hand over the Senate ticket or the governorship ticket to Magnus Abbey of Rivers, which is originally from your own party too. Or do you have the number to go against a person like Ibrahim Konkoso, who is the leader of one of the most sophisticated voting groups, Rabiu Konkoso, who is leading one of the most sophisticated voting bloc you can think of when it comes to Nigeria. These are the Talakawas and the Kokosias of the nation as we speak today, who has been voting for Buhari from 2011, despite the fact that he doesn't have shishi, not to talk of giving. So they are not easily bought. So you have a very sophisticated amount of voters. Or do you have enough to face the obedient, who all of a sudden are woken up to the reality that politics is no longer evil. Politics, as a matter of fact, is fun. But most importantly, nothing can change within the space of our life without politics. Do you have what it takes to go after this man? Or the show warriors, the Take It Back movement, who were given a hard blow 4 years ago, but they did not go under the radar, but they went under the ground to start mobilizing and educating people how to go about it.
All right.
In reality, as it faces today, do you have the numbers to go against these people?
Thank you, Ovia.
Now, I don't have the number. If I had the number, I would not even honor conversation. I would just be lying down my house and be preparing for swearing ceremony. So I'm looking for the number. So and the number is out there, and we'll get to the number. But at this stage, I'm more concerned about people understanding the issues. I'm more concerned about people holding to the fidelity that we want to change the country. And the change we want to change is not change into oblivion, change that we don't know. So we're articulating these issues. I have not done 1 day of campaign anywhere. So all of these people parading themselves, going up and down, some of them are doing it illegally because there are certain people who believe that rules are never to be obeyed. So when the rule says campaign starts on the 28th of September, some people will think, what does it matter? And I believe that any person who cannot obey law when they are not in government, when they enter the government, they will not obey laws. So I'm a lawyer, and I've told my party people, no 1 million man march, no 1,000 man march, no 100 man march, no campaigning, no rally. Wait. If you love me, you gather yourself together. When it's time to start campaigning, you will know whether we have the people or we don't. If there is any person financing my party, I'm not aware. Because one thing I know we are short of in SDP is money. So we tax ourselves, we do everything. There are some people who came from other parties to our party in their state. Like you mentioned, Magnus Abbey. Magnus Abbey went to the party in his state and he won the primaries in his state. That is not my problem. But in many states, the people who are our candidates are people who have been in the SDP for a long time. There is no alliance, there is no relationship that can happen between light and darkness. I think at this point in Nigeria today, APC and their leadership, they represent darkness. Not just darkness now, but a very bleak future if you go and give power to any of them. Why do I say so? PDP is good at ruining your future and ruining your present. The APC is the only party that can ruin your future, your present, and also ruin your past. So if things you have achieved in the past, they will go and dig it out and ruin it. So if we are going to do election at all, we must be able to remove PDP and APC at the same time. Now, with regards to other people who are contesting against me, I can only wish them well. But anybody who wants to be president must be used to beating people. So if you're not prepared to beat Kwankwaso and his overrated regional Kashmir that he's talking about, if you're not able to beat Obedient and his cyber activist, you are not ready to become president. I believe that there are 176,840 polling units. We need to go there and do the work. And there is no single polling unit out of the 176,840 that we don't have operatives working for us there. And that's how they were talking to us before Ekiti election. They were making noise around there. But I remember journalists saying, "Oh, do you think you can do?" They went to Ekiti. We did very well. At the end of the day, they cheated us there. They bought votes. They were in court. And they have been doing rigmarole, delaying the case, doing whatever. At the end of the day, SDP will win in the tribunal. We will collect our Ekiti back. And from there, we are going to win all the other states that we need to win. So we are not delusional. I believe that nothing entitles to be a governor or a president or senator unless somebody votes for you. So I'm looking for voters. But for those who have logged it in, who have enough people, they can stop and leave me alone. Let me go and look for people. I still need a lot of people to come and join me. So I'm comfortable. I have no worry. We have 5 months of campaign. So just watch whether we know how to campaign, or we have the message, or we have the people in the various places to help us win. But people should not have insinuation. They should wait. And Dr. Damages, I have a sparring partner here called Forefathers. We have an unsettled issue.
Yes,
because
yes,
I'm
yes.
hungry around here. That's
Yes.
why I've not tasted water since. I want to make sure.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But let me say this. Let me say this. This is your answer to this question by Ovie.
Yes.
Was a little different from the recently you've been given this answer, but this is an improvement.
Pundits will eat their words in February.
So that's an improvement I noticed from the answers you've been given about this question about your position, the position of your party in the upcoming election, which is that the election campaigning has not started. So, all right, we take 2 more people.
And I said that the pundits,
yeah,
they will eat their words, and
yeah,
you are going to be around serving them the menu.
Yes, and I was worried when we were saying that you mentioned something like you wouldn't be here talking if you had the votes. I thought you were going to say that you wouldn't be on this show if you had the votes, but I was happy that wasn't where you were going.
No,
all right.
What I mean is that why are we still talking?
Yeah.
Those who say they have won, why are they still talking? If you have won, go and sit down now. They did a poll recently where they said somebody was leading. I said, if you are leading, you need to get a tailor to start making your inauguration dress for you now. But I think that we need to go to the people. Most Nigerians have not made up their mind. They want to listen to the argument, they want to listen to the issues. And I think we should respect the process. That's what
And I must say that I appreciate you coming here today. I know our first encounter, you didn't, I'm sure you You are surprised that I'm a calm person.
No, I always love at first sight. Immediately I saw you, I said, a good man must be a good man.
All right, let me give Adewale. He's a very a friend of this show, and he just joined us. I think he just woke up, so we'll give him a chance to talk to you. And Kulata will probably give you one more chance, and forefathers, and that's it. Everybody else, please, pardon me. I have to go. Okay, Adewale, you go.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, Prince. Thanks for coming. I'm so happy. Unfortunately, I've not been able to join the show from the beginning. But then I have some other questions, but because of time, I won't be able to ask them. But I'm glad that you are joining you're part of the discussion now. You're no longer, part of discussing, but you are part of the discussion because people will be talking about you online, in the television and everywhere. If good people with intention, come forward like you did, I think our politics will be better off. Now, you've answered my first question, which Juan Kosoa asked, whether you have what it takes to win. But my second question is this: if everything doesn't work out, who would you support among every other candidate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first, if things don't work out, I have to find out why it didn't work out. And I can only find out on election day. At that time, it's too late to support anybody. So, but what I can
round
say...
two. If it goes round two.
If it goes round two,
that's a good
I'll be
point,
looking for people to support me. Because if it goes round two, at that time, I'll be looking for someone because those who drop out, I'll be talking to them to support me. So, because if it goes round, that means there's no winner. And those of us who remain to do round two, then we'll be looking for someone to support us. And if, for example, the top two, we don't belong there, then we have to choose between one of the two. It's either I tell Nigerians, run for the hills, run, because you have two bad choices, or we have one that is good, but you don't know now. You're not able to know who will be the top two even if you don't finish. Because the real politics hasn't started. What they are doing now is online skirmishes. And people who have friends in the media can help you project you. So when they say INEC calls candidates, if you like Obi, you will say INEC call Obi and 16 others. If you like Tinubu, you say INEC call Tinubu and others. And so that or that, you still have room. But when it comes to mano a mano, you go from polling booth to polling booth. Even the editor-in-chief has only one vote. And the Pine Tapper has only one vote. So I want to wait and hear the verdict of the people. But in the elections in which we have contested, I've seen that our candidates, using the same principle, have been doing well. There's a by-election now that we are involved in Ibadan Southwest local government. There's a House of Assembly seat. We are contesting. Some of these people making noise all over the country. They don't even have a candidate in it at all. But they are tweeting away, but they don't have a candidate. Then we have a candidate that we even need police protection for him because he's doing so well that the sitting government is worried about him. So we have candidates in key places. And our candidates are kind of calm and cool in their community. So they don't worry themselves about noise making. They just do the work underground. That's our tradition. Because of this new political party, SDP is the only one who has experience of actually winning elections before. So we know what it takes. We know where we can win. If you ask me now, analysis, I know where I have problems. I know where I don't. So, and I want you to watch out for the polling units of some of these candidates in their own polling unit, in their houses. Watch out on election day, how well I do in their own home polling unit. That's the kind of thing that I'm interested in.
All right.
So that we keep an open mind and
all right. I wanted Kolata to go first. Omori, I'll come to you.
All right, Prince Adewale. So I have follow-up questions from my last time, but let me first commend you. Out of all the presidential candidates, you're the one answering the question, and you're not only a brilliant man, it also shows you have lived experience. You're relating your personal experience to each and every. And honestly, I'm surprised at your depth and your breadth. And Okija's question is very important. And I want to give you a tip where you can short circuit that process. We have Microsoft, Oracle, we have all of them in Nigeria. There's nothing stopping them to go implement a course in FUTA, in IFE, in Unilag, in all these engineering schools, and have them marketable after 2 semesters. It's just IT. It's not rocket science. So we can start earning foreign exchange in 2 years, well, less than 2 years. When you train these kids and you staff them on all these projects, it's going to be box package software. You don't have to go reinvent the wheel and write new software. You can implement some cloud software or something. So that's just a tip. But my question, so I don't ramble, we were talking about attracting foreign investors to kind of like spawn the economy to create jobs. But how are you going to tackle 2 of the major arbitrage issue we have in Nigeria? The first one is having multiple foreign exchange. If I'm an investor, I will not want to put my money in that kind of environment because I don't know what returns I'm going to get because of dual foreign exchange. The second issue of arbitrage is the fuel subsidy. That one, well, PIB laws ensures that we're going to take it off. But taking it off is going to skyrocket inflation. So first of all, how are you going to tackle the arbitrage? What's your policy for the arbitrage and the foreign exchange? The second thing is how are you going to deal with removing the subsidy? Because as a matter of law, you have to remove fuel subsidy. So how are you going to cushion that effect?
Okay, let's deal with arbitrage. Arbitrage is a window for rent seeking. You have to do it deliberately. Because if you want to have a controlled economy, which very few countries try these days, it won't work. And if we try to make it work, the international system will sabotage you because they don't want that kind of thinking. So you can't have a fixed exchange rate where you just stubborn and say this is the exchange rate. So you're more likely to float. And when you float, you don't
wait. So is your policy is your policy floating the naira?
Let me tell you, sir, you cannot but float the currency. Because if you fix the currency, you have to create a rationing system where, because for example now, if I fix the naira at 200 to the dollar, somebody who ordinarily was saying no buy, taking a no buy decision when it was 600, if I fix at 200, it will take a buy decision. Many times when I make decisions as to whether to import something or to find an alternative, I look at the exchange rate. And if you make the exchange rate, some people have their children overseas. If the exchange rate is too high, they will withdraw that child. Some want to buy a vehicle from overseas. If they look at the exchange rate, sometimes, like recently, I'm buying some equipment. I'm looking at whether to refurbish the one I have or to buy a new one. Exchange rate plays many roles in decision making. The problem of fixing is this: you have a supply problem. Because if you fix too low, you will have a problem of people making demands and you cannot meet. And if you cannot meet, you start rationing. And when you are rationing, the fact that you have fixed your own doesn't mean that the autonomous exchange rate will not continue. Because the market does not obey anybody. Market does not obey government. So demand and supply curve has to meet. So I have 2 demands and supply curve. So now, in my own, I force it. I say, looking at the parameters, I fix naira at 200 naira to the dollar. Now, the market forces, based on supply and demand, will fix it at 710. So look at the gap between. So if I use the same gap, if I use the same curve now,
what are you going to do? Because we know the problem. The arbitrage is what's creating rent seeking.
No, not everybody knows the problem. You know it. I know it. Okay. Buhari doesn't know it. Ashibaji doesn't know it. So we need to now, and Emefiele doesn't want to know it. So let us give that basics that the gap between where you have my own convergence and the other person's convergence, where the two meet, that's where the problem lies. Now you can't finance that. In between will be middlemen. So what I want to do, I have abandoned the notion of having parity. I don't want parity. I can't afford it because I need a lot of productivity to push me to parity, which means that I need 700 billion increment in my GDP every year to get that, and I can't get it because my total aggregate now is about 600 billion. So I can't dream of that. So what can I do? I will now do stability. Our economy is stronger than that of Kenya, but the Kenyan shilling has been 100 shilling to the dollar since time of Kibaki till now. Our economy of Anambra State is stronger, bigger than that of Tanzania. But Tanzanian shilling has been 2,000 shillings to the dollar. So what it means is that I will let it float, and then I will keep it stable. How do I keep stable? I don't create an alternative fixed one from which you can take money and come and speculate in the other one and round trip. Secondly, I don't support non-productive sector with allocation and say, Hajj operation, this is the amount. If government official is traveling, this is the amount. No, I leave it. And I don't let you use Form A to subsidize the education of a child in the University of London while keeping the other children at home under house here. So I leave it. Then remember that under our law, the foreign exchange doesn't belong to the government. The foreign exchange belongs to the Central Bank of Nigeria because it's their reserve. Because when we receive oil money, we monetize it, and our banker is Central Bank of Nigeria. So we monetize our money. If we want to keep any money, the only money that we keep with them is our excess crude. That's the only money that's ours. But under the Basel Accord, the money that they keep is for letters of credit to support and defend the naira. The problem we have with Central Bank now is that internally on the monetary side, is using its monetary levers to support the fiscal hold that the government has. So domestically, is not able to fund it to production. So when government is spending money on their fiscal side and their deficit, Central Bank issues treasury bill for them, number one. Secondly, the priority of government, like donating money, building halls, and doing school, Central Bank start to do intervention. In agriculture, all those gaps that they have. So CBN is not using its money for the monetary side. Now, the consequence of that is that they are also allowing people in government, either some tycoons who are sponsoring politicians, to have a large chunk of our foreign exchange. So these people take foreign exchange at a low rate and they send it overseas and then resell it. People in Central Bank are making a lot of money. Those are all the things we need to change. Once we change that, the Central Bank of Nigeria now has no skin in the game other than to chase away speculators and to keep it within a mean. So you will have, whether it's 700 to the dollar, but it will never go beyond 700, 702, 700, 701, 750 kobo. That's how it will be. That is what I can guarantee. Now, what I will now do is some diversification that I need to do to see that I can earn foreign exchange. So which means that instead of using my money to steal the money and say I'm playing IDP camp, I'm spending money on subsidy, I will use that money to support people who are growing ginger. So that if you are growing ginger in Southern Kaduna, in Niger Republic, Niger State, and all of that, you can now start to do some processing so that the $20 million, $60 million we make from ginger every year. If you start extracting ginger oil, that 20 million, 60 million will go to 1.4 billion for ginger alone. Then gum Arabic, then other things. So we start to now do export. And
what about the trade agreement? What about the trade agreements to facilitate, like, because like the reason they rip us off is you don't really need that much trade agreement to buy raw materials. But when you put some more things in your value chain.
Let me explain something, value chain, then first let me deal with subsidy. You mentioned subsidy first. Subsidy is a fraud. It is not the subsidy itself that is the problem. There are 4 crimes committed at the same time. So if you want to take them to court, you take them to court on the 4th 4-count charge of economic sabotage. One, they emasculated the refineries. Because ideally, we are supposed to only import the differences between what our refineries can refine and what we are consuming. And the last time they checked the number, it was around 450,000 metric tons of what they can do. Now, what they have done is that they keep refineries, and they are still keeping them in the books in order to create a cost center out of them. That's why they kept them in the books. But they didn't keep them in O&M. If you don't want to sell them out, operate and maintain, you can give it to anybody to do operation and maintenance. And you don't give them any money. You run the refineries, whatever profit you make out of it, we share the profit. But I will not give you money. Many people will take the refineries because some of them are still quite good. If you look at the petrochemical at One, you see that the people they gave it to, they don't have the most efficiencies, but they are managing it. So you can manage Kaduna, can manage Warri Refinery, can manage the two in Port Harcourt. You can do that. That's number one. Number two, you can go modular. Now technology is so advanced that a catalytic crashing system is not even up to the engine of a truck. So you can go and do modular refineries with environmental standards. So states like littoral states can do that. You can maintain that. You can even maintain a floating refinery. So there is not a problem at all. They refuse to do that. Now, on top of that, they are doing a licensing regime where they say the government has to import, but the government is importing through people. That's why you have a lot of people with empty tank farms. They are all billionaires. They are all running for Senate, running for governor, using that money. And then, if you look at it, it's easily editable. When I had a meeting with somebody who was involved with it was Governor of Central Bank, and we sat down together and I said, well, how did you get involved with this? What is the problem? And we started looking into it. And he said, look, and I've done my own research and found out that it's true. Let's say there is a vessel called MV Kulata. This MV Kulata is owned by a Norwegian company. It's flying the flag of, say, Liberia or Cape Verde or anything. You find out that this MV Kulata, under IMO monitoring in the Lloyd's records, has not visited West Africa for 6 years. But if you go to the subsidy claimants, they will say they brought 60,000 metric tons through MV Kulata and it arrived in Atlas Cove on September 1, 2022. So you can easily know that MV Kulata 1 does not have that tonnage. It cannot carry 60,000 metric tons. 2, has not sailed south of equator for a long time, so it's not here. 3, on Lloyd's register, it's not there. What is the name of the captain? Who is the pilot? So they are doing it deliberately. And I've met a person who was a former head of state who, at his time, the thing jumped like this. I asked, how did it jump like this? Tell my brother, they just lying. Later I discovered that they're all lying. So the system is that. So they keep shouting subsidy, subsidy. They brought this subsidy as a way of taking some money from NMPs. At the time, remember at the time they said they were doing swap. They were even taking crude and said they are using crude to swap for white. It's all lies. So when we come in, all that lie will stop. So the fiscal gap will not be that much. I can guarantee you that, because once we knock off subsidy, once we knock off the arbitrage established by central bank, you will float the currency. Then at the fiscal level, because we are receiving revenue, we are creating employment, we are also doing works that allow, if you are a major contractor in any of our works, you have to establish factories for making nails, factory for making roofing sheets, basic things. If you don't, because in India, I've followed many companies to India. Anytime we are going to India, inside the plane, we always know that they will deal with us. Because Indians will tell you, if you are coming to their country to sell anything, they'll look at the quantity. What quantity do you have? If it's up to certain quantity, they will say, no, you can bring sample in, we'll give you time to go and set up a factory locally. I produce some pharmaceutical products in my company. India did not allow me to export it there. We have to put the factory in India. But in Nigeria here, now that could just give you a license, you can bring from everywhere. So those are measures we are going to take, and they are immediate measures. They will deal with arbitrage because remember when I was growing up in Lagos, Aswani, many of these companies, the foreign companies, they were bringing Tezai in. Awolowo and Co said, no, you can't be doing that. The same thing, Coca-Cola, left to Coca-Cola, Leventis, wanted to be importing Coca-Cola into the country. They said, no, you must put the factory here. It is based on those principles that will have this industrial estate in Nigeria. But the current people now want even to export the money we have overseas. They want to finish as vice president and go and cool their leg overseas. They want to finish as governors. Even they want to discuss election matter, they want to go to London and discuss it. So this London club of politicians and Dubai club of politicians are the reason why you have this problem. But you have a patriotic government of competent people who don't feel a kind of way that I'm successful now because the white man is having me beer. The person who knows that you have to produce something at home to be able to have bargaining power overseas. Otherwise, we don't have a problem.
All right. Thank you so much. I wish we can continue. I will take Omori forefathers, and then that will be it. Go ahead, Omori.
Yeah, thank you once again, Dr. Damages. Yeah, before I come to my question, my beloved brother from Edo made a very serious allegation. Sir, are you aware that Tinubu is heavily financing your party, SDP? And there was even a rumor a few months ago that he's not given the chance in APC. He was almost on his way to SDP as the presidential flag bearer. Can you substantiate this fact? That is not my question. That's just, by the way, based on the allegation made by Ovie. My question is, instead of coming every 4 years to do this, now that Omoyele Sowore has succeeded in disrupting the political space, the political equation in Nigeria, like he said in 2019, is no longer business as usual. It's no longer PDP or the highways. Now we have alternatives. Instead of you guys coming around every 4 years, to do this, can we begin to sustain this tempo, this awareness, this consciousness, so that we don't have to seek power from, like I said before, the destroyers, the so-called owners of Nigeria, who are actually the destroyers of Nigeria, so that power can go back to the people. Whoever that wants power cannot go to the people, and the person will be held accountable to the people if need be. We don't have to wait for every 4 years to come together to do this. Now, can we sustain? What can we do to sustain this temple of consciousness in Nigerians? Now that they have totally woken up from their slumber. Kudos to my friend Omoyele Sowore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we can do that, but we have been doing that. You wouldn't know until election season how much of meeting, coming together, bringing people together to even get to this point. But you can go and ask people like Moralu, you can go and ask Sowore, you can ask other people. They will tell you the role I've been playing. You can ask Kachiku of ADC. You can ask the Zenith Labour Party, many people. You can ask PROP. You can go and ask them. I go around all these political parties, bring people together, and make sure that it's not only you are muted. So anything you are saying there is only not getting here.
Yeah, sir. In the 2019, a lot of people accused Sowore of refusing to form an alliance or collaboration with those guys. Today, most of them are nowhere to be found. They're either in APC, supporting APC, or supporting PDP, or they have gone into political oblivion. That is not the kind of engagement I'm talking about. I'm talking of sincere and meaningful engagement, people-oriented engagement, devoid of selfish interest and personal advertisement.
Okay, what I'm saying, these are all good sentiments. What I'm saying is that in politics, not everything you do is done in front of Dr. Damages on camera. You do some behind. But people who are on the other side can always say, let us continue this engagement. But every day, we meet, we discuss, we try to find quality people to come and run for position, we support. I don't want to say it, but many political parties today that INEC did not deregister them is because we supported them, even though we don't belong to their party. We give them support. Many parties will give them offices if they don't, because we don't want them to collapse. Because what these big men want to do is to say there's no alternative in Nigeria and force themselves, 2 of them or 3 of them on everybody. So we start to support the weaker ones. Now, with respect to the man with ubiquitous amount of money who spreads his money everywhere, all I know was that before I won my primaries, everybody was lamenting on my behalf that I will never win my primaries because the person was coming to pump a lot of money in my party. And there are people, some people in our party at lower level who were raising the issue, this man is going to bring money to them. But at the end of the day, we who are in the leadership of the party, the national chairman, national secretary, and the NWC, we are not involved in any of those things. We are maintaining our party, we are doing our work. And when we had our primaries, they tried to bring some ECOMOG. We defeated all of them. We have our primaries. If there are people in his camp who know that he is a man who spends his money anyhow, maybe they are duping him and using our name to collect his money. And since he didn't work so hard for the money, I don't want to cry on his behalf. But this money is not coming here. We are going to run this election on our own from beginning to the end. I don't know what's going on their side, whether they are duping themselves and do whatever they like. But you will see that SDP gets stronger every day, get united every day, and all our leadership is intact. There's no shadow you can cast on our intention to carry our message to the Nigerian people. I believe that if we do so, we will win the election once we have the support of the Nigerian people. But as for them, their time is past. Their time is not now. And they cannot come here. We are not available for them.
All right. Thank you so much. We have to round up. Forefathers, you have the final comment.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I really do respect the fact that you were able to be here for this long and taking so many questions. I'm not sure I've ever seen a Nigerian politician take so many questions. So I appreciate that a lot. However, I take from your point the last time the contributions exchanges were having that recruit more soldiers, which is something very important. From everything you've said, it's very clear that you are very knowledgeable. The only part a little bit troubling is that there's this level of complacency in terms of threat assessment with the way we look at the world. We seem to think that everybody means us well, and we give everybody the benefit of the doubt when none of them give us the benefit of the doubt, and they operate from the point of view of err on the side of caution, in other words. And we always go and just, lay the door, the red carpet open for them. What I'm trying to say here is that we have, in terms of our country, we have to put systems in place to ensure that we don't fall for the same games that they have been playing for the last 60 years. Nigeria has not done very well from tangling with all these people. We technically don't need them even if we only tapped into ourselves. We don't use our people. We are the most inefficiently run country. We have even our diaspora is overseas, and we even have a larger diaspora that has over $1 trillion purchasing power that we don't even tap into at all. But then these are our children. We have people on this panel that lost family members going back to the diaspora. We don't tap into any of that at all to come and build on the continent. This is their home continent, but we would rather travel to Washington, London, bring Indians over, bring Chinese, bring everybody else over, other than our own people. Other than our people, that we have over 200 million Africans outside Africa. We don't tap into any of that. No, not up to 200 million, sorry, 50 million or so. I don't know if you include Brazil, I don't know what the number is anymore. So, but the point is that we have millions of them out there that we don't tap into. I know that the US one has a purchasing power over $1 trillion dollars. So that is, for me, that's what tells me that we don't need anybody to fix our systems. All these people we keep going after, they just want to take our resources and enrich themselves, including this financial aspect you just discussed just now. All I heard is people, Nigeria taking dollars, putting it in foreign accounts, and most of it never returned back. That is what is sucking our Everything we do is designed to feed them. Even our own people, when we educate them, it's designed to go and feed them. Over, I think about 33 million people have left the continent since the past couple of decades. 3 million has left the continent. That is higher than during the time of trade, the transatlantic slave trade, to go and serve them there. We educated these people and they travel overseas to go and serve them. And we never bring them back to come and serve us here again. So everything we seem to do represents failing systems. So if we want to fix it in our country, you have to have leaders that are willing to say no.
All right.
And no, sorry, I will come to my question very, very quickly. You have to have leaders that are willing to say no. Yeah, sorry. You have to have leaders that are willing to say no, that my country comes first, my people come first, my children come first. So the question I have for you is that, are you able, because what I find is, let me just explain it. What I find is that a lot of our politicians, they think that they are prepared for the office. Get there, they realize the sacrifice that needs to be made, and then they sell out because they are not ready for the sacrifices that is needed to be made. Are you ready to go there, make decisions, and tell people no, even if it means our people will be seen as pariahs overseas? If you think it's good for your country, are you willing to do that? That's just one question. Let me, please, sorry, I wasn't there. Please, I beg you, because this is important.
We'll bring him back.
This is important. Please, just 30 seconds, because it was about what Omoro said about engagement. See, if you want to keep engaging people and you want to bring power to the people, one of the ways is to, one, enforce transparency. If you want to take power from the authorities, do you support making government account public so that people can be seeing transactions in real time, so that people can see, they can see in real time what is going on with the transaction, the spending of their money? Is basically their money. That's one, because it takes power away from the center and brings it to the people. Secondly, would you consult people when you want to make us, like bringing foreign militaries into countries? Ghana gave one of their tarmac to foreign military base for foreign military to be using one of their international airport terminal. Are you going to consult Nigerians to make such a decision? No, this is important, because I have to know, because tomorrow decisions will be made without consulting us at all.
Okay, thank you for fathers. Prince.
It's not every day we have opportunity to talk to our ancestors. So when a forefather is talking, we have to listen. You see, first and foremost.
Sorry, I'm just paranoid. I have to be paranoid, given our history.
I understand. You see, the problem of Africa is our internal contradictions. As leader of Nigeria, before I engage foreign adversaries, I have to manage our internal contradictions. The problems of Nkrumah could not be divorced from the politics of Busia. And the problems of Sankara could not be divorced from the politics of Campari. So we have to be careful that we get our people to understand the hostilities in the international scene. When you take office out of office as president of Nigeria, one of the solemn oaths is that you will defend Nigeria against enemies, foreign and domestic. So it shows to you that you are not entering into an innocent office. And if you want to be president of your country, you have to realize that it is this office you are going for is the office as a result of which they put a bullet in the forehead and blew the head of Kennedy. So it's the same office that Lincoln went to theater and didn't come back alive. So we need to understand that international community diplomacy is a cover for robbery. So, and that when the British were jealous of the Spanish, they set up pirates and buccaneers to go and attack Spanish ships on the high sea, so that the wealth of the New World will not be taken across the sea and to Spain. So there are so many things a world leader needs to understand. But a person must be able to carry a big stick, as an American president said, but speak with a soft voice. And many of the fire-eating radicals in Africa who talk, end up without being able to do anything. So many of the measures that they take for the liquidation of Africa and undermining, they are taking in friendly gestures, including sponsorship of some of our people on NGOs. So any idea they want to sell to us, they sell it through NGOs, and people will be repeating it. So we have to take control of the mind of our people first. Because I think it was one African leader who said that when he's fighting the white man, he doesn't use two hands because he has to use the other hand to defend himself from Africans who will be attacking him for fighting the white man. And if you see what happened to my very good friend, the president of Burundi, and if you happen what happened to the president of immediate past president of Tanzania, none of these things they may look innocent, they're not innocent. So in dealing with, you have to have a strong armed forces in your country. That you can see what happened in Zimbabwe. They understood that Mugabe was getting senile and he was being taken advantage of, but they didn't destroy their government. They did it in an intelligent way. So when you have a soldier who does not understand philosophy, he's not better than an armed robber with a gun. So there are a lot of changes we need to make in terms of political education, in terms of the commanding heights. If you have some people who are in high position in our security, they are even foreign agents. They are working for foreign organizations. They are just helping them to sell ammunition and arms. Some of the problems we are having are not people who are ordinary peasants who cannot even farm. Those only become sophisticated with ground-to-air missile, with supply of guns and all of that. You don't come upon those things except international enemies of the country decide to make these things available. That is why I say that we must go back and consolidate first. Have patriots in government. Give interpretation. Some of the people we post as ambassadors are not even representing Nigeria abroad. They are more foreign. They are more loyal to the foreign people. Nigeria is the only country, go and find out anywhere in the world, where you can be the rank of a colonel upward and you have children schooling abroad. Some other country will think you can't. You cannot be a defender of your country, and the most precious members of your family are schooling abroad. They could be used against you. They could be used to manipulate you, things like that. So many things. Nigeria is the only place that somebody higher up in the military can travel to Dubai and come back, and the commanding officer doesn't even know. Whereas overseas, you can't do that. So many things you need to do. And if you study a lot of things going on, so it is not good to come and do what our ancestors used to do in the First Republic. You stand up to hell with the colonialists. Africa, viva Africa, viva. No, you go now and do it with policy, and you do it carefully, and you will see that they will start to feel the effect of it. You manage if we just manage our income, manage our resources, do our licensing well, and train our people in defense. And any country that does not have an indigenous doctrine of defense that is training, George Washington was able to defeat the King George, defeat the British, because he realized at the beginning the American army were fighting as if they were a British army, and they were not able to defeat the British. So they went back and started using methods that are indigenous to Native Indians, indigenous to the Africans, and use it to defeat the British. Even the training of our manpower, the training and doctrine will change, a lot of things will change. But you must have a leadership that is able to think. Our leaders are busy eating and plundering, and that is where we have problems. So if we can manage in this republic now, this next election, to take into consideration all these issues, then we can actually have a government that will protect us against hostile forces.
All right. Thank you so much.
I heard what he said about the this
No,
thing.
forefathers. No.
That means something.
5 hours, 40 minutes.
No, about what you said regarding how you are going to handle it using soft policies and stuff like that. What I fear about that is that we assume that they are not watching you. Because if it was me, I would be watching you and I would sabotage everything.
Let me tell you one thing clearly. You cannot have a missile that is intercontinental. You cannot have autarky. If you have autarky, in which case you say, we're not trading with you, we are breaking up with you, and we did it under Abacha, we didn't even do autarky. You will be thrown out of SWIFT. If you are thrown out of SWIFT, do you have a new payment system? So you will be in New York sending money to your family in Benin, and the money won't get to them because there's no SWIFT. So you don't have this alternative system. So you have to make sure that you do things that can be defended. But the greatest problem facing Africa is the greed of our people. They want to be like the white man. They want to have a house with them. They want to be part of them. If you just are contented with what you have and you stay at home, for example, you don't go overseas for medical treatment, you don't attend meetings that are not necessary, and when it comes to anybody owing you money, do you know today that oil companies in Nigeria owe a lot of money? Each time our people talk about it, they will just give a job to somebody, their family, they will open an account for them overseas and put money in it, and they leave it. So if you are able, these Europeans and North Americans and Asians, they also do business in countries of our sizes, countries of our age. It is the owner of those countries that set the boundaries. And I think that if we set the boundary, we will be able to first control ourselves. But I don't believe in railing at the white man if you at home don't have control of the psyche of your people. You worship the
I agree with you. I agree with that. You said it yourself. You have to be able to defend whatever you do. And that is why I thought.
Forefathers, I have to stop you.
Yes.
Prince, thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it. And I know you.
Forefather, don't worry. Call me.
Yeah, I'll connect the two of you. Yeah. I'll connect
Can Prince kind of give his website or for people that want to support his campaign or support him financially or something?
We'll do that when the election starts. We don't want to violate the law.
Okay, good.
But next week we'll do it. So that they won't say the man broke the law.
Okay, good, very good.
We'll do it next week. We'll send it.
Also, I have to say that we have open invitation to other presidential candidates. We are hoping that Tinubu will come and do 4 hours with us, and P2B and Kwankwaso and all the candidates. We are writing them. We are just reaching out to them. Hopefully they will accept and come here, and we'll bring them next week and the week to come. Thank you so much, Prince, for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you very much. And Kwankwaso, that Hausa gentleman, let's be fair, you are misrepresenting me online that I said Tinubu is financing my party. I didn't say so. Let's be honest. We can't be criticizing our leaders and we're not honest in basic things. We're all here. All I said is that if anybody is throwing money at my party, is wasting his time because I'm the president candidate of the party. I'm going to compete against you. You're wasting your time. The chairman, secretary, the leaders of my party are not involved in it. So, but if anybody is being duped, I don't know. I don't go to them. So don't let us misrepresent ourselves. This generation will have to make a change.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be direct. We're just a common form of a question, but I'm glad you clarified that.
Okay. Yes. And Prince, I know when the campaign starts, you'll come back, and that time I'll get ready for 12 hours or maybe 16 hours, whatever it takes.
I was thinking of 24, but it's okay. But
All right. So everybody here, James, thank you so much for being here. So thank you, Forefathers, thank you, Omori and Colette, and all the people who joined us. I appreciate everybody. I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.